Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. And welcome to Empowered Talks Financial Freedom. This is one of my favorite subjects to address. And let me just check if I am indeed going live. And I'm just waiting. Oh, yay, we are definitely live. Oh, my goodness. So, have you, as an entrepreneur or an entrepreneur wannabe, or even if you're not an entrepreneur, you're thinking about it, you know, I have been an employee in my life many times when I was much younger, of course. And, the security of a paycheck from a company is certainly nice, to say the least. But I've never really been one to follow other people's rules. I barely follow my own rules. And honestly, I just, you have to be a separate kind of a personality um, to be wanting to be an entrepreneur. It's not the easiest road in the world, but there's definitely a reward that comes with being your own boss and following your own dreams and building your dreams and your company and your bank account. And, when it doesn't fill up as much as you'd like, you really only have yourself to look at, right? Whereas when you're at work, many people, and I listen to this a lot because I've been working as a coach, oh my gosh, for well over 40 years. Yep, I've been around that long as an adult. I just had a 63rd birthday. So I am every year for the last 6 years, I've been doing something new each year. So this year I'm working on a few new projects. First of all, I'm always working on a new book. That's like all the time. I always have new books. Last year was a little bit of a slower year with the books, but this year I've already put out one and I'm working on another anthology. That one was an anthology. Actually, it's right here. So if you haven't gotten your copy yet, this is an amazing book. And it's funny because somebody told me yesterday that it doesn't look very businessy, and I go, perfect. That's exactly what I was going for. And it's Business Goddesses. I have a series of 12 books called Self-Empowerment Reset. And I'm just kind of following my dreams with that one. And each one has a different subtitle. So this is book number 7, and we're working on book number 8. So if you're an entrepreneur, I would love to hear from you because we have about 3 spots left in the book, and they are all waiting for you. So it's going to be called Entrepreneur Secrets, and we'd love to hear from you because everyone has a different kind of secret and different things that you might want to share with people, things that have worked for you, also things that maybe haven't worked for you, or how you deal with things. Oh my gosh, there's so much to talk about. People are always asking me, oh, what do you speak on? The bottom line to what I'm speaking of is always self-love as a foundation that you can build on to create success. And all of that is great, but there's so many things that fall into that category. It was funny because I was talking about bank code, which is also one of the things I do. And so I just recently finished my uh, uh, bank code level 5 coaching program, which is fantastic because now I can get out and get into companies, and I would really like to get into schools. So if you work in a school or you have some connections to schools, I'd love to hear from you. I would love to take this into the teachers, to the staff, and to the kids. It's 4 personality types. Yes, there's other companies out there, but this one has turned into my favorite just because of the way Sherry Tree, the CEO and founder of the company, has presented it. And and constructed it, it's absolutely fabulous. You know, it allows people to, well, this would allow kids to learn about each other and maybe not so much make fun of each other and bully each other. It may even help to eliminate some of the bullying. It for sure has in the past helped people with various suicidal thoughts or intentions. Um, I think it's prevented suicide. That's, you know, people all need to be heard and understood and accepted. And this program actually helps you get heard and accepted. And it's absolutely beautiful. You know, when I first entered the company and started taking the training, and I was like, wow, this is such a great environment for me to be in, because I was just like, wow, I get to be me, and everybody understands, because we usually have our personality code beside our name. And so it is easy to decipher who's what, and then you understand their behavior. And so the quiet ones, we knew why they were quiet, because that's, you know, more of an introvert type of personality. And the loud ones, which would be more I'm not super quiet, let's just say that way. In an environment where we're learning, I'm asking questions, I'm making comments, and they're always full of energy. And I like it like that. I mean, life is good. I like that I'm full of energy. I don't think it's a bad thing, but it definitely rubs some of the quieter people the wrong way. And so this really kind of brings you into a place where we're all super excited and super accepted. And I love it. It's one of my favorite things. So, um, yeah, I can't wait to share some more of that with you. We'll talk a little bit about that. We do have on the 29th of April, Sherry Tree will be doing a 2-hour presentation for free. I don't want to give the times because last time she changed them around. So it's usually 1 to 3, or else it will be 2 to 4. And it's only 2 hours, and that's Eastern Standard Time that I've given you, but it will be on my Facebook, and I will repost it as well. And please message me directly if you would like me to send you the link. It's free, free. Yep, free. And it's free. And you get to learn a little about yourself, and you get to learn a lot about others. It helps you get more yeses in sales, which in turn leads to more money, hence financial freedom. So financial freedom is a huge part of what we do. Look at, we're entrepreneurs, and you know, even with this, I don't charge the public money to get, you know, to watch this on Facebook. Now we might put it into, we might have to start putting it into funnels or something to help people get the recording, because once upon a time you could put it on Facebook and it would stay there forever. But now Facebook is going to be deleting any kind of lives within 30 days. So we leave it up for 30 days. It's free. And I think maybe we'll have to start doing something with it, which I haven't done up until now, but I believe we're going to start putting the recording into a funnel of some sort. It will be for a very small amount. Just because I have to pay the person who does this and monitors it and so on and so forth. So yes, but it will still be live streaming on Facebook on the day that I do it, and it'll be up for 30 days. So you can always get the benefit of listening to these amazing speakers. Oh my gosh, I have so many people. Actually, Lori should be coming on shortly. I have so many people. I should check to make sure that there's no tech issues. Oh, and just as I say that, there she is. We have such great speakers today. You will enjoy. Get some paper and pen. Lori A. McNeil is our first one, and I'm telling you right now, it's a fire hose of information with her, and you all need to get a lot of paper and a really good pen, and maybe a second one in case that one runs out, because that's how much information Lori A. McNeil will pour all over you every single time. Lori has blessed me by opening up all of my summits in this beautiful way. So look at how beautiful she is. I don't know if she's going to let me say, but she was a Miss Oregon one time. And rightly so. Look how beautiful she is. I'm wondering if she can hear me and say, "Oh, don't tell people that." But Lori is an amazing businesswoman. Oh my gosh, she is a powerhouse of information. And what's really wonderful about her is she is absolutely full of integrity. And that is such a pleasure. It is an exceptional pleasure to do business with her. Integrity is so high on my list of doing business with people. I could be a heck of a lot richer if I was willing to do certain things and work around them and through them and this, that, and the other, but I'm just not interested. So, and doing business with Lori is always amazing. Um, we'll wait until she gets on camera before I actually introduce you to her. Oh, and there she is. Oh, look at this. Every time. Look how beautiful she is. I've known her for how many years now? 6 maybe? And
Like
every time I see you, it's like, oh my gosh, look at her hair. Look at that. Look at this gorgeous girl. Every time she comes on camera, this is my reaction. So with that, I'm going to hand you over to the public. And I'm telling you, everyone, grab your pens and get a lot of paper, a lot. Get journals, get whatever you need, because here it comes. Lori, take it away.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone from all over the world. Marianne, I know you always bring just amazing, beautiful people from all over the globe, and I love that about these monthly virtual summits is that there's people connecting in such beautiful ways from all over. And it's so cool. And I'm so honored to be the opening keynote speaker for you. Now, I don't even know multiple times, and it's just such an honor every time that you ask me. So thank you so much. And I am so excited to be diving into this topic of financial freedom. And you guys are going to hear from a lot of different amazing speakers, amazing experts from all over who specialize in a variety of different things. But I love, and I'm honored by being the keynote speaker because I get to kind of introduce the whole topic for the month and really set the stage for what is yet to come throughout the whole day. So, Marianne, thank you so much. I am Lori McNeil. I am an international business strategist that specializes in media, branding, and marketing. And yes, I do travel the globe. And yes, I do this every day. And I have been doing this for I don't 28 years. I was going to say not quite 3 decades, but pretty close. So a really, really long time. And I love helping entrepreneurs just like you get from wherever you are to where you want to be. And more importantly, where you were created to be. We are all created to do exactly what we are supposed to be doing. And that's really important. And for those of you who have never heard from me before, and even if you have, I want you to have these aha moments as I speak for the next little bit here. So I hear from people every day, all the time. They're like, well, am I supposed to do this? And am I supposed to do this? And how do I do this? Here's the crazy thing about entrepreneurship and small business is that it gets really noisy really fast. And sometimes it is really hard to know which way to go because there's really great opportunities around us all the time, really great people that we want to work with all the time. And it's not that there's anything wrong with that particular person or that particular project or opportunity. It's just that when you are in full alignment with who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, it makes saying no really easy. The more clarity that you gain in what you're doing and why you're doing it. And I don't just mean, oh, I figured it out last year, a few years ago, so I'm good to go. No, the more that you level up, the more that you learn about yourself, the more that you do that deep dive work, the deeper that you will go in your understanding of what you need to do next in your next steps. The learning never stops. The deep dive never stops. The person that I am right now today is not the same person that I was last week because I am constantly learning and growing and having these aha moments and digging deep into the stuff that I need to dig deep into so that I can unlock the brilliance within me to get to the next level that I need to be at to serve the people that I need to serve. So I want you guys to understand that it's not possible for you to have all of the information in order to make the best choice. Now, certainly with the information and the resources that we have at the time, we need to make that decision and move forward and don't look back. Oh, well, should I do this? Should I go back to this? No, you make that decision, you move forward, and you stay strong in that. And if it's not the right decision, then I believe that we all have what's called an internal GPS because we're all created for a purpose that's only meant for us. So if you have a challenging time, if you make a mistake, if it's not quite what you thought, whatever it is, your internal GPS will get you to where you're meant to go. So if you actually really let that marinate and you really have understanding about that concept and about who you are and who you're meant to serve and what you're meant to do in this world, then you understand that relieves a lot of pressure from being so worried about making a mistake. Now, I heard something really interesting this last weekend when I was at an event that to me it was so simple and yet so profound at the same time. And I love those concepts. And it's this that fear is the lens that you view your own capability based on your past. So if you've never done the thing before, or if you've been challenged and maybe it didn't go so well, or maybe that person, screwed you over or whatever it is, you have fear about certain things moving forward because of your past. You're viewing that from your past. How many times have we heard, and I'm sure a lot of us have, that the past does not dictate your future? Right? So maybe you've been struggling with addictions, or maybe you've been struggling with money, or maybe you've been struggling with relationships, whatever that is. That doesn't mean that you have to be horrible at that thing or that that's going to be the challenge for you in the future. You make the decision and you do what you need to do to level up, fill your mind, get in the rooms with right people, listen to the right podcast, read the Bible, whatever it is, so that you don't necessarily have to move forward in the same way. Now, are those habits and easy to break? No. Is that mindset easy to shift? No. But you're never going to get to where you want to go unless you start. Your past does not dictate your future. So the only thing that fear is a lack of self-confidence based on the information and the experiences that you've had in the past to this point today. So I want you guys to think about that. It could also be based on something that maybe happened to a family member, or you don't want it to happen to you or whatever. But a lot of it is based on the past. And so we have that fear or the unknown. I've never done that before. Do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in your skills? Not that you know all the answers, not that you have all of the next steps, but do you believe in yourself to take that next step in order to figure it out? Now, some of you have heard my flashlight analogy before, and I love it, and it's so good. So I'm going to share it with you again today. You don't know what you don't know unless you take that next step. So if you picture the fact that you are in control of the flashlight in the dark as you're walking through the woods, walking down the hallway, whatever it is, and you have a flashlight in your hand, you are in control of that flashlight. That flashlight was designed for one purpose, to illuminate the path. That's what the flashlight was designed for. You control the flashlight. You don't see the next 100 steps in front of that illuminated path. You see maybe the next step or two. As you take the next step or two, the flashlight is designed to continue illuminating the direction that you are navigating it in. That's what it's designed for. My friends, you are in charge of your own flashlight. You are in charge of your own illumination. It comes from within. You have internal tools in your toolbox that only that you need to solve external problems. Those internal tools in your toolbox, you continue to build your toolbox with more and more tools, more and more resources, more and more understanding, more and more and more tools. You never know when you're going to need those tools, but they're in you internally so that you have them to solve bigger and bigger external problems. The higher that you go internally, the higher that you're going to be able to go to solve bigger problems to serve the people that you're meant to serve. You are in charge of navigating your own life. You are in charge of navigating and controlling that flashlight that's in your hand. Absolutely 100%. Now, a lot of people will say, well, Laura, you don't understand. You don't understand the past that I've had. You don't understand the challenges that I've had. You don't understand maybe I've had cancer and I've struggled with addictions and I've lost loved ones and. I do understand. I understand that everybody has a story. Everybody has a past. Has challenges, and those make you uniquely qualified to do exactly what it is that you are meant to do. It's not about comparing somebody's challenge over somebody else's challenge. We all have challenges, but here's the cool thing. Because you were created to do exactly what you are meant to do, the tools in your toolbox are meant for you. The tools in your toolbox are not meant for anyone else. They're meant for you, which means nobody's going to be using the same tools in the same way. It doesn't matter if they know the same person. It doesn't matter if they're part of the same mastermind. It doesn't matter if they're a part of the same industry. It actually doesn't matter. Now, here's the cool thing about that. It eliminates the idea of competition. It completely eliminates it. So I'm sure that many of you have heard that there's flattery if someone compliments you. That's like, copies you. That's like the best compliment ever. It really truly is because they're not going to implement anything the same way that you are. It doesn't matter if they're downloading your course or your guide or if they're copying you from stage, every little detail. It doesn't matter because different people are going to resonate with them and be magnetically attracted to them than the people that are meant to be attracted and magnetically attracted to you that you are supposed to work with. So I want you guys to think about some of these concepts that I'm sharing with you today. And some of you have heard me talk about these things before. But if you are a different person and you're constantly striving to be a different person, you should constantly have aha moments, no matter how many times you've heard something. So I hope you guys are taking notes, and I hope that your mindset is starting to shift around the idea of fear and what you need to do to actually take that next step to get you to where you want to go. Some of you have impact goals. Some of you have legacy goals. Some of you have financial freedom goals, which is the theme of today's event, financial freedom. I'm here to tell you that if you don't do the deeper dive work and you don't understand the deeper sense of who you are and what you're meant to do and how to utilize the tools that are in you and add to those tools and understand that deeper sense of self, that you are actually capping your own success, your own financial freedom, and your own impact. Now, that may be kind of harsh to hear when some of you are saying, but Lori, I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard. I believe you. I believe that you are. And my challenge to you is to actually do a deeper, realistic dive into what activities that you're actually spending your time on. What is it that you're so busy doing? Are they great projects? They might be. They might be amazing projects, but are they actually the things that are going to move that needle to where you want to go? Remember what I said in the beginning when I said you might be working with great people and great projects, and there might be a great mission and a great purpose that you believe in, but is it actually what you should be doing? And that can be a harsh reality for some people because they're like, man, I'm doing all these great things. I'm doing all these great things. You probably are. But are they actually getting you to where you want to go? I have to tell you that in my career, I've had to reevaluate this many times, and you all should evaluate this many times because in this world of entrepreneurship that we live in today, in technology and all the cool things going on, it's very noisy. It's very easy to get distracted. It's very easy to get wrapped up in all the hype. It's very easy to go down a rabbit hole of a really cool opportunity and find yourself very far from where you want to be, from where you should be, from where you were created to be. So I want you guys to really think about that as we move into Q2 of this year. I want you to really think about your needle moving activities and what it is that you really should be doing. And the things that you let go, the things that you say no to are allowing the space and the opportunity for the right things, for you to be focused in the right direction. I want to introduce you guys to a concept but I actually talked about on a little bit in business builders, in my business builders group just a few days ago. And that's the concept of all of these amazing things in your life that are not bad, but that they're giving you that hype that gets you back to homeostasis rather than leads to ascension. So maybe you wrote that book. Maybe you got on that magazine cover. Maybe you were on a big stage. And maybe those are things that lead you to ascension, to your goals, to your bigger why, to your global mission. But I want you to think about every time you hit a challenge, every time you hit what's called the pit, how long is it taking you to get out of that pit? Meaning, are you spinning your wheels? Do you stay in depression? Are you distracted? Are you not focused? How long does it take you to get back on track? Okay, so that's the first question I want you to ask yourself. When you get off track and you're in the pit, how long does it take you to get out? And the second thing I want you to ponder on, and this may sound simple, but it's actually really profound and really deep. And that is, are all of the amazing tasks, amazing activities, and amazing accomplishments that you've had over the last, let's just say, year, or maybe even for some of you longer, are those things actually bringing you back to homeostasis, or are they the things that are actually moving your needle? Because it's really, really easy to get excited in the moment and to feel pride and to feel and celebrate and feel excitement. But how many of you are actually doing all of these things that aren't getting you to greater financial freedom, that aren't getting you to greater impact? You may think that they are because in the moment they seem super exciting. And it's like, well, how could it not? I was on this stage, I was on this magazine, I was a part of this project. Again, not bad things, but are they actually the things that you should be focused on? Are they actually the things that you should be doing with your time, energy, resources all around? And I'm here to tell you that in most cases, the answer would be no. The answer would be no. So I want you to have a very real conversation with yourself, a very real, deep reflection, and think about how you're going to move forward in the rest of this year that's actually going to lead to the impact that you are meant to have in this world. You can't have the impact that you want without the financial freedom, time and money freedom to actually do the things that you want to do. How many of you say you want to have a building, you want to make X amount of money, you want to have a charity, you want to donate this amount? There's all these things that I hear all the time. You can't do those things if you aren't stable within yourself, if you're not crystal clear on who you serve, why you do it, where you're going. If you're not crystal clear on some of those things and you're not understanding the path and you're not in control of your own flashlight, of your own GPS system, first of all, people aren't going to be clear about who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve if you're not clear about those things. And if you don't understand what it takes for you to level up internally, you're going to constantly be frustrated that you're not getting to where you want to go. Because here's the thing that I do know. If you are not clear on these things that lead you to the result that you want, if you're not clear on where you're going, if you haven't set your GPS, not that you know all the rights and lefts and turns to get there, that's not what I'm saying. But if you aren't clear in where you're going, then you can't be too upset about where you end up. I'm going to say that again. If you're not clear in where you're going, you can't be too upset about where you end up. Now, for some of you, that may be a ouch. Maybe that's why I'm doing this the last year, 2 years, 5 years. So if you're frustrated about not making the impact, not making the income that you want, it's probably because you are not focused, you are not disciplined, and you are not crystal clear on what it is that you're actually after. You've got to have an end goal. You don't know the people, the resources, the opportunities that are going to surface until you take that next step. That's why it's perfectly okay that you don't have all the answers, that you don't have the next 10 steps or the next 100 steps. It's perfectly okay because it's not possible for you to have all the information. But you do have to know where you're going. You do have to know where your ultimate goal is and your vision and what you want. Now, here's the interesting thing, and I'll give you an example of myself. We all have goals that we've had in different times in our life that have led us to this point that we are today. I've had different goals that I've achieved. And when I've reached that point that I thought was the ultimate goal or the pinnacle for whatever that is, I have learned and grown in so much by that time that I'm either ready for whatever the next level is, or I'm no longer interested in the goal that I thought I once wanted. And let me give you an example of that. So many of you know that I'm a retired business professor from Oregon State University, and I've taught and designed MBA programs all over the country at various different schools. There was a MBA program in a private school that I was working for before I actually retired from OSU. So the school I was working at right before OSU was a private Christian university in a small town, and I got offered the dean's position three times. Three times. There was a time in my academic career where that was like the top. That's what I wanted. That's what I was after. And of course, my colleagues and tons of people in my life, they were happy for me and they couldn't quite figure out why I kept turning it down. And to be honest, at the time, I didn't really know why I was turning it down. When I got offered that position the third time, I had to step back and say, why does this no longer interest me? Why is this no longer my goal? And that's when I realized I had learned and grown so much in my journey in pursuing that goal that I actually realized I was meant for more. My goal was actually bigger than that. My purpose was actually bigger than that. My legacy was bigger than that. But I had to go through that journey that it took to build the tools that I needed internally in order for my mindset to be bigger than what I even thought possible. That's why you should never stop learning. That's why you should never stop growing. That's why you never stop doing the internal work because you never know exactly how you're going to use those tools and where it's going to lead. If you would have told me 15 years ago that I'd be doing some of the stuff that I'm doing now and that I've been on some of the stages that there's no way. And many of you have that same story to tell and so many of you have heard that from other amazing leaders from around the world. It's common. When you actually expand your resources, when you expand your mind to be bigger than what you thought possible, that's incredible. That takes the internal work, my friends, not just skipping over the steps to get to where you want to go. Because here's the thing, and you'll hear this with people that win the lottery. Most people that win the lottery actually become bankrupt or broke or lose it all in some way with less than a year, like within a few months. I think the top is like 18 months or something like that. And it's because you weren't the person that you needed to be to handle that level of fame, that level of responsibility, that level of money, whatever it is, you weren't the same person. So you weren't ready for it. Many of you think that you are ready for the next level, but what you need to realize is that there's probably things within you that need work in order for you to level up internally in order to be ready for whatever it is externally. Some of you want that financial freedom so bad. Some of you want that global impact, that fortune, that fame, that whatever it is that you want, that external validation in a lot of cases, but you don't even realize the responsibility that it actually takes to be in that position, to be in that role, to do some of the things that you're wanting. You think that you do, but the reality is, I'm here to tell you, friends, and I say this with all the love in my heart, you're not. You're not actually as ready as you think that you are. You may want that, and that's awesome. And I'm never going to tell someone that they can't do it or that it's not possible. But what I am going to say is that you have to do that deeper dive into some of the stuff that I'm talking about. Some of you have been chasing after the shiny objects long enough that you have all these great things under your belt, but you're coming back to homeostasis every time. You're coming back to homeostasis every time. You're not actually doing the things that are going to move your success needle that lead to ascension. It's the harsh truth. It's a harsh reality. So I want you to really, really sit with that and let that sink in. If you need a certain amount of money to have the impact that you desire, for instance, or for whatever that is, if you're seeking financial freedom, you can't get there without doing some of the stuff that I'm talking about. So this is some of the internal stuff that I'm talking about. Some of the external stuff that I'm talking about, that I want to talk about, excuse me. is the things with what are you doing with your money, right? What are you doing with your money? Do you know how to invest? Do you know how to save? Are you a huge spender? Are you spending money on? Some of you need to understand the three different ways you make money on stages. Sometimes, yes, you need to make that investment to be in that room, to be on that stage, to be a sponsor of that event, whatever it is. That's one strategy. I talk to speakers all the time who are like, "Oh no, I want to be a paid speaker. I'm a paid speaker. I don't pay to speak." And you're not understanding the strategy behind implementing the three. I've been speaking on stages most of my life. Before I even do what I did now, I was actually a performer on stage from the time I was 6. Some of you don't know that. So I've been on stages my entire life in one capacity or another. I understand the power of being in the room. I understand the power of being that sponsor or being involved in that financial investment. I have no problem doing that, even after all these years, because I understand the strategy behind all three. So when a speaker comes to me and says, I don't pay to speak, I automatically know that they don't understand the strategy behind how the industry works, or that they have a broken mindset in what it is that they're either capable of using the other two strategies, or they have an ego problem. I'm just being honest. Or they have an ego problem, or they actually are broke. So they're going after that short-term gratification of that paycheck because they want someone to pay them. And so there's things that I automatically know when someone says that to me. So this is a reality check, my friends. I want you to understand the importance of doing some of these things and understanding some of these things that I'm sharing with you if you want to actually reach that financial and time freedom and that impact that you're after. You have to be very, very real with how you're moving forward. Okay, so we talked about sponsorship. We talked about the investment of being involved in a certain event or opportunity, whatever that is, to be in front of that audience. But then there is being a paid speaker. Someone writes you a check. Okay, so that's the second way. They may or may not, you know, take a certain percentage in the back of the room, or all of that. There's some of that that's negotiable. And then the third way is that you sell something and you make money in the back of the room. I can tell you that your own fear, in a lot of cases, are keeping you stuck in not fully implementing the back of the room sales strategy. There's a lot of fear around that. Now, we just talked about fear. What does fear mean? Fear is based on your past lens of your disbelief, or lack of self-worth, lack of self-understanding, lack of self-value that you have in yourself to sell the thing. That's really what it is. How much confidence do you have? How much courage do you have to actually sell the thing? Because here's what I do know. Speakers that implement the strong strategy of selling in the back of the room make way more than they would if someone wrote them a check. In a lot of cases, it's true. Like, it's just absolutely true. Even if you're paying someone a percentage, and some people do charge percentage, and some don't, or some might have an affiliate, or there's a whole bunch of different ways to do that, where the event host is also making money. It doesn't matter how much courage do you have in yourself in doing that, because most people have a fear around that, and that's why they want the check. That's why they're waiting for the check. So I want you to also understand that money is energy, right? Energy is money. So if you invest in something with the first strategy, for instance, and you sponsor an event, that will come back to you. The ROI in that is deep and wide. It might be immediate. It might not. It might be somebody that hears something that you had to say and hires you next month or in 6 months. You never know, but you have to have the confidence that you are adding value to the people that you're meant to speak to, that you're adding value to. And the ROI comes in so many ways. Maybe somebody asks you on their podcast. Maybe there's somebody on that podcast that actually hires you. There's the ripple effect of you serving. Servant leadership is a real thing. Adding value and serving with value first is a real thing. And when you have that mindset and you actually believe in that and you move forward in that, you will be a stronger leader. People will gravitate to you magnetically. You will serve the people that you were meant to serve. and you will have the impact that you are meant to have. So I hope that you are taking notes. I hope that you are having aha moments in these very real reflection points that you have to have if you want to move that needle to greater financial freedom and greater impact. So I'm just going to throw out an example. I'm not a coffee drinker. I'm not dissing on coffee drinkers. This is actually tea and honey. But I do know that some of you, you get 3 or 4, Starbucks or lattes or whatever it is throughout the day just to keep yourself going. So really, truly, how much does that add up to be in a year? So for some of you, this is just an example. There's all kinds of things. It could be eating out, it could be sugar, it could be whatever, going to the movies, whatever it is. What are you doing financially that's actually not allowing you the money that you need to make the investment or to get on that plane or to be involved in something that you should be involved in, to hire that coach, to take that class, whatever it is? What do you need to do? For some of you, maybe it's the balance of it all, and you need to get your health under control. And you say, well, Lori, I can't afford, a gym membership, or I can't afford this. What are you doing? What are you spending money on that you shouldn't necessarily be spending money on, that's not leading to healthy behaviors that you could actually do to free up some of that money to get you to a healthier body, healthier mindset, you know, in order to impact the world in a completely different way? All of that has to do with time and money freedom and how you move forward in the world. It just does. It's all connected. It's all connected. And in you stepping into your best self and serving the world in the best way that you can. So, what's the balance look like for you? What do you need in order to take that next step, to have the energy, the focus, to get that impact? And for some of you, maybe that is very much health and wellness related. Maybe you need to sleep more. Maybe you don't have the balance with your time, with your family. It's interesting that when you're focused on your goals, when you're focused on what you're doing and you pay attention to the balance, you don't need to work 20 hours a day. In this industry, it's almost like this badge of honor, right? I want you to think about that. It's this badge of honor. There are people that I know that only, and it's not an only, I shouldn't say that. They have their work-life balance under control. They put in a reasonable amount of hours, but they almost feel like they have to fudge it and tell people that they work more than they do because it's not supported in this industry as much. Oh, well, I've been up since 3 o'clock. Okay. Well, where are other areas of your life that maybe need a little bit of work? And is that really a badge of honor? Or are you refreshed and focused and happy and positive and serving the people that you're meant to serve in less amount of time? Are they actually getting the best of you? Are they actually getting the best of you? Is your family getting the best of you? Are your animals? Are your kids? Are your friends? How many times have they invited you out to lunch and you couldn't make it? This all has to do with who you are and how you're navigating moving forward in your being your best self. It does. How many times have we heard all of these things and it's like, oh, I've got to do that. I've got to do that. I want to be better. My friends, you've got to just take action. You've got to wake up every morning and just decide and take that action and then put those accountability measures in place. Don't go to Starbucks if that's your thing, right? If that's a thing you need to change. Don't eat, a bag of chips every day. Now, I love Doritos, don't get me wrong. I'm a Doritos and Mike and Ike girl, but it's all about in balance. It's all about having the balance. I'm not saying don't eat the bag of chips, don't eat the box of candy, but it's all within balance. So I want you guys to really, really think about what you're doing that's keeping that needle from moving forward with your time and with your money currently. And are you actually using your time and money to do the activities that, although may seem great, may seem feel good at the time, aren't actually what you should be spending your time and money on? Right? So it doesn't matter whether I'm talking about the external validation or the external ways that you're spending money, spending resources. It's all connected. It's absolutely all connected. But here's the thing. In some cases, the answer would be yes. Yes, you do need to spend the money on that ticket to be in that room. Yes, you do need to show up. Yes, you do need to sponsor that event. But when you understand who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, and that deeper sense of self and what it takes to get to that deeper sense of self to have that greater impact, when you seek that clarity, when you are actively seeking that clarity, then you know which answers to say, which opportunities to say yes to, you know, or you know what the answer is, and you know which ones to say no to. Let me tell you, I've been saying no a lot more than I've been saying yes. Marianne knows that when I show up for these monthly meetings, I don't do this. I don't do this for everyone. I do this to serve the people that I meant to serve and to show up in the ways that I meant to show up. It doesn't matter if it's 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. It doesn't matter where I am in the world. I know that this is the way, this is one of the ways that I am meant to serve every month on these summits. And I'm grateful and I'm blessed and I'm honored to do it. But I don't do these kind of things for everyone on an ongoing basis like this. Not because I don't have people out there that I love and respect that aren't doing amazing things, but when you're super focused on what it is that you're doing, you don't have to feel guilty about saying no. You don't have to have that what if, what if, what if, what if mindset. You're like, no, bless you. I wish you all the luck. It's not in alignment with what I'm doing. No hard feelings. You're still friends. You're still colleagues. You're still working together. Doesn't have to be a negative thing. Like, okay, and keep me posted on the next opportunity. And maybe there's a next thing that makes more sense for you. Because here's the other thing, they're probably and should be in a different space. If they're continuing to level up with their sense of self and what it is that they're doing, then there might be an opportunity later on that makes more sense for both of you. But what they're doing doesn't shouldn't affect you and actually doesn't matter. So there's all of these different things. Now let me switch gears for just a second and talk about the time and money freedom in a different way as it relates to business strategy and media branding and marketing for just a minute. Um, the reason I started this segment the way that I did is that these are such important foundational things to understand so that as you move forward in life and in business, you have a better mindset and a better sense of self and a better understanding about how to move forward in the things that I'm about to talk about. Okay. So you've got to have that foundation in place. You cannot skip the steps. I see so many people wanting the thing, right? I mentioned this a minute ago. They want the thing and they're saying, oh, I'm willing to put in the work. I'm willing to put in the work. And it doesn't take me long to figure out that they're actually not, or they're not disciplined enough to actually sustain the right habits, the right lifestyle, the right things that they need to do. They're ongoing, right? How many people start a gym membership and after 30 days don't go? Or they have New Year's resolutions or they don't go. It's because you don't have the discipline, you don't have the accountability, you don't have the things in place that you need to have in place to be successful, even though you have all the greatest intentions, you started off. And I'm guilty of this too. Like I admit, gym membership, I've been guilty of that many times throughout my life. That's why I use that as an example because I know that a lot of people have had that. But you have to have the right things in place in order to make that a successful goal that you have in the end. So when you have the right things in place, it makes all the difference in the world. That's why the internal work is so important. What do you need to do so that you can sustain that momentum? So that in the hard days, in the stressful days, in the times when you're, waiting for clients to pay you and you don't have any money and you're trying to build and all these real things that in entrepreneurship we deal with, we see, we experience in different ways. What are you doing to actually stay super laser focused, to stay positive, to not get knocked off track, and to keep moving forward and showing up even when you don't feel like it? My friends, that's a big one. I can't tell you how many people I've heard over the years, they're like, oh man, I'm doing this. I'm just tired. I'm just sick. I'm just da 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 da. Now, there's very real things out there. If you're in the hospital, okay. I can't tell you how many times I have shown up, even when I have 100 and whatever temperature, and I don't feel like it. Or I'm on coaching calls and I have got all kinds of personal things going on with my family, whatever it is. you show up, if you legitimately cannot show up to, like, if there's a legitimate reason, like you just can't function, you don't have cell service, there's a death in the family, I get it. I get it. I'm not saying go live from at a funeral or anything like that. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you know what I'm saying. I'm saying be reasonable. But I can tell you that I have gone live, I've shown up, and I've coached in extreme circumstances, extreme circumstances. But here's what I also know in doing that: you establish the habit, you stay focused, you continue the momentum, and you actually become a stronger person when you do it. When you give yourself almost too much permission to not show up, what excuses are you actually using and you're trying to justify? Now, there are justifiable ones. I want to make sure people understand that. But there's a lot of excuses that I hear people make every day. Every day. Can you change your schedule? You want to have a family day? Awesome. I'm all about that. Have a family day. But that doesn't mean that you don't show up for people. You still show up for people in some way. Do it the night before, do it the day after, do it that night, do it whatever. But you don't just say, "Oh yeah, I've been busy. Sorry, I've kind of been offline for like a week." People are going to be like, "Okay, when's the next time you're going to be offline to where I can't count on you?" I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. You've got to have the right mindset to still be focused in doing what you're doing. It's just true. And some of you may not be liking me right now by saying that. Well, Laura, that's crazy. That's not in balance. That's pushing, that's grinding too hard. That's crazy. That's not reasonable. That's not whatever. I encourage you to check yourself. How much of your life that happens, because life happens, are you actually using as an excuse and justifying that? Because, friends, I'm here to tell you that excuses do not excuse you. Excuses do not excuse you. If you find yourself out of integrity by not showing up, or there's a real thing going on, you've had something in family, it is your responsibility to get back into integrity. What are you doing to get back into integrity with yourself and with the other person or the situation or the event or the whatever? Not just like, "Oh, yeah, sorry," because an apology without changed behavior is just manipulation. An apology without changed behavior is manipulation. So, what are you doing to step into that greater sense of self and leadership to get back into integrity and not allow things to knock you off track? This is just some very real talk today. Very, very real talk, because here's the thing. I care about your success. I truly, truly care about your success. Some of you, I hear the same stories from over and over and over and over. And it's because you're continuing to do what? The same thing, expecting a different result. You can't cover up your poor mindset, bad habits, lack of integrity, bad financial spending. These things catch up with you. No matter how much you try to hide them, there's very real things that are keeping you from getting to where you want to go. Only you can fix that. You are the only one controlling your GPS, your navigation system, and the flashlight in your hand. You are the only one. We all have challenges of things that we feel like we can't control, but we always have a choice, and there are always things we can control. There are always decisions that we can make. We always have things we can control. 100%. That I know to be true. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be a small decision. It could be a thought in your mind that you make that decision to think about something differently, to have a different attitude, to have a different mindset, to have a different outlook, to force yourself outside. It starts with the mind before it ever starts with the actions or the words. Even if that is the decision that you make in that moment, to not be negative, to not let something affect you, to not have that fear, and to understand that you take that next step, and that fear is really just the internal reflection of your past circumstances and how you believe in yourself. It all starts with a decision of some kind that is going to catapult you and moving you forward. So As you step into your greater sense of self and your purpose, then you understand how to use the different business strategies that you need to use that are best meant for you, or at least know how to switch gears. That didn't work. We're going to do this, right? Because why? Your GPS gets you to where you were meant to go. God and the universe have a plan for you, and you will get to where you are meant to go if you just keep moving forward. The resources, the people will surface to get you there. There's no such thing as making a wrong answer. How many millionaire stories have you heard where they've said, oh, yeah, I've lost millions and I gained it back? Lost millions and I gained it back. Why? Because they learned so many building blocks and tools in their toolbox along the way that help them to pivot fast and to make more money than what they lost. That's why you should never have fear around the decisions that you make, as long as you know where you're going. So when you understand that and you understand what you need to do to have that greater sense of self and level up, then you step into greater external opportunities that are right for you, that are meant for you. For some of you, that maybe that's more podcasts. Maybe that's starting your own podcast. Maybe that's starting your own live stream. Maybe that's stepping on to some of those scary stages. Maybe that's sponsoring an event for the first time. Some of you are like, oh man, is it going to be worth it? Should I sponsor an event? I don't know. Should I do this? Should I invest in this? When you understand what the greater sense of self of what to say yes to and what to say no to, then those answers to those questions become easier. And yes, you should. Many of you are playing way too small. It's true. I have thousands of conversations all around the world, and I'm here to tell you why, because of an inaccurate sense of fear. You're playing too small. What do you need to be doing to actually push yourself toward ascension, not just get back to homeostasis or stay at homeostasis? Some of you need to push yourself outside your comfort zone because you can't grow when you're in your comfort zone. But Lori, what if I invest in this and what if I do this and what if I put all this time and energy in something and it doesn't work? Okay, well, how many attempts did it take for Edison to invent the light bulb? Our world would not be where it is today without some of the people that had that courage to just keep going in their time and money investments and their resources investments because they were so focused and so passionate about what it is that they wanted to do that they didn't give up. That they were okay to eat rice and beans and rice and beans and rice and beans because their focus was they knew it was good. They were going to have the breakthrough eventually. Now, some of you are thinking, Lori, I've been doing this for 5 years. I've been doing this for 10 years. I haven't had the breakthrough. I haven't had a breakthrough. You're not doing the internal work. And stop doing the stupid stuff that's keeping you at homeostasis. I hope you're hearing me. I really hope you're hearing me because the answers for someone like me on the outside are obvious, but I can't do the work for you. Only you can. Only you can do that work for you. You might be working very hard. Don't give up. Evaluate what it is you're doing and what it is that you need to do. And be very real about that. Some of you need to invest in and pay attention to different things within your branding, within your marketing. What are you investing in? Some of you need to get clear on who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, so that your messaging can be clear in your branding and marketing. If you're not clear in who you are, you can't expect the people that you are meant to serve to be clear about who you are and what it is that you do and how you can solve their problem. When you understand how media branding and marketing fit together and how those tools support the foundation of who you are and what it is that you're trying to do, then you understand the process that has to happen. The internal work, the building of the foundation leads to greater financial freedom and greater impact. It's a very clear path for you, but you have to understand how to dig deep into each of these in order to get to what? The higher sense of self and ascension of what you're meant to do in this world. That's why you have to understand these foundational tools so that you're not throwing time and money away at the wrong projects, at the wrong marketing, at the wrong branding, at the wrong business strategies. And they're not just feel good activities. They're not just things that are keeping you at homeostasis. Marketing gets people in the door. Branding keeps them coming back. In fact, people ask me all the time, what's the difference between those two? Marketing gets them in the door, branding keeps them coming back. You have to maintain the strategies that are a clear path for both of those. It's not one or the other. It's not, I'm going to focus on this, and then I'm going to focus on this, and then I'm going to focus on this. No, you have to understand how all the pieces fit together. And social media absolutely is a part of that. Technology is here to stay. So we have to embrace that. You either need to learn some of the basics or you need to invest in someone that can help you with that piece of it, or your branding or your logos or your graphics or whatever it is that you're not good at. Stay focused on what you're good at and be real about the things that you're not good at. And in the beginning, I know that a lot of you are doing all the things, but what should you not be doing that's going to free up more time? What should you not be doing that's going to free up a little bit more money to make a different investment? Right? That's part of our discussion today. So maybe that is hiring a VA. Maybe that's hiring someone to help you with your branding and level up your graphics and your colors and your social media and your messaging, hiring a content writer, whatever it is. Only you know the answer to that. But being very real with some of these things will help you get to some of the implementing some of these other pieces. And then there's the media. So when you understand the strategy of media and you understand how to get to the omnipresence level, then you understand how branding and media and marketing fit together in order to help build that strong foundation, strong leader, that influencer that many of us want to achieve within our industry. Then you understand that you have to have all three. And all three of those in the trifecta of how you build that foundation is what you need, is really, really what you need to understand in order to do the things that you know are meant for you, but that you can reach more people and that more people are able to see you, hear you, understand you on a variety of these different platforms, whether that's television, live streaming, summits, podcasts, more stages, magazines. I've done it all. If you've never heard me say it before, I'm featured in media over 500 times a year. So that, and some people are like, oh my gosh, how do you do that? By doing exactly what it is that I'm sharing with you today. I step into a greater sense of myself. I continually add tools to my toolbox that allow me to operate at a higher and higher level all the time. You have to. Remember when I said that I thought I had reached my goal as the dean of the business department? And I realized that I had grown so much more beyond what I thought I wanted. Many of you are playing too small. Many of you need to stretch yourself so that you are able to be the person that you need to be in order to reach that next level, that higher level. Don't be the person that wins the lottery that goes broke in a year. Learn to be responsible with your money. Learn to be responsible with your time. Learn to be the person that you need to be able to handle that amazing opportunity that leads to that greater impact. I realize that we are just about out of time. I shared a lot of different nuggets, but the understanding is the build, the process of the foundation, what you need to do and what you need to continually to do in order to add those tools to your toolbox that make you uniquely qualified to serve this world and to solve external problems in only a way that you can, and only a way that you were meant to. I love doing what I do every single day and helping entrepreneurs just like you get from wherever you are to where you want to be. My friends, don't end up in the same place at the end of this year that you started at the beginning of the year. You have choices to make always in how you're going to move forward and the type of leader that you want to be, the impact that you want to have, the financial freedom that you're after, what that actually looks like for you and your family, and the example that you're setting for your friends and family all around you. When you step on that stage, the example of that journey that leads to that hope for the people that are listening to you, that they know that it's possible for them to do it too. Do you have the power within you every single day to have the impact that you were meant to have? The choice is every single day, How are you using the tools within you, the resources within you, the time, the money, the influence that you have right now to reach that greater impact that you're meant to reach every single day? Always leveling up. You're not in competition with anyone except for yourself. Who were you yesterday? And how are you going to step into a greater sense of leadership and self today in order to have a greater impact today? That's it. You stay focused in your own lane. If you think about the tortoise and the hare, who won that race? It wasn't the one who got distracted, who had ego, who did all these things because they thought that they just, had it in the bag. It was the one who stayed focused, one step in front of the other. My friends, that's how you win the race. That's how you get to where you want to go. It's really not about how fast. Momentum loves momentum, don't get me wrong. But very clear, focused actions will achieve the goals that you want without distraction. The distractions are what's keeping you at homeostasis or keeping you in the pit. So I want you guys to really reflect on that and be honest about that. What do you need to do? Do you need to learn social media? Do you need clear branding? Is your messaging all over the place? Do you need to level up with your website? These are all very real things. Some of you need to understand how it is that your visuals are actually affecting your messaging and affecting you reaching the people that you're meant to reach. Some of you are tired of working with quote unquote the wrong people. They're exhausting and you're scrambling trying to get somebody to pay you. So you're working with anybody, even if you don't like working with them. I hear that story a lot. When you are super, super crystal clear on who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, and you go all in on that, you're not chasing the dollar. You're staying focused on what you need to stay focused on to have the impact in servant leadership. And you're understanding the value. You're understanding your value and your purpose. And you're not letting anyone else dictate your time and money and resources by having that scarcity mindset of just collecting that dollar of whoever's going to pay you. And then you get stuck in that trap, right? Because you need the money. Well, we already established what fear is, right? Fear is the perception based on your past of how you view yourself and your capability of moving forward. That's why there's no such thing as fear. I love you all. I hope that you took notes. There were a lot of different amazing deep dive things that we kind of discussed over the last hour. Marianne, you always take notes. I love it. This is
I
a
love
very
taking
real
notes
talk.
from you. It's my favorite. I've never been anywhere where you've been speaking where I haven't walked away with like pages and pages of notes. In fact, I can't even keep up. I'm gonna have to get myself a VA just to keep up with you. So
For
amazing.
your notes.
Please continue what you
There's
were going to say. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it was
uh,
so good.
no, I'm so glad. And I try to share very different things every time, different perspectives, every time that I share these. So that it's A, not always the same, and B, because as I'm talking with people all over the world, I like to share things in real time. These are the discussions that I am having with people. This is what's going on in the industry. This is what people are struggling with. That's why bring the things that I do. That's why I bring up the topics that I do and encourage the deep dive and the reflection so that you can have those breakthroughs, so that you can have that financial freedom that you're after. You can have that time freedom. You can have that impact that you want. You can live your best self that everybody wants. It's not just a cliche, it's not just a saying. It really does exist if you do the work. So if you're super exhausted, if you're super depressed, if you're always frustrated, like there's a reason for that. You can make the decisions that need to be made in order to change the pattern, in order to change the habits, in order to change the lifestyle, in order to change the mindset that actually gets you to where you want to go, where your heart desires. So that's why I brought up some of these very real kind of deeper issues today, because these are conversations every 30 days that I open for you. I have very real and real time conversations, and I desire each one of you to have the success that you want, that you were created to have. That I'm not afraid to share it straight. I'm not afraid to put it out there and just say, this is what I see. This is what you need to be doing. Be real with yourself. You may think you're faking it till you make it. You're faking everybody around you. First of all, you're probably not as much as you think you are. And the second thing is you're actually capping your own success and your own impact by not being real with yourself. So some of you heard real hard truth today. And I want to encourage you to do that deeper dive. Push yourself outside of homeostasis and work toward ascension. And only you can do that. And only you know what you need to do to maintain the balance in your life, to level up your resources, to level up your mindset in order to get there. Only you know the answer to that. And if you struggle with that, if you need help with that, then that's where you need to be better with your time and money resources to actually level up in a different way to get you the accountability or the coaching or the help that you need. It doesn't stop, my friends. This process doesn't stop. This is part of the industry. This is part of being an entrepreneur, being a servant leader, and doing the work that needs to be done continually. It never stops. So I love helping entrepreneurs get from wherever they are to where they want to be, more importantly, where they were created to be. And with that, Marianne, I'm blessed. Thank you so much again for having me.
Oh my gosh, so good. So good. It's like being at a seminar when you listen to Lori. Lori, did you want to talk about anything that you might have coming up? Like, I know you have the book. I'm not sure if there's any room left there.
There is. I have several people wanting in, and I always vet people for anything that I have going on because it's got to be the right alignment. I truly care about that. I don't just take anybody into my projects for money, right? We talked about that. I don't do that, and I don't want you to do that. So it's very important that we're having the right conversations. I have several people that are interested, but technically, I still have one spot left. The person that comes into that needs to be ready to rock and roll so that we can get it to print because there is just one spot left and we're moving that project forward for sure. So that is called The Equation. It's an entrepreneur's formula for success. It's a very cool opportunity. This is not quote unquote just a collaborative type of a book. There's a whole PR strategy around it that is in collaboration with the LA Tribune. We're doing a red carpet event, live interviews, VIP party, penthouse, the whole thing in Vegas on May 10th. You get magazine mentions in Legacy Unlimited. You get certificate saying that, and there's only 10 people that I'm allowing into this. And so I'm looking for that 10th person. So there's only 10 people allowed that then become critically acclaimed best-selling authors by the LA Tribune's editorial board. You get special insignia, you get your special certificate that you're presented with. Very, very cool. A very cool opportunity. There's and then podcasting, and there's a whole strategy behind it. You're a team of people moving forward in the world of sharing out this whole idea that everybody has a story, everybody has a journey. What's your formula for success, right? Your formula is different than my formula, but the whole idea is that it's around a theme. And so everybody's sharing their formula for success in their chapter. And it's very exciting. It's very cool. We did this last year with the legacy book, and everybody's sharing their legacy stories, and it was phenomenal. And so we have a different kind of a theme and different surprises, in Vegas on May 10th for the people that are involved this year. And
Yes.
it's very cool. It has the complete backing of the LA Tribune, and they push it out to their database. And so there's a lot of exposure involved in this. And it's 3,997 for absolutely everything. And that involves a little bit of coaching along the way, as well as media opportunities and a whole bunch of stuff.
Yay. And I'm in it. So that's why
And
I'm
you're
on.
in it. Yes, it's very cool. Like the whole process last year was amazing. The feedback was amazing. The penthouse with the LA Tribune in Vegas was amazing. Like it is really, really a cool opportunity. And Marianne, if I could, just one more thing, not to be confusing, because I don't really talk about two CTAs, but we just took Business Builders out of beta. So Business Builders has been in beta for about 5 months, I think. And we've been building out all the systems on the back end and building it up. And I started it with a core group, founding group of 35 members when we first started so that I could build the beta for it and all the cool stuff. And it is awesome. Just took it out of beta. It's only $47. I don't usually do low tickets. So if you've ever worked with me, that's never a price you've ever heard me ever say. I don't do low ticket anything, but this is a new design. It's a membership. It's live training and coaching. It's trainings inside the membership. It's special guests providing all kinds of cool special prizes and opportunities. Last month, we actually featured 5 business builders that get special full feature recognitions on the LA Tribune's website, pushed out to the LA Tribune's database. 5 business builders were chosen for that. I mean, there's really cool benefits for $47. Like it is phenomenal for $47. So anybody who wants to be a part of that global network, like reach out to Marianne, reach out to me. Nikki's a part of that as well. Amanda's a part of that as well. It's a global exclusive membership club, and I just took it out of beta. So we're about to like launch into something even cooler. $47. Like it's phenomenal. And
Amazing speakers,
yeah.
amazing speakers. We had Mo
I bring awesome people every single month and continually. I'm bringing awesome people that really you don't see or don't get to interact with on a regular basis like you do some of these other stages. These are like phenomenal people that I'm bringing forward to business builders only to that group. So with that, I don't want to take up any more time, but thank you again so much. If anybody has any questions, if you want to join the book, if you want to join business builders, reach out to me, Marianne. We'll make it happen.
Perfect. Thank you, Lori, again so much
Lori,
for
that was great, by the way.
gracing my
Great
stage.
stuff.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Have a
Thank you
beautiful
so much.
Where are you,
Yes, have a
Lori? Where are you coming to us from today? I didn't even ask.
Today I'm in Dallas, Texas.
There she goes. Dallas, Texas. Close to you,
You're
Nikki.
right
Yep.
around the corner from me, Laurie. I
Yes,
just want to say and encourage people. The first time I ever heard Laurie talk, I thought, this is a lady I get to work with, but I could never afford her. And that's what the day she opened Business Builders. And the power in there, when you get an opportunity to take advantage of wisdom, knowledge, honesty, real talk, and like Marianne said, the integrity that Laurie brings forward for $47 a month. Come on, guys. Are you crazy not to do it? I have been absolutely blown away. And I want to thank you for what you bring in that, Laurie. So this is not a paid advertisement. This is genuinely from my heart, I have to say.
No, that's not true. I'm kidding.
This is an
Thank you.
opportunity people don't want to miss.
Thank you again
Thank
so
you,
much,
Nikki.
Lori. I hope you have a beautiful
Thank you.
day. Thank you, Nikki. And with that, we are moving right along to Sifu. Mwah. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Sifu Raphael comes to us from New York. Farmingdale?
That's correct.
There you go. See, I did it. And take it away, please. Sorry, we're running a bit behind. I will mute
Yeah,
myself.
no problem. Hey, listen, I am just blessed to be here. I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are. I love this topic because for me, true wealth, financial freedom, it begins with health. Wealth and health, they kind of rhyme, right? Isn't that cool? So let me ask you a question. What's the point of financial freedom if you don't have the health to enjoy it? It's useless. You can have all the money in the world, but really what you want is great health. So we live in a world where success is often measured by how much we earn, the car we drive, the size of our home, or the numbers in our bank account. Marianne, thank you so much for letting me be part of this. And Laurie was speaking volumes as to you need to know your worth as well, right? But too often we sacrifice our health. Chasing financial success, oof, don't get me wrong, we all should, but we need to do it in a smart way. We don't want to just chase success only to later spend all that money trying to get our health back. Why don't we stay healthy while we achieve success? So today I want to challenge that pattern for you. I want to offer you a new equation. Financial freedom should equal wealth plus health. Because without health, wealth, like I said before, is just a number. Without energy, peace of mind, and the ability to move freely, money loses its meaning. It truly does. Can you imagine? Because you didn't take care of your health, now you can't go up a flight of stairs. You get winded just trying to catch up to somebody who is maybe doing better in business because they have the ability to move. So let's define financial freedom, not as being rich, but as being free. Free. Free to spend your time how you want it. Free to choose work that fulfills you. Free to form the stress of bills and debt. Free to travel. Oh my goodness. Love to travel. Marianne is traveling all over the place. She is just a crazy traveler. I love the fact that, Marianne, you are basically everywhere. And I can't keep up with you. So keep doing that. So you want to rest, you want to enjoy life, you want to travel, you want to live the life that you've been chasing all this time, but you want to do it where your health is not your main concern, but it's just part of the equation. But here's the truth. Financial freedom is built on the foundation of health. Why? Because poor health is the number one, I'm going to tell you again, the number one silent killer. Poor health is going to kill your wealth. Think about that. Medical bills, prescription, hospital visits. You can even get chronic disease. They drain your finances and your energy. When your body is tired, your mind is cloudy, and you're running on fumes. How productive are you really? And I know we're talking today about wealth, but you can't put a price on your health. You can't. So how much money are you leaving on the table because you're not operating at 100%? Right there, your health is going to tell you, hey, listen, I don't want to leave money on the table. I want to be able to put that money in my pocket, put it towards my family. So let's get practical. The same habits that build strong finances also build strong bodies. Discipline, consistency, delayed gratification, most importantly, daily action. And you're probably going to hear from so many experts today on wealth that your daily actions, if you're in the stock market, you need to watch it. If you're doing finances, you need to know what's going on with your bank account. You don't get wealthy by one lucky investment, just like you don't get it from one workout. Both require a lifestyle, small steps every single day. Start your morning with movement. Look at your bank account. Look at your body. Are they both moving? Fuel your body with intention, just like you do your business. Hydrate, sleep, and most importantly, breathe. Because every dollar you save on medical expenses, every extra hour of focus you gain from being energized, every opportunity you seize because you're sharp and you're confident. To me, that is wealth. A healthy body allows you to think about this. Work smarter, not harder. Make better decisions because you have that clarity. Recover faster from stress. We need stress in our life. We don't want the bad stress. We want the good stress. You lift weights, you need stress to push that weight. You do anything, sometimes the stress is important. Sometimes it's a good kick in the butt. But it also helps you stay in the game longer. Now let's talk about something many people overlook in this wealth management and this wealth building, your mental health. Think about burnout. How many executives have I spoken to who are burnt out? They just can't handle anymore. Anxiety builds up, emotional exhaustion. They cost everyone dearly. When our minds are overwhelmed, we definitely make poor financial decisions. We miss opportunities. Listen, we stay stuck in scarcity or just a survival mode. Some people are living paycheck to paycheck because their health, their wealth are not aligned. So mental clarity is a financial asset. So how do we protect it? Think about this. You need to prioritize sleep. Take breaks. Because when you take a little bit of a break, even if you work for an hour, maybe do 50 minutes and take a walk for 10 minutes. Let yourself recharge. You want to practice gratitude. Be grateful for the people who've helped you, who are there for you on a consistent basis. Journal your thoughts, because sometimes when you journal, you can see things. You come back to that journal, you go, oh, that's what I was thinking. Talk to a coach, talk to a mentor. Some people even need a therapist. Here's the thing. Meditate or pray, whatever centers you. Personally, I do both. I have mentors, I have coaches, I pray, I meditate, and I move daily. When you take care of your inner world, I'm going to tell you, your outer world shifts in ways you never imagined. You think clearer, you plan smarter, you act more boldly. Let's talk energy. Oh my gosh, energy. People usually say to me, Sifu, what drugs are you on? How do you do what you do? You wake up at either 4:30 or 4:45 and you go to the gym, you have energy all day long. Well, I also plan my day, and I plan everything, because if I don't plan my day, someone else is going to. Somebody else is going to plan my finances. No, I'm in charge. So energy is also the true currency of life. The more energy you have, the more life you can experience. And don't you want to experience life in a good way? The more energy you have, the more you can earn, the more you can create, the more you can give. And here's the great one, the more you grow. So let me ask you, have you ever had a day where it's just overwhelmed? You kind of don't want to do anything. You just want to stay in bed, maybe sit on the couch, binge Netflix or whatever streaming service you have now. Have you had those days? Well, let me put into a different perspective. Have you ever had a day where you were so energized and focused that you crushed your to-do list before lunchtime? Before lunchtime. And that, my friends, that's the power of action in health. Now imagine feeling like that every day. Imagine what you could accomplish. The energy comes from your actions, comes from your food, comes from your mind, comes from your intentions. What kind of business could you build? What kind of life could you design? And I said you. Don't let no one else design your life. It's your life. It's yours to grab, hold on to. If you're operating at full power, what life will you design? You want ROI? And we are talking business today. ROI is so critical. But let's talk about the return on investing in your health. A healthy body gives you more quality, years to live, years to your life, to enjoy, to what you've built. Enjoy what you've built. Listen, you can have money, fewer medical expenses, less time off work, because to me, I don't work. And when I grow up, I promise I'll get a job. Not gonna happen because I don't work. I enjoy life. So yes, more years of earning potential. You're gonna claim the freedom. You're not tied down by fatigue, by pain, by prescriptions. I have never taken pills in my life. I'm on zero medications. I apologize. My medicine is my food. That's my medicine. And I want that to be for you. Let's think about legacy. You set the example for your kids. That's legacy. Your team, your community. People who see and look at your lifestyle, they should say, wow, I want what they have. Not because they want the fancy car you're driving, but because of how you created the lifestyle that you are living, that it's an abundance. When you walk into rooms differently, when you feel stronger, when you feel focused and aligned, people are going to notice. So the ROI is exponential. Health gives you back more than you ever put in. Financial freedom isn't just about stacking dollars. Don't get me wrong. I love stacking dollars, right? That's why every day, I got to be honest with you, I am looking at my bank accounts. I have a special ding when money comes in. I get a ding on my phone. That is music to my ears. It's about creating a life you love. It's about being present with your family, pursuing God's given purpose for you, and having the capacity to give back. Don't keep it all. Listen, I just read an article that Bill Gates, his children are only getting 1% of his wealth. He's giving the rest of it away. Don't get me wrong. 1% of his wealth is still a lot of money, more than most people will make in a lifetime. Those kids are set. 1% of Bill Gates' wealth. Would you like that? What good is millions anyway? If you don't have the energy to run it, what are his children going to do if their health is no good? They cannot enjoy that 1% of the wealth that they're going to receive when he passes on. So what good is a beach house if you're too sick to travel to it? Health and wealth go hand in hand. They're not separate pursuits. They're part of the same journey. So here's my message to you today. Lori said so many great things. Take notes. Write these things down. Your life should be yours. You should be in control. You should be the driver. Don't get at the back of the bus. Be the driver. Be the one in control of your life. So you don't have to choose between success and well-being. No, you don't have to wait for health to be a scary thing, because now the doctor said, oh, you're having this, you have high blood pressure, all these different things. And if you do have blood pressure, and if you have a health risk, don't put off your health. Your health, so incredible. You need to prioritize your body and your mind. You can start today, intentionally, powerful, with a system that supports real, lasting change. That's exactly why I created Sifu's Mind Body Method. It's a 90-day program, a complete reset for your body and your mind. If you're interested in it, just reach out to me. And if you don't know how to reach out to me, Marianne, I'll help you with that. I will put it in the comments as well. It's easy. Facebook is Sifu Raphael. LinkedIn is Sifu Raphael. What can I say? But think about this. My program is built about and around clean eating that fuels your energy and clarity, morning and evening routines that ground your day in intention. I'm going to tell you, I've put this together because I am so passionate about helping so many people in their health and their wealth. So I have done I've done thousands, but this one is going to complete over 300 guided workouts. These options are to keep your body moving, strong, and alive, and weekly accountability meetings so you're never doing it alone, because so many of us do it alone. But here's the cool thing. My program includes the whole family for one simple price. This isn't just about losing weight or feeling better. It's about reclaiming your power, your health, and your future. Because your body is the vehicle for success. Your mind is the engine for your dreams. Don't just have dreams, act on them. And this program helps you align both your health and your wealth. Financial freedom begins with a clean, energized, focused you. You. So you're the asset. Protect your health, build your wealth, and step into the freedom you were born for. So today is about financial freedom, financial clarity, if you will. So I want to also wrap this up a little bit, if you allow me, Marianne, with the path to financial freedom, strategy and action. So health is the foundation, but strategy is the structure. If you want to build true financial freedom, we need to take intentional, informed steps. This is where your empowered body and mind support wise financial decisions every day. So what does financial freedom look like in real life, in your life? It's having your money work for you rather than you constantly working for your money. Learn the difference. Working for your money, that's not a good thing, right? It means your time belongs to you, not your employer, not your clients, not your bills. Here's some actionable pillars to create that life. Eliminate toxic debt. Just like your body needs to flush toxins, your finances need to eliminate high interest debt, credit card debt. Oh my gosh, this country is in dire need of reimagining their finances. Credit card debt is at an all-time high. So credit card debt and payday loans rob your future. If you borrow $10,000 on a credit card and you think I'm just going to put on my credit, you don't owe $10,000. You probably owe 15 by the time you're done paying them off. So start small, use the snowball or avalanche method to pay them down. If you don't know what those are, reach out to me and I'll share that with you. Every payment that you do is a step towards your freedom. So I'm going to give you a bunch of steps right now. So the second step I'm going to suggest is build financial buffer. What do I mean by that? A clean body gives you energy. A healthy savings account gives you peace. This is the most important, build an emergency fund. Things will come up. You need to build it for 3 to 6 months of living expenses. This is if you lost everything, your job, let's say, or your career, or your business, you can sustain your life for 3 to 6 months so you can get back on. That's not what I'm hoping for you. And I don't ever wish that upon you. But if it does happen, you can handle it, right? This isn't about fear. It's about freedom. The ability to say no when needed and walk away from toxic work. Here's the third one: automate and simplify. Oof. Set up automatic saving and investment plans. Reduce decision fatigue. So sometimes when you go shopping, there's a couple of different apps you can do that. And when you pay with a credit card, you can say if it's, it costs $57, maybe it rounds it up to 60, and those $3 go into a savings or investing. Take a look. There's so many out there that can help you. So let your systems work quietly in the background while you focus on what you love and do best. Fourth tip for you today is invest for the future. Health gives you the time. Investing makes that time financially free. Don't just save, grow. Learn the basics of stocks, index funds, real estate, or even business ownership. The goal? Create passive income that works even when you're chilling, when you're sleeping. The fifth one, I hope you're taking notes, because sometimes we may listen to something, but we don't journal. We don't write things down. And then later on we go, I meant to do that, but I can't remember what it is. That's why journaling is so critical. Taking notes, huge, huge endeavor to creating the wealth that you want. So diverse your income. That's my fifth tip for you today. Never rely on one income stream. Use your talents, your knowledge, and your creativity to generate side income. This could be online courses, consulting, rentals, royalties. Oh, here's the good one: affiliate marketing. I make a good amount of money on affiliate marketing. Financial freedom comes faster when your income is flexible. The other one, this is the most important one, I think. Time is wealth. Our time clock is ticking. And one day, that last grain of sand is going to come down, and that'll be our last day. But before that, use your health. Powered energy. Powered energy every day. Power up. Engage. Be there. You want to build your assets, not just work harder. Learn to say no to time wasting expenses, and especially social media. Sometimes it's okay because you may be posting, but don't spend hours, maybe a couple of minutes. Plan that time also. And yes, you need to say yes to time freeing habits. Health gives you vitality, financial freedom. Financial freedom gives you clarity to do more. Together, they unlock your next level. Here's the last thing I want to talk to you about. Master your mindset. I got to tell you, Marianne, thank you for letting me be on here. Scarcity is a disease. Replace with I can't afford that with how can I afford that? Or maybe I don't know if I can afford it yet, but I'm going to figure out a way. So you want to create that freedom. Financial freedom starts with your mind long before it hits your bank account. Health, think about this. Health helps you think clearly. Clearly, thinking leads to wise choices. This is why the 90-day Sifu's Mind Body Method is not just a physical cleanse, it's a mindset reset. It's not just for your body, it's for your mind. You'll be detoxing your body. You're also rewiring your habits, increasing your discipline, and creating the space to take bold financial action. So free your mind. True freedom is a holistic body, mind, and money alignment. Let your health fuel your hustle. Let your clarity sharpen your strategy. And let your actions build a future where freedom is a dream. Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to share my ideas on true wealth. Marianne, I am so blessed to know you, my friend.
Thank you, Sifu, so much. And thank you for taking time out of your crazy, insane schedule. I mean, all of these people are so busy, and I feel so blessed they've taken the time to come out and speak on my beautiful summit here that I get to help enrich the public with. So thank you so much, Sifu, and have a beautiful day. Feel free to put your contact info into the chat. And with that, I believe we have my coach, Robert J. Moore. And
all right, guys, enjoy. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a great day. And
Good morning.
Robert, sorry, Bill Walsh couldn't make it. He's having some technical issues, I believe, he's out in South Africa traveling. And so Robert has kindly pushed up his appointment from 11:30 to now, which is perfect. So with that, I give you Mr. Robert J. Moore. I don't know which direction. There we are.
I'm just here.
There you go.
How you
Robert,
doing? Good morning,
how are you
everybody.
doing?
I'm Robert J. Moore. I don't know what you want here. I got Forbes, I got Guinness World Records, movies, you name it. I've been on stage with all the top people in the world. You take it from there. Google me. You Google me, you'll know what I'm about. Basically, you know what's the topic again? I know it. I just want, there's a reason why I'm doing this.
Financial freedom.
Okay, she she picked this because she's seen some things I was going through the other day. It was hilarious. And you know, financial freedom, I used to think it was, you know, having abundance of money and just being go financial freedom. Today, as I learned, and after being on stage, everybody with The Secret and Think You Grow Rich and this and that, and all the top people I know, and got to sit and talk to them, have lunch with them, I got to realize that financial freedom is different for everybody. Everybody has their own little thoughts of financial freedom. And it seems like the more and more I get into the personal traits and everything else and growing, I learned that financial freedom for me, and what I teach people is, if you have no bills, and all your bills, your mortgage and your stuff is all done, your hydro bill, your taxes and everything is all paid for, you could be absolutely broke with one penny, or maybe even one penny. That's financial freedom. You're free from that money for another month. Now, abundance of money would mean the extra flow afterwards, so you could go around, travel, and own your own jet, whatever you want to do, right? So I've learned that hard way. Now, I'm going to start a little bit about what I've learned about money as a child. I didn't know what money was. The reason why is because I turned out at 13 and a half years old, I started drinking. I didn't really see money. I just saw booze, and then later on drugs, and 17 years in jail for all the crying out loud stuff I did. So I'm now going on 20 years clean and sober this year. But here's the thing, when it came to money, money was greediness to me, because if I didn't have it, I didn't have anything. So I acted prematurely, broke into places, robbed places, beat people up for money. And because money became something I needed bad to get my booze or pay for whatever I needed. Now, I didn't want that $5 sandwich because it would ruin that, you know, $200 booze I was having, you know, the nice high I was having. I didn't want a sandwich to ruin the high. So I didn't care about that. I cared more about the booze at the time. My priorities were so bad. When you're a bad alcoholic drug addict, you don't care about where you live. You don't care about any of that stuff. What you care about is money coming in. When I sobered up, it was a big alert to me, because I realized that I had to learn how to put in perspective all those emotions differently, learn how to kind of adjust to the fact that money wasn't all that important. It was my passion that was important. See, today I teach people, you put your passion out there, the money will follow. So, I mean, put this way, you buy a new car. You buy a Lexus, you buy, Dodge, whatever you want to buy. Go and buy it. You hardly ever see that before. Hardly ever see that car before. All of a sudden you buy it and you see them everywhere. You're attracting that. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing as passion. When you're doing the passion, you're sitting there saying, okay, guys, don't focus on the money, focus on your passion. What is your passion? You love helping people. How do you like helping people? How do you express that? How do you go about doing that? It's like mind mapping. When you actually do the physical mind mapping and you actually move forward with it. So when I started off doing mind mapping, it was Tony Robbins and myself, because I was a therapist for 15 years afterwards, after getting clean and sober. The reason why I did that is because I saw the way he was helping people and I liked it. But then I couldn't figure out the strategy he was doing until I did the mind map. So, I mean, here's all the stuff he was doing, how he was doing it, where he was doing it, what type of clothes he was wearing. He's always wearing black. Why? Because he doesn't want people to focus on him. He wants people to focus on the strategy he's using, right? So I learned that early in the game. I learned that it's the best way to do it is get people unfocused to what they're doing right now and make them realize that the different focus is there. That's a hard thing to do. So when I'm up on stage talking for an hour and a half, 2 hours, or whatever it may be, I've hosted a lot of events. I've hosted a lot of events. So when I'm up there talking, and if I see people starting to lure off, you know what? What you do is to reset their mind, put your hand in the air, like kind of like, hey, is this person, whatever, right? Kind of put it up in the air. What happens is with the brain is it resets that, gets their attention back to you. So it's amazing how something simple like that can work. So when you're focusing on helping those people do their passion so they can earn more money to be freedom, right? Be free of their bills, to be abundance of money afterwards. You have to get their attention. You got to talk their language. I didn't realize that the very first time I've ever spoke, because I was all over the place back then. I mean, I didn't know what to speak. He gave me a topic and I was talking about boats instead of talking about money or whatever it may be. It was hilarious. But I learned as I went on. Then I got in competitions and stuff like that. And when I started seeing the value of me speaking to other people and how to read their body language, physiology of their facial expressions, and whatever it may be, I got to learn that that's how you help people. You got to go to their level and you got to help them. So I remember, I'm not going to say their name, people that came to me, they were about ready to do bankruptcy. Literally, they were doing six figures before. They were about ready to do bankruptcy. I walked them through a process because they were too focused on bills, too focused on the things that were happening negatively around them. What happened was when they started changing that negative to a positive and started attracting more stuff, they end up not doing the bankruptcy. They end up growing six figures again, possibly seven figures, I'm not sure. And they're happy now. Their bills are paid. They actually own a second home now, and they're renting that one out. So to me, that when I sit back and look at what I teach people and how they react to it, tells me I'm doing the right thing. So when it goes to my house, when I sit there in my house, and I sit there tonight, when I go in, I see my daughter come in. She's walking around. I'll see her smiling, happy, whistling, whatever she's doing. And my son, all happy. My wife happy, making dinner and stuff like that. To me, that's signs of me doing the right thing. So that's paying the bills. Nobody else is in debt there. And, that's freedom to me. That's comfortable freedom. When I mean, hey, I've seen other people get really, really, really stressed. So I don't know where I was. Where was I?
You were talking about your daughter and how you like your family happy. That's freedom.
Yeah. So I mean, like when I have my daughter go by and she's smiling at, and believe it or not, she's actually working. She's 19 right now. My son, he's in school. He's only 7. My wife, I mean, we're going on like 8 years together, and she never used to be the one to get up and do all the cleaning and stuff like that. But when all the bills are paid, the fridge is full, everything, like there's food in the cupboards and that's freedom to me, because we don't have to be stressed out on where that money's coming from or how that money comes. I don't get bills in the mail. I don't get bills in the mail at all. I got a registered letter the other day, and sitting there saying that it was about a will that I'm going to be receiving, but I don't know why, because my mom's not deceased yet. So she could have handed that to me instead of doing it the other way. But here's the thing. Stop focusing on the money. Start focusing on what your passion is. I've worked with Marianne for maybe 5.25 now. And you know what? We've talked about this numerous times about focusing on the passion. She has a lot of passion, a lot. I mean, she's doing this right now. I remember the very first time I said to her, "So listen, I got a favor to ask you, and you're not allowed to say no." And she goes, "What is it?" I said, "Well, I need you to speak. You're going to be interviewed." She goes, "Oh, let me go get makeup." She ran out, got all that makeup, and now she's like, "I don't give a shit no more." You know what I mean? Like, here's the thing: you grow into what you want to believe you want to be, right? If you want to be something down the road, if you want to be an electrician, you have to earn that. You have to earn that into it, right? If you want to be a real estate agent, you can't just pop up, say, "Oh, I'm going to start selling houses." You have to do the training. We're training our bodies to actually attract other people. You got a job. You got a job. If you're writing books, I don't care what you're doing. You got to find a way to attract those other people. So basically, you're giving a solution to a problem. When you're given that solution to a problem, you're learning to attract the people to you, right? Now, I do things when you don't see me on Facebook for a while, like I haven't been on for a while, I usually come up with something big. Last time, years ago, I did this. It was a Guinness World Record, as you see over here. And different books that I've wrote with different people, or I was on stage with different people, like people I go out for lunch with and surprise people with. I don't like to overly adjust the fact, "Oh, look at me, look at me." I just like to show tangible proof of things, and it's a lot easier. So my proof of being financial freedom is I don't care if I'm broke, bills are paid. Now, abundance of money is when I can start traveling, is when I can start going on these private jets. I remember it was a year and a half ago, I went to my coach, and there was other private jets going like 500 and some odd kilometers an hour. I went and took off. I felt my head go right back there. I felt that it was nice. It was a big difference because I wasn't supposed to be on that plane. It was a fluke how we got that plane. And I'm thinking to myself, if I owned one of these, I can go anywhere. But then the dreams start kicking in. You can have a dream anytime you want. You can put it on your bulletin board. You can put it on anything. You do a vision board or whatever you may be. But the thing is, you have to do the prerequisites in between. Even to have money. If you don't have prerequisites of attracting people in, if you attract people outwards, where are you going to make that money? So be free with the things you're doing. Let yourself adjust to what they're doing. Now, listen. When I first started coaching, I got social service worker diploma, addiction degree, BA in psychology, master's in counseling psychology, and a bunch more. I could have started talking about psychology. I could have started talking about different things in life like that. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Pardon my language. Nobody wants to hear that. Why? Because it's boring. So what I had to do is I had to send out a bunch of things out there, and say, "Hey, listen, what is attracting you to this? What attracts you to that? What keeps you kicking? What gets you up in the morning?" All these different surveys I put out for years. And when I started doing that, I started seeing a pattern of what helps people with their solutions, right? They have a problem, but they need a solution. And 90% of people don't have a solution because they're so stuck in the mud. I was stuck in the mud for a long time. Like I said, I was a drug addict, alcoholic, and then out of jail for 17 years. I mean, I was working for the bikers and the mob. And I mean, anybody knows me knows that. That's the true fact. I mean, it's right in my documentary too, which Marianne was in. And here's the thing. Nobody gets recognized with credibility for doing nothing. You have to do something. You have to earn it, right? So the credibility sometimes comes with a lot of money. That's your passion. You got to figure out your passion. Once you start figuring out that passion, the money will follow. So to me, again, abundance of money is overly having the money. Money, the freedom of money to me is having the bills paid, but being broke don't matter if you're broke or not, you know. But as long as you're free from that money, that's holding you bondage. You don't have a lien on your car, lien on your house. You don't owe anybody any money, whatever it may be. And that's comfortable. Makes you feel really good about yourself. Now it's a time to go the extra mile to have the extra money. I've seen millions and millions and millions in my bank account. I mean, I've seen it, seen all that, and I was literally bored because I reached the top and I forgot to bring people with me. So you could be you could be a millionaire and just be like, oh wow, what do I do now? Like I don't like this. Now that's why I teach, do your passion. Do the passion, bring people with you, teach them how to do it. You have the freedom, plus above that, it's easy to earn. Just do your passion, let it come to you. You know, I've learned that through the people from The Secret, Think and Grow Rich, you know, Napoleon Hill, and other aspects of people out there like Tony Robbins and a bunch of other people. It's crazy. It's crazy. The simplest things will get you the furthest. And that's so true. And it's so true. A lot of people don't realize that we overlook things and we make things more complicated because we're complicated people. You know what I mean? It's a straight fact. We are complicated people. Do you think the first time I got in Forbes, I wanted to be in there? I didn't care about being in there. You know what I mean? But Marianne said to me, she gave me a good pointer there as someone that was working with me. You should get in there. You deserve to be in there. Not only that, it's better you're in there so that people look up to you, especially when, like, and this is a student of mine telling me that. She goes, I don't want to pass you. I want to be able to be learning by you. So get in there. So I got in there. I've been in there like 3 times or something like that. So, and now she's been in a lot of them too. I also mentioned her in there so that she could actually sit there and say she was in Forbes and then got her into USA and all these other different places. It was beautiful. Hey, Marianne?
It's true, but now he's making me sound like I'm a horrible client. Get in there, get into Forbes. Because when you're
I never said client.
Forbes, you're for me to get into
I
Forbes.
said student, clients, client. I refer to clients as someone that has, in the past, I worked with the mental stabilities, and that's why I was a therapist, right? Help people with different areas. So that's why I never say client. I find that very, to me, I mean, it's a different world.
But I say client, so.
Well, you're allowed to say anything you want. I mean, that's okay by me. I'm just saying that's how I feel. But when it comes down to yourself and you're telling me to get in there, I mean, I really appreciate that because I was being selfish and sitting there saying, I don't want to be, oh, look at me, look at me, look at me. Right. Here I am in Forbes. Well, it is what it is now. You know what I mean? Now I'm in there. It's okay. I mean, now I get in there once or twice a year and all these different ones. So yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it's great. Now we're both in Forbes and USA Today.
And a few others.
Journal was my last one. And then CEO was the other one. And then L was so much fun for me to get into because L was something that I used to buy when I was a kid. I was 16 years old buying L magazine. So to be in L magazine was like, wow. You know, even though, of course, Forbes is like huge and USA Today, twice in USA Today, actually. That was cool. Forbes a few times, right? So all good.
Well, it's like when I was a kid, I said, oh, Guinness World Record. Oh, I can't wait to be in there. And then all of a sudden it happened. It's like, okay, what next? You know what I mean? Like it's a kid opening the gift he's wanted all year round. Finally, he gets that gift and just leaves it laying on the ground. You know what I mean? Like the excitement's over once you have it in your hand. So it's crazy how it works that way. It's just like same with money. You know what I mean? When you actually have that goal of hit that $1 million, it's like, okay, if you have it given to you, I can guarantee you'll blow it faster than when you did when you earned it, because you won't know the aspect of earning it. Now, I went from $1 million to being broke to $1 million. And I've learned that once you're at the money and you go broke, you can still earn it because you know the way, you know the path. And that's, like I say, I'd like to say the passion. I talk to everybody about passion. I mean, everybody has a passion, a way about them. You just have to figure out what niche they're working in, got to figure out who they want to work with, who they want to attract, who they want to talk to, they want what ages, male, female, or they want to be local, they want to be global, what? So, and go from there. So I'm actually
Excellent.
going to leave it there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you for taking the earlier slot. This is what happens.
I don't mind because I mean, I'm actually doing coding right now.
Mhm.
And that takes a lot of thought to do all the coding that I'm doing.
Yes, it's exciting. And we'll have to have you on once that's done so you can tell us all about it. So thank you so much, Robert.
No
Always a
problem.
pleasure listening
Appreciate
to
it.
you. And with that, we will switch over to Bill Walters, who is here. Hang on. Hi, Bill. How you doing?
I am blessed. How are you?
I am all equally as blessed. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to speak. I'm actually just going to introduce him, and then Bill will tell you a little about himself. He is a fantastic human being. I speak to him almost for no reason sometimes, just to do a catch up, just because I just think he's amazing, and he's an excellent insurance center. I'm going to call him an insurance center and financial center. So with that, Bill, take it away.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, and Marianne is underestimating her influence over me. She's a wonderful person with a heart the size of Montana, or in your case, the size of Alberta. So,
Alberta, I love that. Bill, can you just put like bring down your screen a smidge, because yeah, there you go. Oh, okay, there you
okay,
go. Perfect.
is that
Thank
better? Okay. Well, first, I wanted to discuss with people a little bit about having a positive mindset. And with a positive mindset, you attract positive thoughts and positive thinking. And when you focus on a positive mindset, it is an opportunity for others to not only be attracted to you when you attract like-minded individuals, but also you put it out into the universe that you're going in the right direction. And likeness and proximity promotes likeness, and these things happen, right? So without an open mindset, to have an open heart, an open mind, and the ability to want to grow, uh, opportunities that are placed before you will not flourish. It's like when you scatter seeds and they go on rocky soil and they do not grow. They come up, but then they don't survive and prosper. So the key to succeeding is to have an open mind and an open heart. You do not know what introduction someone may give you and where it may lead. Now, some background on me. When life deals you lemons, you make lemonade. So when I graduated from Drexel in 1991, it was about making a difference. And I started working in the world of special needs and coaching Special Olympics. And in 2000, my daughter was born. And my daughter has a plethora of issues and just newly diagnosed with a heart issue. But she's not Down syndrome. She just had somebody with a learning disability, as well as chronic liver, kidney, eyesight, hearing impairment. And this did not bring her down. And so while mommy was finding herself, dad took a second job and got her all the necessary therapies to get her on board. And she was reading at first grade, ninth month, in seventh grade. And when she got the eye therapy, her eyes were not coordinated with each other. And this is the reason why many students who have behavior issues doesn't work out, because their eyes aren't coordinated and their mind does not know how to process and focus. So after a year of therapy and 3 therapies a week for an hour each, her reading level went up 8 full grades. Now, I tell you this story about overcoming because she was given a 0 chance of attending college. And last year she graduated with her degree with honors, and she's working at a corporate job in customer service. So why am I discussing my daughter on this? Well, because she's an overcomer. So if she can overcome, you can overcome. Now, I am not your typical financial planner or advisor. Matter of fact, my keyword is manifesting. Okay. And this year, what I mean by that is when you manifest, when you put out into the universe that you're going to succeed and you have opportunities presented before you, they're placed before you because you have an alignment with a higher source. And that's the person you're supposed to honor and align yourself with. Now, I want to spend some time about creating good habits. I'm going to say some things that are probably going to tick some people off, but that's okay. There's a 6-letter word that causes people a lot of fear and trepidation. It's called budget, Budget, right? And most people do not operate under a budget. Matter of fact, they do nothing. They just pay their bills and they don't worry about the next thing. But if you don't have a budget, you don't know where you're going. And if you don't have a budget for retirement, you don't have a goal to be set for retirement, right? So having a budget doesn't mean that you don't go and have the Amazon driver know you on a first name basis. That's not what it means. What it means is if you know what your fixed costs are, then you have a goal to set to live above those fixed costs. If you don't know what your retirement fixed costs are, you don't have a game plan to retire in. So paying your bills, spoiling your grandchildren, spoiling your pets, these are all great goals, but most people want to travel both in the present and in the future. So how do you take care of this? Now, I'm speaking for people strictly based in the US because that's where my expertise is. But when we come to this marketplace, our game plan is to A, reduce taxes, B, increase your wealth, and C, to create memories. So how do we do this? Well, you set up a game plan of savings. Savings can be done in many different ways. But ultimately, the best time to start saving and creating a game plan for the future is today. Now, if you've already created a game plan for savings and you have a 401k, which I call the big lie in America, a 401k is a great way to have your money matched by an American employer. So if you put in 5% because it matches 5%, that's great. It's 5% free money. But ultimately, when you leave corporate America, whether it's in retirement or pre-retirement, or you become that next person who's going to be a sensation and become a solopreneur, entrepreneur, or successful business owner, you're going to have a large chunk of money sitting out there that's exposed to the market. Now, anybody that has any exposure to the US market has realized an 18% downturn, and it's going to continue to get worse. Yet, if you knew me prior to today, I've been predicting this since August of last year. There's ways to protect and put a savings plan in place where your money can triple. Yes, I said triple in 10 years. And you have zero down market exposure and vulnerability because it's contractual. So yes, triple your money. So 100 turns into 300,000 US in 10 years and zero negativity or down market exposure. But that's not the best part. The best part is developing a relationship with your planner. Hopefully that would be me, so that we can walk you through. That's just step one. The next step is to try to save money income tax free, meaning growing your money at 10%, again, with a buffer. But I'm going to do a little diversion here and say that when we're talking about opportunities, we have to go back to 8 years ago in 2017 with the Tax Cut Act in the US. And what happened was in 2017 that we were given an 8-year window where corporate taxes were cut by 14% and personal taxes were cut by 3%, and there was an opportunity there to really grow and expand. And what most Americans did was they didn't save, right, in that time frame. And that tax cut ends at the end of December 2025. And what do you think what's going to happen to taxes in the next 8 to 10 years? They're going to go up. So what do you think is more important? Learning how to save money income tax free, or learning how to save money where it's tax deferred and you pay as you take distribution? So please keep in mind that there's not a one size fits all for your retirement game planning or for your current game planning. For instance, people want to save for college for their children or grandchildren. In the US, there's this program called a 529. I call that the devil's advocate. It's not really your best bet for saving for college. There are alternative methods that have way more flexibility and earn a lot greater return. So what I want to summarize is that you can heal your mind, body, and soul. You can have a positive mindset. You can create a mindset of abundance and growth, and it starts with an open heart, an open mind, and the ability to want to change. And since most people don't really pay attention to conversation, I'm going to tell a few stories that are true, that have changed people's lives. The first one I'm going to bring up is about a person, and his name was James Gandolfini. Okay. James Gandolfini was, if you remember, an actor for The Sopranos. And while on vacation, he was doing traveling in Italy, and he had a heart attack and passed away. And James didn't have a retirement game plan. He was worth about 70 million, and he didn't have an estate plan. So what happened was when he passed, 40 million of his estate plan went to taxes, and he was left with 30 million, and it wasn't even going to the right people because the state doesn't recognize things that are not verbal. And just to keep it on that same mindset, you probably heard of a gentleman known as the Symbol or Prince, and he passed away. And in 7 years, they were fighting over the value of his estate, which was approximately, $300 million and then some. But the real fight was over the vault, which there was 400 unpublished songs, right? And so it came down to two parties arguing, and in the end, they had to split it about 156 million each. But the legal bills that were accumulated were about $18 million. And again, once the people received these monies, 40% were subject to US taxes. So what am I telling you? Why am I explaining these things to you, specifically about people who reside in the US? For success, the government doesn't recognize things that are verbal. It has to be in writing. Two, you need a game plan to get you from point A to point B. Without a game plan, your money is just earned by you exchanging time for money. But when you have a game plan, your money is working for you so you can achieve your goals and dreams. And so you don't think this is stories about the lifestyles of the rich and famous. I'm going to tell you about Ralph the roofer. Now, Ralph was a regular guy. He came in from overseas, and he was married to his wife. And I came to his house, and he didn't believe in computers. He liked old school. And I came with a policy, and he wanted to sign it with ink. He called it an ink pen. And we came into his house, and it was on a Friday. And he says, "Bill, I can't sign this today. My refrigerator is on the brink, and I lost all this food, and I have to buy a brand new refrigerator and restock the fridge. Can we do it next week?" And I said, "Yes, we can do it next week." Now, I have to point out that Ralph was not Italian, because if you were Italian, you would have a refrigerator and a freezer already fully stocked in in your garage, right? So he wasn't Italian, and that's what they do. So I came back to the house and was talking, and on Wednesday I get a phone call from his wife, and she goes, "I'm a proud owner of a $2 million refrigerator." And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Ralphie was on the roof and he had a heart attack and he fell down and came down and he passed away. And so instead of having that insurance policy to ride me through, I had to now go back to work and finish life without a game plan or a future." So I'm not telling you this to be on a down note. I'm just telling you that it can happen to anyone, and it's important to have the ability to have a game plan and to do it today. So don't put off today what you can do tomorrow. One last story is there is the last lecturer. The guy's name was Randy. And Randy was a professor at a university, and he gave this famous last lecture, and he was an internet sensation before the internet was even up and running at anywhere near the size it was today. And Randy, in his last lecture, said the most invaluable thing about life is time and how you use it. So he had the benefit of having cancer and knowing that he had about a year and a half to live. So he's able to set aside his time, effort, and money into making sure his house was paid off and make sure his kids' college education was taken care of, make sure they had a big enough nest egg. And he had an estate plan and everything was in writing. So he had the benefit of knowing, unlike Prince and unlike James Gandolfini. So when you commit yourself to excellence and you strive for growing and being the best version of yourself and going forward with what is important, how to move forward with attracting profitable opportunities, creating multiple streams of income to achieve financial freedom, the first step is a game plan to get things in writing. Because in life, it's about collecting trinkets, memories, creating memories. And what a better way than to create them for yourself than to game plan it out and have fun doing it. So at this point, most people have questions, but since this is the first time that I'm doing something like this, I didn't want to assume that everybody knew what I did or why I do it or what's my why. So for me, my why is my family. For your business, for you to succeed, your why is what your driving force is. When you have a why, it on the dark days when things aren't going right, when things aren't going perfect, when you don't have a trusted confidant to talk to, it keeps you going and striving through. Because I don't know about you, but the sales cycle is like a roller coaster, right? Up days, down days, long terms up, long terms down. You have good months, you have bad months, you have average months. There needs to be a driving force behind it. And when you figure out your why, and it can't be something simple as like a car, it needs to be bigger than that, or a house. If it's a house, then take a picture of a house that you want to move into, uh, put the blueprints up, how you want it designed, how you want it organized, live it, feel it, smell it, taste it, touch it, think positively about it, think how you're going to get there. You want to consistently increase your income by delivering value to others and seizing the opportunity to improve others' lives. Because if you help enough people, the help will come back. So this is what's important in my estimation, in my feelings. I also want to discuss just briefly the importance of physical health and how if you tie in a holistic viewpoint of physical health, meaning, well, exercising, yes, but also trusting in someone like Marianne, who has a side to her about increasing people's health by vitamins and supplements that you can take to balance out the person's inabilities to help themselves, right? So when you have physical health and you have emotional health and you have financial health, you have the complete picture, right? And I can't stress to you enough that when you're confident in your skill sets and your foundation is one of financial freedom, mindset freedom, and being physically healthy and having energy to work long hours and to help others, it makes a huge difference in your lifestyle and how other people's view you, right? So I can continue, but Marianne, did you want me to stray on a different path, or would you like me to take questions?
No, there are no questions. I'm trying to check on my other computer to see if there are questions because the chat is actually in the Facebook. So there are no questions. Please continue if you'd like. You have 12 more minutes if you want.
No, it's fine. I just did not want to I did not want to stray off a game plan or ignore anybody. Okay. So I would like to discuss a little bit about caretaking for the elderly because it affects everyone. Okay. And back in 2015, my dad, uh, a Navy guy, was on his deathbed and he reached up and he grabbed me by my forearm and said, "Take care of mom." And I said, "Yeah, Dad, I got this." And then he reached up again and really grabbed me by my forearm and he said, "Take care of mom." And I said, "Yeah," I said, "I got this." And he said, "Okay." I didn't know what okay and my okay in the agreement was all about. And so for the final 6 years of my mom's life, I learned what it was like to take care of someone who had B. Lewy body dementia, Alzheimer's, and was gradually declining in health. So what does that mean? Well, what it means is that you get organized, and the first thing you do is you remove fall risks from a house, which means slidable carpets and making sure that the bathroom tub has easy access, and you put strips to prevent falls. You put hand and lift rails in the house, even though they're not physically appealing and nice looking, it prevents falls when going up and down steps. You eliminate things like step ups and step downs in the daily life of the individual so that they don't fall, right? But here's some things that people don't consider. If they're on medication or taking vitamins, how do you know that they took the vitamins? Unless you or a caretaker that you find puts them in front of them and watches them take them. In my circumstance, my mom was diligent about taking her medicine and her vitamins, but she took 3 days worth, and then I had to stay up for 24 hours to make sure that she stayed awake, and she wasn't allowed caffeine. So you create a game plan of distribution of pills, and you create a game plan for meals and food, and you keep a log of all this information of mood swings when they eat certain foods, so you know that the mood and digestion patterns are normal. There's also this thing called adult incontinence, which are diapers. And some diapers are better than others. And there's specific ones that last for 12 hours. Now, why is this important? Well, if your mom has a habit of getting up at 3 a.m. and a bed alarm goes off because there's a fall risk, right? There's an opportunity for her to fall unless she has the confidence that she can just relieve herself and it could be taken care of in the morning and she doesn't have to get up out of bed. Now, other caretaking ideas or preliminary discussions is to have somebody with the aging or elderly parent go with them on doctor visits so you get the truth instead of what they remember. And creating a care plan that includes night times and weekends, because as these situations get worse, caretaking gets more and more difficult. And I didn't know anything about respite care, which is really important for your own mental health and well-being. So when you have a 6-year journey with no respite care and the weekends and nights are all on you, it kind of drains on you as well. So why am I pointing these issues out? Why am I saying these things are important? because it's important while the parent is still cognizant to get their thought process of how they want to retire. They worked all their lives. You want to get it in writing. You want to create a game plan for caretaking. Do they want to stay in their own home? Do they want to follow through and live in an environment that is to their own uh, best interests and blessings? Right now, you have to remove someone away from the home if it requires skilled nursing, right? So if they're, and this is for the US and not Canada, but if it requires skilled nursing, that's not, unless you're a skilled nurse, it's something you can't provide. So you want to get these agreements with your parents in writing so that their wish is true, but also that you can laminate it and put it in front of them. And when they say, I didn't ask for this, you say, well, you did, and here's your signature. But you don't argue, you just say, this is what you wrote down that you wanted. It's important to have that in writing so that you honor their presence. In the same breath, you don't want to be a burden to your children. So you want to know what's your children's viewpoint on this. Are you going to be welcome in their home, or is it best to have the caretaking taking place at your house with a game plan for the future? So I'm also going to talk a little bit about special needs and special needs trust. So if you have the pleasure of having an atypical or a neurodivergent or someone on the spectrum in your lifestyle, there's plenty to learn from them. And if you receive benefits from the state, or if you're getting Social Security income or disability income, as well as Medicare or Medicaid, in order to continue to receive that, it is highly recommended that you get a special needs trust. And that special needs trust is one that's set up so that if any extra money comes in, it's made payable to the trust so you don't lose your medical benefits, which are extremely important. And the money that comes in from the state is going strictly towards living, or in other words, rent. And you actually charge rent to your son or daughter, and the state recognizes this, and you're able to get increases. And in the United States, there's also this thing called a waiver, in which you can get paid for the caretaking of your child directly from the state. This is a pretty good deal. It just takes time to qualify for this. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because most people are not public about either having a child on the spectrum or atypical, or a family member. And so the most important thing you could ever give to a family member is time, meaning the ability to allow them to take a shower or go food shopping or have a dinner in peace, and to caretake for them. The second biggest gift is allowing them to plan ahead so that if in the future they do not outlive their child, you can have a game plan in writing set in place, including the daily living activities. Now, what are the daily living activities? That's from the time the child or adult child wakes up to the time they go to bed. Their sleeping patterns, what they eat, what brings them joy, what do they like to play with, or what do they like to do? Is it on a computer? Is it certain things on a computer? So that if something happens to you, if you become incapacitated, you're in a car accident, or you pass away, that the transition for caretaking can be smooth. Now, I've covered a ton of recommendations and opportunities for you to get organized. So with that, I just want to say that stay focused, keep close to your friends, learn from as many people as possible, and constantly strive for improvement every day. But don't box yourself in for 1% every day. Box yourself in for improvement beyond 1%. I thank you for the opportunity to speak and have this getting to know you period, and would love to meet with you on your date.
Thank you so much, Bill. You're the best. And I look forward to our next catch up. But some really great nuggets there, super important subjects. I mean, you know, it's so important to take care of people, right? life is just sometimes hectic and crazy busy. I remember when my parents were both alive, and they took turns getting dementia. So I had a lot of help with my mom, because my mom had dementia first, and my dad was there to help. And even though she ended up in a nursing home because it was just too much for us to take care of her, like she needed total and complete care. And after that, it was my dad. After she passed away, then he ended up getting it. Now he had she had it for like a good 10, 12 years. So it was very long and drawn out with her. With him, it was shorter. So it was easier, but it was just me. So I had to put him into a nursing home that was closer to where I live, so I could go numerous times throughout the week. Like most days I would just come after work, but I couldn't do it every single solitary day, right? And sometimes you get a cold, they won't even let you into the nursing home. But anyways, it was so important, so important. Thank you so much, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you as well.
And thank you so much for speaking. Okay, so here we are. I am Nikki, are you here? I know Nikki's here. And we're going to talk a little bit about bank code, because Nikki is also, we had to move the schedule around a little bit. See, this is what happens with virtual speaking. So we have some people. Bill, you're welcome to stay with us as long as you wish, but I know that you have a busy day as well. And so I know that Amanda and Rosemary are going to stay with us, and we're going to have APL Go Hour. So we're going to talk about the supplements, but before that, we're going to talk a little bit about bank. And I'm hoping that Michelle's going to come and join us. She is hosting another event. So we've got all these different events. So we're going to talk a little about bank code. So I recently finished my level 5 coaching program, which was so much fun. And now I get to do it. So Michelle Lee Murder, who will be here shortly, she and I are going to be partnering up and doing some coaching together. So she's been a coach with Bank Code for a bit. Sherry Tree is our fearless leader. She is the CEO and founder of Bank Code. She's amazing. If you've ever heard her speak, it's like same thing, fire hose. Like, she is just exceptional. And if you've never heard her speak, then please connect with me or keep an eye out on my Facebook, because I usually post, and I will post closer to the event. I have it actually posted now, so you're free to scroll through. But there is a event on the 29th of April. I believe that's a Wednesday, right? Let me look at, yes. No, it's a Tuesday. Oh, okay. Either way, it'll say, and if it changes, it'll say, and you'll get notified, because typically it's on a Wednesday. And so this time it's on the 29th, and it is free. My favorite, free is in my budget. It's in everyone's budget, right? Since we're talking about budgets and financial freedom. And so welcome to Michelle Murder, who Michelle Lee Murder. Michelle Lee ANKB Murder. Michelle, you have the longest name. So am I correct that the next event is the 29th? I was just telling them about the next event being on the 29th. You're muted. You're muted. It's okay. It's all good. Switching from
the 29th. Yes, it is the 29th.
So the 29th is a Tuesday, and it's typically on a Wednesday. Is it 2 to 4 or is it 1 to 3? See, Michelle has everything memorized now. I'm putting her on the spot. But anyway,
let me see.
It is on my Facebook page. And also, if you're watching us here right now, right above the actual video that's playing right now, I have posted the link to crack your code. That you can do for free. Click on it and sort out your own personality. It's a lot of fun. It takes 30 seconds to do, maybe 60 seconds if it's slow or the internet's slow. And then you do have to fill that out first. And then if you scroll down, and I will repost it over and over again, and again closer to the event. So it is a free event and you will not be sorry. Michelle and I will be there. Oh, actually I won't be there because I'll already be in Arizona. If I have internet where I'm going to be, I will be there if I'm not speaking, because I am speaking there, so I may not be able to be on both, but it's free and it's 2 hours and you get to learn for 2 hours straight for free. It's amazing. Anyways, so that's that part. So we're going to talk a little about banks. So Michelle and I have started doing a live on Thursdays from 10:30-ish. It hasn't worked out to be 10:30 exactly either of the 2 days that we've started. We aim to go from 10:30 to 11. And we do speak a little about bank because bank is so important and it does so many wonderful things. Like it gets you more yeses. It makes you psychic. If you have the LinkedIn extension, I believe Nikki uses that a lot. If you have the LinkedIn extension, something called a LinkedIn extension, it makes you psychic. And I'm going to leave it at that. I'll let Nikki speak for a bit and Michelle, because Michelle's got to get back to an event. So maybe we'll let Michelle speak first. Sorry.
Well, Marianne, and it is from 2 to 4. So it's the 29th from 2 to 4, the free masterclass with Sherry Tree. It's like a $900 value. I mean, you're going to learn from the best expert in the world. So Marianne kind of told you all about it. Like it makes you psychic. It gives you the ability to unlock people's core values. And core values are not only what drives buying behavior. Why do they buy and why do they buy into you? But it drives all of their decision making, how they show up in the world, why one person drives, 50 miles out of the way to save 2 cents on gas when another person doesn't even know how much gas costs. It's things like this. It's like me. I order groceries sometimes online. You can see that my A is first. Well, had a little incident where I ordered broccoli and there was it looked like a thing of broccoli, or like one little thing instead of like a bunch. So I ordered a lot. It's just I thought it was just like one little, it was weird. But anyway, ended up with a ton of broccoli. And yesterday I ended up with a ton of celery because I don't have a plan. So when you start to look at how people show up and why they do the things they do, it makes you have more patience, more confidence, you get more yeses, you have less conflict. Everyone has a wiring system. And Marianne, did you tell them what it means?
What means? Sorry.
What bank stands for?
No, please.
Okay, so let's just do that real quick, right? We have bank. It's an acronym for the 4 personality types. How does this differ from all the other assessments? This is not based in psychology, which is why it works. It's based in values, core values. See the cards? Values. Every single human is made up of all 4 because God made us beautifully, and every single code is important. So when you break down the bank code, blueprint stands for, B stands for blueprint, inside the box. They need structure, stability, systems, planning, processes. Complete this sentence. Rules are meant to be
broken.
Broken, says the A. If you said followed, you're probably higher in the blueprint scale. Actions, and the movers, the shakers, the millionaire makers, like little firecrackers in your hands. They're red like the red carpet. They want the red carpet treatment. Fun, freedom, flexibility, spontaneity, action. They drive fast, they talk fast, they're loud, typically. Sometimes the loudest person in the room. Do you see how very different the action and the blueprint are? And then the nurturing. Think of sweet, like honey, sunshine, rainbows. They've recycled the box. And then they use the box to collect donations to give away to needy children. They're all about relationships and teamwork and authenticity and personal growth. They truly want to make the world a better place. And then the knowledge, they're like, listen, without me, you wouldn't even have a box. I engineered it. Science, data, research, logic. has to make sense. They ask a ton of questions. So when you unlock that person's operating system, that's what drives them. And they can shift into each one of these different positions based on the situation. Each one speaks a completely different language. So if you are going into a conversation speaking English, action, red hot firecracker, and you're meeting with any of these three codes in first position, you're going to turn them off. You're going to run them over. Because you see, the blueprint speak French. And unless you can learn how to speak French, you're never going to connect with them, no matter how loud or slow you talk. Same with the knowledge. They speak, let's say, Korean. Well, what if this is the biggest deal you've ever had, your opportunity of a lifetime? And you walk in, and instead of speaking Korean, you're speaking English. You just broke that sale open, the bottle of vinegar open, threw the vinegar in the person's eyes, and now you've lost the opportunity of a lifetime. Only you would have been able to speak knowledge. One of the biggest questions I get is people say, well, I don't want to change who I am. You're not. You're literally learning how to speak another language so that you can connect, so that you can relate, so everybody's seen, heard, and understood. And yes, it gets you more yeses. But it also takes your relationships to a completely different level. And you're able to, look at this, make people matter. Can you imagine a world where people were kinder, they judged less, they loved more, they were able to truly understand each other? Wouldn't that be a magical world? Well, that is the world that we are trying to make happen. Because as code breakers, our mission is to connect and empower humanity and to truly make people matter. Nikki, what would you like to add?
Go for it.
Well, I'm giggling to myself because, of course, I'm an N. I'm a nurturer. So the power for me is not so much the yes from the sales. The power for me is being able to connect, communicate, and understand with the others, as you said. And one mentioned that when I went to my first online event, I thought, okay, I'll jump on for 20 minutes because I'm sure it's going to be good. The power, the information that was shared had me stuck on that the whole time. So I'm going to encourage you to follow up that link that Marianne's dropping. Go there. So much knowledge, so much wisdom shared. They don't stand there and just sell a product, because that's not what this is about. They teach you how to communicate so that you can make people matter. And hey, I'm a nurturer, I'm a joy junkie, I'm like, it's in the sky and all the rest. And I learned through bank code that I couldn't go to somebody I wanted to coach me on business and sales and go, hey, because they then don't want to spend the time of day with me, because unless they've done bank and know how to read other people, they think I'm not serious. So now I address those people with a good morning. It's such a simple shift. But when we get to know and get to understand others, not only can we speak their language, but we also can understand their passions more. And hey, I'll tell you, my K falls off my pie chart. It doesn't, correction, it didn't exist. It didn't exist. I am not analytical. I'm not a spreadsheet person. But now knowing that, I've been able to work on that. I've been able to learn more about that, to equip myself, but also to communicate better with others. And you're not changing yourself, but these things are all part of you. So you get to strengthen the different parts of you. But relationships, communication becomes so much more positive when you can understand somebody else. And that's what Bank Code does. And I have the extension that works on LinkedIn. And when I select somebody on LinkedIn, I have my little extension that tells me what is their dominant. Is it an N? Do I say hey, hey? Is it a B? So I say good morning and make sure if I have a meeting with them, I'm half an hour early. You get to know those things. You become very practically equipped. So I just want to thank Marianne for introducing me to bank, and the lives these ladies do and the education they bring is powerful. So go ahead, Michelle.
Well, I just wanted to say the entire code is so important. The last code is just as important as the first code, because the last code, you want to stay away from that one. The third position is how someone ends up in how they show up under stress. So when you unlock that full code, there's 24 different positions those codes can show up in, which why everyone says sales is a numbers game, because mathematically it is. Because if you don't crack the code, you have a 4% shot of connecting with that person and getting a yes. 4%. Those are pretty bad odds. But it's the same thing if you're trying to sell your child to eat a piece of broccoli over a cookie, or sell your spouse on where you want to go on a trip. It's all about how you communicate, how you connect. And that, I've got to go.
Thank you so much. I was just going to say, you go when you need to, because how lucky am I? Like, am I not the most blessed person in the entire world? Look at all these amazing speakers. They're in and out. They're going into, where they're speaking, and they're coming here, taking out. Kathy's doing the same thing later on. She'll be joining us later. Kaya also, Sir Kaya Redford, and him and I met in bank. So him and I were both taking the same course. So Michelle and I are going to be up for sale soon. Do you like that, Michelle? We're going to be up for sale and for rent. You'll be able to
Where's this going?
buy or rent us for your company so we can train your team to get along better and to play nicer on the playground, because we want to get into schools as well. And so how wonderful is it when everyone can understand each other and accept each other, and not get so sensitive about, oh my gosh, she said this and he said this, and now I feel like this. Why? If this is what they do, this has nothing to do with you anyways. But most people don't necessarily understand that. So this is what a knowledge will do. They'll ask you so many questions and you don't have to wonder why. Thank you, Michelle. Love you. Mwah.
Love you. Bye.
When I joined the community and when I started showing up for these really amazing events, it was so much fun, because I was like, oh my gosh. Well, as soon as I put up my code and they all know I'm an ANKB, if you notice, when Michelle and I talk, it's like this. We're all like hyper, we're excited. It's like we have no time, but we do. But even if, even we're still like this, even if we do have time. And then Nikki comes on with her nurturing, and it's a whole different speed and also a different tone. And so it's different, and then we need a blueprint. I think Bill has probably got a pretty strong blueprint, because as an insurance person, like that's kind of natural and normal. And then my other two ladies, I have a mortgage agent on here. She's a little more blueprint. And then we have Amanda, who's probably quite a bit K. So Ks are big technology geeks. So they're really good at technology. So you can tell I'm not a K. K is my third one. So third is like Michelle said, your stress code. So when I go into stress, which is weird, but it isn't very often, but if I do, which is the weirdest thing for me, I start asking questions. And I'm not sure if I'm procrastinating or delaying something or what I'm trying to do with that, because I'm not a real question asker. Like, that's not really my thing. I need very little information. I like the short version of everything. Snap, snap, let's go. We don't have all day. I got to get to work. It's just the way it is. And, for a lot of reasons, people will get offended by that, because they don't think I care. They don't think I will want to take the time, but it's not. It's just who I am. It's not, I will slow it down a little bit. But I think when we first started, Nikki now is used to me, because I'll be like, and that's why I use voice notes, right? All the time on Facebook. It's like really fast. And she's like, she knows it's me. She doesn't get it. I don't know if you ever got offended, but she doesn't get offended anymore. That's for sure. And I never mean anything bad ever with anyone. But yeah, people who speak slower and want the full sentence with the grammar and everything, that's kind of hard for me. Because, and when I voice text, oh, that's just, I think that's just for comedy. I think that's just a comedic relief throughout the day, because there's so many spelling mistakes and I don't check, and I just click and off it goes. And then one day, me and my friend, she does it all the time with me, and we did it. And hey, Amanda. And the other day we did it, and she writes back, and it was so funny. I can't even remember what it said. And she's like, okay, I'll get you those corn chips. And I'm like, corn chips? What? I didn't order corn chips. And I don't even know. And she was trying to say, I'll get you the cover of what, I don't know, she was supposed to email me something. And we both were killing ourselves laughing, because it came out as corn chips. And I'm like, corn chips. So now that's our thing. We're going to laugh about that for at least about a month or two, just because it's funny.
You see, I, on the other hand, being such a big nurturer, do not care about the punctuation. I just want to make sure you got the message and you got the heart of it. And I care about the structure and all the rest. If you come to me and talk to me and say, okay, we need to do this, and this, it means nothing, because I'm going, why? What's the heart? What will I feel afterwards? Now, I'm kind of exaggerating that, but it is actually what motivates us the most. And when you get to recognize that somebody else has a different way of communicating and a different focus, not only can you be empowered by them, but you can empower them by switching it to what they can understand. And it's absolutely beautiful. And I know the example that Marianne's often used in the past, the kid on the playground who's an A, who's a geek, and everybody thinks there's something wrong with him, and he thinks there's something wrong with him. There's nothing wrong with him. And if he understands that that is just his dominant code and learns how to communicate that with other people, how many less depressed kids would we have? And not only kids, adults too.
I think I've seen some really great results with this. I've seen kids who have now finally felt seen, because the family understands them, their friends understand them, their coach understands them. And I've seen it prevent suicide. I've seen it iron out issues in families. Michelle usually does speak on this, so I feel comfortable saying it, but Michelle was having a little bit of a difficult relationship with one of her sons who's completely different from her, right? He's very quiet, big introvert. She didn't know how to relate to him. And then when she got into bank and learned all of this and thought, oh, okay, he's not doing this to antagonize me. He's doing this because this is who he is. And, he's quieter. He doesn't want to do the big, loud things that she does. She talks about her husband, and her spending habits are completely different, right? Because he is absolutely, he's better with money, let's just say. So he'll think about this, and she'll be like, yeah, let's get the most expensive hotel. Who cares? We have a credit card. There's room. And that's how we think, now, because I handle my finances by myself, I do have to lay down some blueprintness with myself to actually get my paperwork over to my accountant, which we just did this week. Thank goodness that's over with. Thank goodness that only comes once a year. That's all I'm going to say. But, and I do have to, keep an eye out on my credit cards. I'm not completely out of control, but frequently that's how it is. And the difference between So I'm just going to say, I just did the bank code level 5 training. That's a $25,000 program. I was at a conference in Maryland last year in May. I think it was the beginning of May. Sherry Tree went on to stage. She spoke. 10 minutes later, I signed up, and it only took me a little while because I had to run up to my room to go get my credit card. And I was just like, here you go. I want level 5. And I didn't really even know about it. I didn't really know what was involved. I just felt comfortable with that. And I knew I would like it. I just didn't know exactly what it was or what was entailed or how this was going to go or how long it was going to take me to complete it. This is what they offered. This is what I took. And now I'm done and I love it. I absolutely love it. And I love sharing it with other people because it really is important in every single aspect in your life. You know, I had a tough time speaking to a blueprint before, and I had one of my first clients, and I'm on the second house with him. So this is his second property that he's listing with me. Hey, Rosemary. And, you know, in the past, I wouldn't have known how to speak to him. He speaks much slower. He had recently retired. He had more time than me. So I had to slow myself down. I had to listen more, which was great. But I knew I had, so I think I did like maybe 95% listening, and he did most of the talking. And we didn't even meet in person. And so when we did meet, I shook his hand, so that was good. So, but we only met the one time, and then I didn't really need to see him because now everything is so electronic. And then he called me for the second time, and we just met because he had to give me the keys, and so I took them. And I had brought him, I usually give my clients a gift. And so I hadn't given him a gift yet because we just closed his deal like in November. So I thought, okay, well, when I see him, because I knew I was going to see him, I brought him like a bottle of wine and some other things, gift certificates, etc. And so I handed it over to him, and he was so touched. I couldn't believe it. And when we were leaving, which it wasn't a very long visit because now we already knew each other, I stuck out my hand because that's what you do with a blueprint. I stuck out my hand, and he came at me and hugged me. So now we were friends. And now, you know, and we all have all 4 personalities. So now his nurturing was coming out, and maybe A, because A's, I'll hug anyone. Like I like hugging. I think that's a nice way of breaking the ice. I mean, unless I really don't feel comfortable or it looks like I might freak the person out a little, then I don't hug them. But mostly I do hug them. And so this was like, wow, that was a big deal for him. That's a big deal for a blueprint to come at you first after I've stuck out my hand. And one of the other really wonderful things about blueprints, so the blueprint and the action are 2 completely different personalities. They're probably the most different out of everyone because blueprint is very serious, much more professional. They, if you haven't arrived at least a half an hour early for your appointment, you're already late. And if you've actually come late, and Sherry Tree talks about this, she actually got caught in traffic and was 10 minutes late for an appointment. And her client sat there and he said, you know, I love everything you do. Everything. I think it's fantastic, but I can't do business with you because you're late. And she goes, you're kidding, right? And he goes, no, can't do it. Just can't do it. And I'm just like, so yeah, you best be on time. Whereas an A, we may not, and Sherry Tree is a hardcore A. So we may or may not show up on time. We're going to be okay. I'm okay if you come a little late. I don't really get too bothered by any of that. I don't get too bothered with what you're talking about, what you're thinking about, what you said. I don't care. That's too much drama. Like, I just want to get to the bottom line. Let's go and discuss what we're here to discuss, and it's not, I don't mean it in a, let's just talk sales and money. I don't mean just that. I mean, let's talk about the big picture, and let's get to know each other. Let's build a relationship. Let's not, I have some people that'll call me up and say, oh, hey, I have some gossip. Like, she'll actually there's a lady, she's lovely. She's lovely, but she'll call me and she goes, oh, I have some gossip. I'm like, I don't have time for gossip. And plus I have no interest. That's a terrible energy to surround yourself with, right? You want to be surrounded with positive vibes and positive everything. So Amanda had a chance to listen to the second last one, not the last one, because you couldn't make it. Maybe next time you can listen to it again. She was just recently introduced to Bank, and I don't know if you have any thoughts that you want to share. That's great. And then Rosemary as well has been to. I think you were on the last one, right, Rosemary? Yeah.
I love the Bank. I really love it. Like, I have a background in human behavior, and like there's so much like good stuff in it, and it's totally different, and the way that it's presented is so helpful, especially for people who struggle connecting with people, struggle networking, struggle closing sales. Like, it just blew me away. I love it. Like, I just loved it. I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, it is. It's very helpful. Rosemary, what are your thoughts on Bank, and how do you think that can help you? You're muted, just so you know.
Well, just as they suggest in it, is that you get a better perspective when you're talking to people or you're meeting people in a crowd, and being able to know how to address them or how to communicate with them. And it's about reading who they are and understanding what will attract them and what will deter them from you. So stuff like that is really important when you're talking to people and understanding their perspective.
It is. It's really important. It really helps. It really helps you understand people better. And, I play around and I say it makes you psychic, but really it just helps you understand, which is kind of what it's why I love the system so much, because it goes right alongside with everything that I want to do with my life, is my big picture. And here, my big picture, which is like, hello, there's my stress code, my big picture green. They're all about big picture. They actually have the big picture is right on it. See, no joke. And big picture to me is hugely important. So, to create more peace in the world, I know I'm going to sound like a contested on the Miss Universe, but because I want world peace, I really actually want world peace. I don't say that they don't want it. I'm sure they do. I'm just saying this actually helps and aids in bringing world peace, because it teaches us to understand each other better and therefore accept each other. It's not just the understanding. Sometimes you can understand people, but what is all that? Like, if you're still mean to them, that's not, but once you understand them, it does make you more empathic to them. So, now I have a couple of friends. Oh my gosh. And you can see, Rosemary, what's your code? K, right? When they are a K first, there's a lot of questions and there's a lot of slower movement and slower decisions. So it's difficult to close a K. You're going to have a hard time. This is how it rolls. These guys are going to buy first. So if you have no patience and you want people to buy fast and that's all you care about, these are your people. Okay. Now you better give them what they're looking for. You better look presentable. You should wear some designer stuff, because this is the code that's going to get impressed by that. I'm making fun of myself right now. And so freedom, flexibility, spontaneity, action, opportunity, excitement, attention, stimulation, competition, winning, fun, and image. Okay, fun is such a hugely important part of this code. I think everything I've ever said to my friends, it's always been, oh, I'm going here. Have fun. Have fun. Have fun is my go-to. I say that to literally everyone. Next one, Nikki. I don't think you have the cards, so I'm going to just say it. Relationships, authenticity, personal growth, significance, teamwork, involvement, community, charity, ethics, harmony, morality, and contribution. Hugely important. Have a bigger purpose in life when you're talking to these people. If you have a charity, bring it up. The proceeds of this sale are going to this charity, or this portion of the sales are going to this, that's where you want to go. So these guys, they're going to be driving a Mercedes because a Mercedes is pretty. They don't care that the engine's really good and world class. That's great. That's an extra, but who cares? It looks pretty. These guys are probably going to be driving a van because they need to get all of their friends in there. As much of the community in there has to fit in there. That's them. These guys are probably going to drive a Tesla or a Mercedes because it's well made. It's got the best technology, this, that, and the other, which I wouldn't even know how to explain to you. So I'm just going to go through this real quick. So here's some of their values: learning, intelligence, logic, self-mastery, technology, research and development. There's a word I'm a little bit allergic to. Science, universal truths, that's my field, expertise, competence, accuracy. Oh, and the big picture. Accuracy, you know, I will just say, oh, well, you know, I've been there 1,000 times. 1,000 times? You've been there 1,000 times? Well, okay, 99. You know what I mean? Like that's them. They're the ones that are going to question you and say, no, that's not even true. I think I went onto a call, and look, at when you're on an international call, I always say I live in Toronto. I actually live about 5 minutes outside of Toronto, and he comes on and says, you don't live in Toronto. I'm like, yeah, I do. You know, but anyways. And then you have these guys. So they're going to drive the Mercedes for a whole other reason. Actually, these guys are probably not going to drive a Mercedes. They're probably going to drive a Tesla because that's technology. These guys will drive the BMW or the Mercedes because they're well made, because it makes sense, because they're going to last long, because this is, you know, that very smart, very intelligent, very logical. Anyways, so they value stability, structure, systems, planning, processes, predictability. Oh, yes. Responsibility, duty, rules, credentials, titles, and tradition. So my friend, she's this. She serves the exact same thing for Christmas every year. These are her Christmas foods. These are her Easter foods. Everything is the same every year. And I love it. I love that. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to change it up. If I'm having people over at my place, well, my place is too small for a gathering like that. But I'm like, oh yeah, let's do something different from last time. That's me. She likes doing the same thing. And I like that too. And I like going there because of that. It's the same. We have that food once a year, and it's fun. So a lot of differences and a lot of really fun stuff. So, and hi, Linda. Thanks for joining us. Linda's the one, I think, Linda, you bought me these cards when we were in Maryland, right? Did you buy me these cards? I think you did. Yeah, because we were there, we're listening, and Linda goes, I'm going to go get these. And I'm like, oh, I didn't have any credit cards or anything with me. I didn't have anything. She goes, no, I'll get them for you. And here we are. So now that is bank code. Please keep an eye out. I did post above the video. If you're watching it on my Facebook page, I put my link in there so you can crack your code for free, and you can have some fun. Now, if you go on the rest of my page, you will scroll down and see, and you can actually register for free. And if you have any trouble finding it, please just connect with me and send me a message, and I'll send it to you directly. But it is already on my Facebook page, and it will be again and again. So I will be posting it until the 29th over and over again. It is really well worth it to listen to Sherry Tree for 2 hours for free. That's a real gift. You don't want to miss it. And get more yeses, have more fun with your friends, understand people better. I mean, family, friends. So that is our talk for bank for today. Now we're going to switch it over to another one of my favorite subjects that I'm super passionate about, because I am so excited. I am going to Arizona and I'm going to be speaking at the conference at APL Go. And if anyone here is listening from Arizona, yesterday I had the pleasure of speaking to a wonderful lady who says she will be joining us, and I just met her. And she lives in Arizona, so you never know. Just April 25th, 26th, 27th. Actually, it's the 26th and the 27th that the event is on. Linda and I will be there. And I can't wait to see her because I get to meet her daughter. So I'm super excited. And this is Vanna White is here with her box. I can see it already. And by Vanna White, I mean Nikki. And I know that Linda has to get back to work. So I'm going to let Linda speak first before I even bring up APL Go, which is an amazing product that Linda introduced me to just a little over 2 years ago. Since then, I have made a lot of people happy and a lot of people healthier. And I have won 5 trips with the company in just a little over 2 years. 5 is a big number when it comes to winning trips, people. I'm an entrepreneur. I pay for everything. I pay for this pen. I pay for every single little piece of paper that I have, everything. Nobody buys me anything. When I win a trip, I'm excited because who's going to give you a free anything when you're an entrepreneur? Pretty much no one, right? You're stuck buying everything on your own. 5 trips for free. And I get to make people feel good and myself. I've helped myself age backwards with this wonderful necklace. There is a quartz crystal in here with volcanic ash from Japan. And I can't remember the rest of the ingredients, but this makes me feel better. I'm going to have Amanda talk about this in a bit, but I want Linda to speak because I don't know when she has to get back. So
no, I'm good.
Oh, yay. Okay.
Blocked out a little bit of time today. So
excellent.
We're on Facebook, so I'll be able to be careful.
All good. I want Amanda because I know she just had a recent experience with this. So I'd really like her to comment on this. Go for it, Amanda.
So I actually, last weekend, I suffer from anxiety, especially social anxiety. And I've had my necklace on since I got it, which has been a few months, but I needed to clean it because I started just noticing it needed to get clean. So I decided to take it off and clean it. And it was like the second that I took it off that I noticed that my emotions were different. I was more anxious, less grounded, and I noticed that right away. So I tried to endure for 24 hours because I was like cleansing it and washing it and things like that, but I literally had to put it back on. So it does make a difference, especially for me, my experience. It helps me immensely with my anxiety and just feeling calmer in general. So that was my experience last weekend with my necklace, and I'm not taking it off. So if I have to clean it, it's just going to be a quick clean and back on because it didn't, I noticed a huge difference.
Oh, that's awesome, Amanda.
Awesome. Absolutely amazing. And tell us some of the other products that you use, Amanda.
Oh, and then I actually, because I had no power for 6 days, we had a big storm in Southern Ontario in Canada, where Marianne and I are from. And I didn't have any power, and I ended up getting sick because it's cold here. Very, very cold. It was like -5. I could see my breath in my house. It was awful, but I endured it. But I ended up getting a small cold. I woke up and my nose was a little stuffy and things like that. So out came the GRW and the alt and the air. And so what that actually did for me was, normally when I used to get sick before I started taking the products, I would be sick for anywhere from 5 days to 10 days. And I would have to get antibiotics and steroids, and I'm on cough syrup and taking cough medicine that made me groggy and just not feeling well at all. And you're already fatigued when you're not feeling good. So out came the GRW, and that what is our #1 seller. It's our immune booster, and it is a AAA rated product, award-winning product. And it was during 2020 when all of the stuff worldwide was going on. That product won an award. So I noticed for me, when I took the three, the air and the GRW together, my cold literally lasted 2 days. I didn't get a cough. All I got was a little bit of a headache, gone within 24 hours, a little bit of sniffling. So this was Monday that I woke up sick. It's Friday. Do I look sick? Do I sound sick? Not at all. So those three together, powerful, powerful products. If you're somebody who can't afford to get sick, these products are going to help, because I run a business. I'm a busy mom. I can't afford to be down and sick for weeks at a time. And quite frankly, nobody likes to feel that way. So that was my experience just this week with those products. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, and we were talking about it, so I actually mentioned to her, I said, this is the perfect share, because this year in Canada has been the longest winter I've seen in numerous years. Like, it has just, and I know Linda lives in a similar climate because she's in Maryland and we're not that different. It's one of my favorite flights, Toronto to Maryland, under an hour. How beautiful. Mind you, I land in Dulles, which is DC-ish, and then it's a long hike to where I'm going in Maryland, but that's okay. Then I get to see this beautiful scenery. But yeah, that is hugely important. We've all avoided getting sick. I think we won one of the trips I won was Dominican, and we went to Dominican Republic right at the end of February, and Linda was there too. We were both there, and it was like, wow. I got sick about 6 days before I was about to leave. And I said, oh, no, I can't get sick. No. I'm not going sick on the airport. I'm not going. No. We're not doing this. And I basically had about 5 to 6 alts and one, and probably the same amount of air. I shouldn't say one, because it was probably alt and air. Do you have an alt and air to show, Nikki? These are the two. Oh, okay. Okay. There we go. Amanda almost has it.
All right. I'm always trying to figure this out.
Yeah, it's okay. Usually I try to take the shiny package off so that it shows better, but it's so hard. But anyway, those are two absolutely amazing products. In fact, when I joined and my package actually arrived, it was the alt, because it arrived like on a Thursday afternoon. Like Thursday afternoon. I had a really busy day. I just kind of put it on the floor because it was a big package, because I signed up for the diamond and I got a lot of everything. So I knew that everything I had in there, I had at least one of everything. I mean, I had 5 of everything, but I knew I had all the products. And I woke up sick the next day because I kind of tossed it aside, and I thought, okay, I'll have to get into this a little later. It was a crazy busy day. I think I didn't finish my day until like 11 o'clock at night. And I wake up in the morning and I can't breathe, and I've got this tickle. And Linda was the first person I called. I'm like, Linda, this is what I'm feeling. I just got my package. Which one do I take, and how many, and what do I do? And she's like, here, take the alt, take this, this. I don't think we had the air just yet. And I did. I took it, and she goes, don't be afraid to take, 5 or 6 in the day if that's what you need, or more. I did. And do you know what? I woke up the next morning, nothing. I was expecting a cough. I was expecting my usual bronchitis visit, because bronchitis was where I go to. Sinusitis and bronchitis. I could make a song from that. Those were my 2 go-tos. And no longer. I haven't had an outbreak of either of those 2 in the last 2 and a bit years since I've been using the product. So that's what I like about alt and air. I don't know if anyone else wants to talk about those 2 products, but
I do. So about a month and a half ago, we got a new rescue, and she we were supposed to have her go to the vet, and we couldn't get her into the vet to get the final paperwork and everything. Can you hear me okay? I realize I have my speaker on the other end, on the other side of my computer.
Yes,
So if
yes.
and so I like the second or third day, she got up and she started with these reverse sneezes. And it sounds like a little hippopotamus. And she would snort. And you could see that it was a painful snort. You know how, and I said to my husband, I was like, oh my gosh, should we take her to the vet? I never had experienced a dog reverse sneeze like that. And it was kind of cute because it was like a little hippopotamus sound, but you could see that she wasn't real happy. And her poor eyes and nose was running. So I'm like, I'm going to try alt in the air because my husband's like, well, we could take her to the vet. I don't know. And I was like, well, what's her symptoms? Within 2 days, alt in the air, she has not sneezed like that since. And I just watch and see how sensitive she is because I don't know what allergies she has. She's only 3. And so spring's coming. I noticed this. She's home with me. It's pouring outside today. So I tried to get her outside right before this call. And she's like tippy-toeing in the grass. I'm like, okay, Twinkle Bells, we got to hurry this up. Take care of what you need to get in here. But this morning we just, because she snores, but I can't give her relax because she'll talk in her sleep and wake me up. I'm such a light sleeper. And she's in the other room, like basement of Craig on the same level, but way down the hall. And no relax during the day because she gets into this REM sleep and she just talks and chatters and you go out and you think she's like awake and she's sound asleep.
Yeah.
But the all in air saved me hundreds of dollars. And the vet's like, this is really serious. Please pay attention. Watch how much your eyes run and nose, eyes are watery and nose runs. And I was like, no, I got you there. I don't need any medicines that you're going to prescribe for that. I've got her.
Yeah.
And now,
before you move off that, I have had my cats getting really sick. We thought one was going to die. And in the middle of the night, we had no idea what to give her. Now people say to me, how do you give your cats these supplements? They're lozenges. So we dissolve them in water. And it was the middle of the night. I couldn't do what I usually do when I need to know which one to take and phone Marianne, because she wouldn't have been impressed. But the beauty was I could give these to my animals and know they're not going to harm them. They're only going to do good. So even if you're not sure what to give them, and I've currently got my other cat on them, and she now chooses to have her pellets soaked in the juice rather than her plain pellets. But I just wanted to emphasize that if you don't know what to give them of these supplements, it's not going to hurt them. And yes, you are not sitting there holding the candy while the cat licks it. You can dissolve it in the water and put it in their water. It has saved me a fortune in vet bills, an absolute fortune. And I believe, honestly, it saved my cat's life. I mean, Marianne knows I went through 4 days. We're going, cat's going to die. This cat's going to die. She wasn't eating. My cat didn't eat for 3 days. Didn't use the bathroom for 3 days. And from the candies, my cat, she's just jumped off the chair next to me. So if you're an animal lover, if you're a nurturer, an N, this is something you want to know about. So sorry to interrupt, but that's on that.
No, that's
thing
perfect.
with the
That's perfect.
And I actually have a dear friend who wears the pendant, and she took a shower one day and forgot to put it back on.
Mhm.
And she came back to me afterwards and she said, I woke up the next morning, my whole body was aching. And it wasn't that she was she was worse. It was that the pendant had helped her so much with what she hadn't been aware of beforehand. So when she took it off, she felt all of this. And just like Amanda, she says, I'm never taking it off. Taking it off.
It is good to wash it. I wash mine. I mean, we have a cloth that'll take it off, but I find that if I wash it with toothpaste, it just comes off like easier, and then it's cleaner. And then we have a full moon tomorrow, so you can put it out in the window. So tonight I'll put it out I'll wash it with the toothpaste. I'll put it out in the window and let it, I twist and turn a lot while I'm sleeping. So I just have it beside my bed. I also have two. So I purposely bought two. I have one, like this one that I'm wearing. I will put that beside my one night table, and then the other one just sits on the other night table all the time, and it just cleans my room for me all the time. So super important. And yes, we totally wanted to keep the momentum going about alt and air, just because that's what we're talking about. And 'tis the season, and now the allergy season is here. So allergies and colds, same symptoms. Okay, for me anyways. I used to be on a product that I won't say the name, that you could buy over the counter at the drugstore, and I used to take it for 3 months straight, like every day, 3 times a day. And when Linda introduced me to this, she's like, yeah, try the alt and see if that doesn't help. And then I was taking the alt, same thing, 3 times a day, but now I have this beautiful natural product made from the DNA of the plant, infused with negative ions, and it's 100% absorbable, and it's like eating an apple or grapes or whatever, like a fruit. And so that's the huge difference. Last year would have been my one. So I did that for 2 seasons. One spring season. Spring is always harder for me than fall for whatever reason. It's like 3 months of intensity, and then fall is a little lighter and it's shorter. It seems to be about 6 weeks to 2 months. And so I did that for those 2 seasons. And the 3rd season would have been the following year, which would have been last year in spring. I took half the dose, if not even less. Like, there were days that I didn't even take it. And there were days where I would take 1 or 2. And then there were days where that is unheard of. So I'm sort of waiting to see what happens this year. Because I could just feel my nose starting to get a little itchy. So I know I'm not free of the allergies quite yet. But honestly, I haven't even been taking alt every day. By now I would be taking, every day. So this is, with the other thing, I mean, we have so many different products that, we've cleaned up the microbiome, we've cleaned up the liver a little bit, we've cleaned up a lot of different things. And with Grow, I feel like Grow is our number one product sometimes, but it is the product that in 2020 won the award for the best immune booster in the world out of 423 products. So an amazing product, can't go wrong with it. I know Tammy has something to say about this product, as well as all of us, I'm sure. But that is also one of my favorite products. I too give all of my products not all of my products to my dog. I give him what he needs. So for my dog, I give him MLS, which will kill off parasites and clean up your microbiome. That's just the short version. I also give him Relax because he is neurotic and psychotic when he goes to get groomed and out of control. So I have to give him 2. 1 2 hours before we go, and 1 an hour before we go. And then I have to give him maybe 1 more, depending on what kind of day we're having. Sometimes I have to give him that if I'm leaving him at home. If we go to the vet, I have to give him some, unless he's drawing blood, then I don't want anything to be in there to interfere. But honestly, it helps so much. I've also given him SLD because he's 10 and a half years old. And sometimes on a rainy day or a snowstormy day, which we've had plenty of this year, I can see he starts to walk funny. You can tell there's some arthritis that's starting to build in him. So that one I've given him. And I did give him Alt one time because he too sneezes, you know. Dogs pick up whatever the owner has. So my dog's pretty healthy. He's not on any medication or anything, but yeah, he'll sneeze. Well, I'll start taking him down the hall and he'll start sneezing, which is funny. It's kind of, you know, when dogs do what we do, it's kind of funny. But anyways, I'm going to let someone else talk. So who wants to be next?
I'll say one more quick thing about All in Air. They were Air was not available when I first got involved. And Kelly Vincent is who called me asking me to be a part of the company. So, and went under and to work with Julia. Julia and I have known each other for 25 plus years. I ran a financial business and she ran a graphic design business, and we would literally network within the same groups, the same organization, like a BNI, just different groups. So it's pretty crazy how that all worked. But I would end up with 3 or 4 sinus infections every year and need to be put on antibiotics. And I experienced that most of my life. And July of 2020, of course, at that time, my seasonal allergies are more in the spring. And so it wasn't, my first go-to was MLS because of my Lyme disease and parasites. But as my allergies started to kick in, that's when I added Alt, and because Air's only been with us for the last year. So, but I have not been to the doctors. I've not needed antibiotics since being on this product, and it'll be 5 years in July.
How beautiful is that? That in itself is worth it. So like these, all we're doing is sharing testimonials with you people so that you understand what some of this can do for you. Some people have bigger issues. Some people have smaller issues. You know, I give it a lot to my dog. I know Linda gives it a lot to her dog. And I know that Nikki, I know for sure that Nikki gives it to her cats, because I think that's what I also believe that they saved your cat's life, you know, for sure. So I do want to hear from Rosemary. We haven't heard from her yet about Alt and Air. Did you want to say anything about Alt, or were you going to talk about something else?
With regards to the Alt and Air, actually, they were the first products that I was introduced to. I've been with APL Go about 1.5 years now, and I did have a lot of problems with breathing, with asthma, and just sinus issues. And after taking them, it took maybe a couple of days that I actually woke up in the morning and I felt different. I was breathing instead of being stuffed up and all of those things. And it was like, wow, shock to my body that this does really work. It was a blessing, because up till that point, I couldn't sleep. Every night I'm waking up trying to breathe. And that worked very well for me. Same with the Air. The Air was added bonus for me.
Okay, so let's go to Tammy for the grow, because I know she's got a story wrapped around that.
So many stories. But you know, you introduced these products to me. I was that girl that didn't have any ailments in my life. I just know of people that had some, and I was like, okay, I'll try these. And it's like, okay, just taking the GRW and SLD, I reduced like about, I don't know, something like 8 inches off my body. I wasn't trying to lose weight, and I don't want to ever lose weight because I know you can find it, but I reduced the weight inches as well, which was really cool. And also my hair, I have a lot of hair anyways, but my hair is like I can pull on it. It's like here, if I take it out the ponytail right now, it's really grown a lot. And the best thing about it for me has been like my kids, because we have older kids and also younger. The younger one's easy, he'll try anything. He loves relax, and getting back to school, I have this routine where I try to get them into routine, go to bed a certain time. He was just so anxious, and that RLX was so good. He actually wrote a testimonial about it, and his friends were saying, "How come you're not talking?" He goes, "I just want to get to school. I just want to get my work done." He really was more focused. And their other daughter, who has an asthmatic cough, she doesn't want to take anything. And thank goodness I've been listening to all the different training sessions. Every once in a while, I get to pop in and go to my notes and stuff. And this alt was a lifesaver for her because she has bad allergies too. And then, of course, it's a family affair because my husband, he just asked me, because he just used the last STP because he's a truck driver. And he just asked me, where's the pill? So there's no more. The box is empty. So I've got to order some more of these. So it's really a family affair. And I'm just happy to be able to share this with people because I work in a space where people are like crushing their goals in business, with their real estate and everything else. And just like many of us, they've been neglecting their own health. So now I can offer this to people without me looking for people. It just comes up in conversations. And it's like everybody needs it. And you know what? I pop these into my mouth when I used to just grab a Skittle or a ginger mint, and I'm eating like a lot of these myself just to get that little sugar fix, which is very little. And I love it. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell. Thank you so much for telling me about these products, and thank you so much for everybody. I love hearing all the testimonies. I learn something new every time. Cats. Oh my goodness, I got to tell my friend about the cats now. Testimonial. Thank you.
Well, we were talking about animals yesterday when we were on the Zoom.
Yeah, I didn't know about people giving it to cats too, though. So now I have a real testimonial from someone here. So yay, thank you.
I've heard of like hamsters too. Now, I don't know. I think it's just the water. I think the only animal is going to be hard to get it to would be a fish, but I don't know if that would even work. But anyways.
Well, here's the true testimonial. This is the cat. You can't see it, it's a bit dark. But this is the one that was going to not be.
Aww.
There you go. How beautiful.
One of the other associates who has a wellness center told us, because I didn't really know about the asthma issues, and he walked in and didn't have his inhaler and didn't know what to do. And they gave one air and one alt, and immediately I think she started with an air, an alt, and then opened the box of air, and it literally stopped his asthma attack on the spot. And he was like, I have never had anything stop my asthma attack, and especially not any of my inhalers. I want 2 boxes of both because I never want to not be without these products, because my inhaler, it's a guessing game whether it works or not. So yeah, being on the calls and just hearing different tidbits and different things, it's totally incredible.
And Air was not with the company when I joined. So Air is relatively new to the company. So we're still discovering different things about it. So I heard Tina Melsom on the call the other day talk about Air and say how it actually helps to prevent infectious diseases as well, which makes sense because it works on the respiratory. I had some really great experience with it with a client of mine. She was using an oxygen tank and was having a really hard time trying to recover from an pneumonia she had. And she has a very weak immune system, and she immediately, after taking the first one, immediately felt relief, like maybe 10 minutes later, and did not use her oxygen tank for the next whole day. And then I gave her some to take home, and she tried it for, I think it was like 3 days. And she goes, okay, I don't know if this is a coincidence, because this is what people say, right? They can't believe that something is so good. And who would believe it? It's a candy. Literally looking at a candy, you're putting it in your mouth and you're thinking, how is this going to heal my lungs? Like, what are you talking about? And sure enough, she stopped and I said, you should really order some now. You should order some now so that by the time you are finished, you can get the product and then you'll be okay. No, I'm just going to see what happens. Okay, fine. You know, that's cool. What are you going to do? Right. And sure enough, yep, that's exactly what it looks like. She calls me day 4. She goes, I'm back on the oxygen. And I go, because 3 days is not enough for it to heal your lungs. We still need to take it. Even though you feel healed, you still need to take it a little bit so that it can go to work and, you know, clean up the lungs. And anyways, I'm just saying, like, it can do huge things. Does anybody else have anything to say about Alton Air? Because I'd like to move
Well,
on.
associated with breathing, it's not about Alton Air, but most people, like myself, who suffer from asthma, who suffer from breathing things, you begin to get reflux. Sometimes it's from the medication, sometimes it's your body's reaction. And I suffer really badly with GERD and reflux, to the extent that I will wake up with bile coming out of my mouth. And let me tell you, I took it out here to show you all. This product is incredible. It was faster for me than anything else. It's easy. You suck it. Very often it's hard to swallow when you're having bad reflux. So it's not something actually, a pill you have to swallow. You suck it and it works within a couple of minutes. So if you're not having a reaction from it straight away, because I know my husband, it takes a bit longer, just be patient. But the results are phenomenal. So if you suffer from reflux, heartburn, acid, GERD, this is miraculous. I'm a Jesus freak. I can say that. This, I believe, is God's gift to me, along with a lot of these other candies, of how to do this and maintain the health that everyone on the rest of the summit was talking about, so we can enjoy our money that we want the freedom for.
Yes.
So,
yes.
And I have quite a few stories, but I wanted to put the ice in there while we were talking about the air.
Because it's important.
And alt.
And it is a great product. It also helps to dissolve gallstones. Little ones. I'm not, because I do know someone who had a very large one. It was like this big. It was like the size of a peach. Okay, I'm not going to say that it's going to help you dissolve that. Maybe not. Maybe it would, but we didn't want to try that. But anyway, sorry. Linda, what did you want to say? Sorry, I saw like the way she's so polite and puts her hand up.
So I'm just so thankful and blessed for each one of you. Because when I saw this business, I saw the incredible income opportunity, but I saw the incredible health opportunity as well. And my passion was to share it with others. And I shared it with one person, who shared it with one person, who shared it with one person. And every time I get on this summit with Marianne, there's one more person that's sharing about the testimony of the product. Go share it with somebody else. Don't hold on to this, because the money is incredible. And people are praying for these solutions.
Mm-hmm. And when I don't think any of us really went into it for the money. I know I didn't. I was talking to Linda and I was already with another company and I'm like, oh, I don't want to hear another company, but I'll be polite. She seems nice, so I'll listen to her. And then she started speaking my language, and I teach meditation class, and I was just putting together my own meditation for myself to work on my mitochondria, to go deep into the cells. And this is what I was working on. So she says to me, she goes, you know, it's made from the DNA of the plant. And I'm like, what? Say what? It's made from what? What did you say? DNA of what? Say that again. I'm like, I don't think I understood what she said. I think I'm, ADD and my mind's wandering, and she said something and I'm, twisted it up. No, DNA of the plant. And I had just purchased a device that emits negative ions because, of course, our body is full of positive ions. So she says it's 100% absorbable. And I go, it is not, you liar. Like there's nothing is 100% absorbable. Well, if you eat an apple, it's going to be absorbable. Like unless you're so toxic that nothing can get through, it's pretty much absorbable. And so then she says, well, yeah, it's infused with negative ions. And I'm like, what is she saying? This girl is either lying or this is the best product in the entire world. I'm not joking. I'm thinking, okay. And then, okay, so that was the conversation. That's what got me. And I'm like, I'm going to have to try this product. That's all there is to it. And I'm like, did she say this was an MLM? I'm like, Linda, is this an MLM? Yeah. Okay. MLMs work like this because I've done enough in my life, probably 30, if not more. And I'm 63. So I really have been around for a long time. And I got to tell you, I feel better at 63 than I did in my 50s or my 40s. I felt pretty good. So, but 50s were starting to like decline. Things were starting to slow down. I'm 63 and I am for sure 100% aging backwards, like absolutely hands down. So she's talking, I'm going, okay, this is an MLM. So I'm going to make some money if I start doing this. And it was December when I got the product. And I'm like, I'm going to give this away at Christmas. I'm going to get the biggest package they have. What did you say about something about diamond? What'd you say? What diamond what? Diamond pack. And there's 5 of every product in there, which is a big deal in itself. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And I go, just give me a minute. I want to see if I have which credit card I'm going to use. And she's like, okay, we can talk later. We can talk later this week. I'm like, no, literally give me a minute. I just got to see I got to go into my account to see how much money is left on that credit card. Cause I like these points.
I sometimes need to make a couple calls to do that.
Yeah,
He's like, give me a minute.
And I'm like, no, literally give me a minute. I'm going to just tell you in a minute. As soon as I get into my account, I'm going to see how much is left. And if I can use this credit card, because it was travel points. Ha ha ha. And, you know, I'm like,
little
wow.
did she know he was going to win all the trips that she is.
So it was December when I got my product, December, maybe a week into December. And I thought, perfect. I'm going to give everyone, they're all used to getting health products from me anyways. And I still give everyone, even the girls, I give them product for Christmas. I don't care. I'm going to be here to help you with your health. I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you think you want to be sick. I'm going to help you be healthy, period. End of story. And they're all like, okay, which product are we getting this year? And so, you know, that's kind of fun. And I'm like, okay, let's do this. And then I just started talking to people and I said, look, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to sign people up. I don't know how to do anything. I don't know how to work websites. I go, it's going to take me a long time to sign someone up. I go, but I'm talking to some people. It's a busy time. I'm finishing up a book, you know, whatever. And sure enough, it was like, no, we'll help you. We'll help you sign up people. So all I did was Linda, Julia, Linda, Julia, Linda, Julia. And all of a sudden I had like 10 people signed up. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. We're into January. And I don't know if it was Linda or Julia said, you qualified for the cruise. And I'm like, what? What cruise? Oh yeah, the cruise that we talked about, because they had started in November. And I was like, oh, wow, that's great. And they're like, well, you have 1 spot, so you can keep going and you can have 2 spots. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay. So I think it was mid-February when I won the second thing or something like that. I can't remember. When do they usually end? Did it end that time in February or March?
You have to remember when we first started, it was in the middle of COVID. So we didn't have put the cruises off for a couple years. So we're still trying to figure out the timeline, or at least I am. So anyway.
Yeah. So all of a sudden I had won the cruise and I'm like, won? Like the cruise? And they're like, yeah, it's a 7-day cruise or whatever it was to Dubai. And I'm like, Dubai? That wasn't even on my bucket list. I'm like, oh, like who knows when I'll get to Dubai. And all of a sudden I had a free cruise. Dubai, Abu Dhabi. Where's my Sex and the City girls? In Abu Dhabi, I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be so much fun. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go on a cruise. This is so much fun. So we did. So we went on a cruise. Now we extended. I think we all extended it by a few days. I think we extended it by about 4 days, and it was so much fun. And that was my first trip, and that's how it happened. So yeah, free trips, and you can make so much money here if that's your focus. If you want to help people feel better and you want to make money doing it, then look, it's Earth. We need money. I have mortgages, I have bills, we all have things. We need the money. The money has to happen. We have to do some stuff for the money, even though I didn't start thinking that way. And then, of course, if you're living in the US, you get this wonderful product behind me. We don't yet have it in Canada, but we will one day. And we do go to the US a lot, so you can always get it there. But what a beautiful product. It is 100% natural. It is in glass bottles, and not just any glass. It is Venetian glass, people. Venetian. If you're going to have glass and you want a high vibe, that's what it is. And yes, I did actually thank you, Nikki, for bringing up BRN, because I really wanted to talk about BRN, because we are having some killer results. It is amazing. I have a client whose sister hasn't been able to speak with her for 2 years because she has advanced Alzheimer's. And there's the brain. And she now, after taking 3 of these a day, she sat down with her the other day for 2 hours, and other day she sat down with her for 5 hours. They reminisced about their childhood and where they lived. They're from another country. They're from Indonesia. She was saying different areas where they lived, where they went to play here, where this relative lived, the other one. Like, that's a lot of memory coming back. And I'm not saying that it's gonna take away your dementia. I don't think that's necessarily the case. And there's other aspects of dementia that you need to focus on, things like you need to stay very hydrated. Like, you can't be walking around being dehydrated. It only makes your memory worse. And then there's other things that cause a lot of brain fog, like being diabetic or menopause or just aging, period. Although I do have to say that aging backwards with this company is super easy. At least that's how I feel, but I want other people to talk about their experience. Yes, she's also taking the LFT now, but the LFT is now newish. So we brought that in recently, but just the BRN was helping her a lot. But with the LFT, which is a stem cell regenerator and a telomere extender, for those of you who don't know what telomeres are, so if you picture the shoelace being like a nerve and the little plastic thing at the end being like a telomere, telomeres shorten as we get older, and people who have dementia will have very, very short telomeres. It's just their telomeres are moving really rapidly. And so this product helps. I'm going to let someone else speak who would like to speak more. I know Nikki wants to say something about BRN for sure.
I really do. And I know we haven't heard much from Rosemary, but brain, we are all going through a stage where, and Marianne will be able to tell you more about this than I can, where with the way the planets are and everything's going, and full moon tomorrow, it does affect our moods. It does affect our clarity. But also with the change of seasons, things change. And brain, I have experienced the benefit of brain, not for myself, but somebody very close to me suffers with bipolar. And it is blatantly obvious the days that they take brain and the days they don't. And the thing with the brain is you can keep taking it through the day. It's not like your other medications where okay, now I've got to wait this many hours. So I have found that, and we do have other products that work for anxiety and that, but brain, the days you need to focus, the days you just need more clarity, you don't have to be somebody with Alzheimer's for this to benefit you. I believe this benefits everybody because we all want to be functioning at our next level. And brain brings that clarity. People who are suffering with depression and have that brain fog, the brain fog you get when you're on cortisone for asthma, all of those things, it is blatantly obvious. And if you're a kid and you have to write an exam, it's not going to give you the answers, but it's going to help you process them a lot better. So, no, you still have to study, but you can suck these amazing candies while you're studying.
Yes, we have a few more minutes. So if anyone else wants to say anything about brain, I'm just going to say this. Both my parents had Alzheimer's, and everyone, doctors included. Oh, you have to be careful. You have to be careful because you could get it. You're probably going to get it. You're probably susceptible. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not getting it. And you're not getting into my head. I'm not allowing you to visit my head and dictate what I'm going to think about. No, thank you. So anybody else want to comment on the brain product? I know Amanda uses it. Go for
So
it.
some of you may or may not know, I was in a car accident, so I have an acquired brain injury. So for me, some days that means either I'm too hyper focused on something or not enough. And that's a common thing with brain injury. And so I take the BRN, and a lot of people know I do editing, publishing, book writing. So when I really need to focus on my task, my writing, I definitely take the BRN, and it's day and night. And Marianne always knows when I'm not taking my BRN. She always knows. And so I will say that is one of the other products that I actually really enjoy, because it does bring you back and give you that clarity that you need when there's, and we live in a really busy world where there is constant distractions around us, and we don't mean to get distracted, but it does happen. So for people that are easily distracted, that's a great product. I've had really good experiences with that. And I find like it works pretty for quite a few hours. So for me, I can take one in the morning and it lasts pretty well all day. And I might take another one if I'm working a very long day, but generally I love that product, and it tastes good too. That's the other thing about that one. I like that flavor. It's very unique.
Tastes like coffee. And this is the perfect complement, right? The LFT with the stem cell regeneration and telomere extender. I mean, to have that in a candy, come on, like really. So awesome. If anyone has any final words, we are really tight for time. And I see that one of my favorite coaches of mine from Think and Grow Rich Institute, Satish Verma, is here. And he's going to be speaking. He's scheduled for 1 o'clock. So if anyone has any final words for APL Go products, I know we all love SLD. I know we all love all the products. We just don't have time to talk about all of them. I know Tammy has some excellent results with the GRW, and I believe she used SLD with that. I don't know how she did it, but she did it. She lost weight. Like, I don't even know how she did that, but she lost weight with those two products. So how beautiful is that? We do have a weight loss one, but we need to leave something for next time. And because we have not that much time, I see you holding up the BTY.
I'm just going to say, if you want to keep your hair growing fast, if you want to see changes in your skin, go for it. You don't need thousands of dollars worth of serums and all the rest. Beauty is amazing. Give it a try. What have you got to lose? That's my quick plug for beauty.
Yeah, beauty's great for collagen, and not just, I mean, for your ligaments and tendons as well, not just for your skin, but it does help your hair grow. And it helps, I find that menopause makes your hair drier, and I find that it helps to make it silkier. And with Grow, also helps your nails and hair to grow, as well as it's boosting your immune system. And so with that, I think we will put APL Go on hold. So if you have any further questions, please connect with me, or if you feel so inspired, please connect with any of the other ladies. And with that, I am going to pass the stage along to Mr. Satish Verma. Satish, welcome to my stage.
Thank you, Marianne. Nice to be here. Yeah. So you wanted to ask me some question about how to be rich, right?
Yeah, well, the theme for you know how I do themes, and this is not Satish's first visit on my summits. I am very blessed to have him here frequently, and we only live about 20 minutes away from each other, so we have to do lunch soon. But yes, Satish is a money expert. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your story and how you were not maybe in the best place and now you're in like this really amazing place?
Yes, well, it's all a matter of thinking, how you look at adversities and failures in life, and it's your response to those things. That's all it matters, right? So, so it's not the question what happens to you, it's how you respond to what's happening to you that determines your destiny. But people have it backward. They say, well, if this thing happens, I'll be happy. If that thing happens, I'll be happy. So we are basically giving kind of remote control to everybody else to see if we should be happy or we should be sad. So, but once you start taking charge of your own destiny, then you are in control of everything. Okay, whether you are rich or poor, it doesn't matter. If your current financial situation, for example, okay, whatever it is the indication of past thinking. That's all it is. And if you are living wealthy, happy, healthy, don't need to change your thinking. But if there's a problem, then it's about time you start changing your thinking. So coming back to answering your question, all I had to do was to shift my paradigm of thinking that, of course, you go through a lot of difficulties in life, but how you respond to those difficulties is going to determine what you are going to be, and you can start anything from scratch and build a fortune. It doesn't matter whether in the business you are in or whatever you are doing. It's all a matter of your mental attitude, how you are going to handle your life. That's all it is. There is nothing more than this. But people believe that somebody has to give me this thing, I'll be good. This happens, I'll be good. Weather changes, I'll be good. Buy a new car, I'll be good. Children leave the home, I'll be good. They come home, I'll be good. It has none of that. It's simply, what do you want? What do you want? And you focus on that, and things are going to happen in your life. So yeah, my life, if you say my life journey was tough, well, I'll tell you, it was very interesting. It was not tough. It was great. And if that didn't happen, I would not be where I am today. So again, how you respond to that adversity in life. You can become a victim or a victor. That's your choice, right? So you decide, that's totally your own decision. Where do you want to be and what you want to be in life? And I heard a few great speakers here talking about the product they are selling. Or how much money they should be making. It's all in the mind, how much you want to make. It has nothing to do with somebody else. Okay. So I don't want to go into detail of my life because, then we won't have time to do a lot of other stuff here. Okay. So all I am here is to, if you need any help in what kind of psychology you should have while making money, I can go over a lot of stuff with you. Right. So, okay. Yeah, Marianne, go ahead.
Perfect. Go right ahead then and tell us what psychology is best. I mean, we talk a lot. Satish runs a coaching program that I am in, and we were just talking about, just the power of the mind is so huge. I mean, you can literally change anything. Isn't that right? Like, you can change anything. And so what's the number one thing that everyone's worried about? Always money, right?
Yeah, but they are worried about money. When they have money, they also don't have peace of mind at the same time. They don't realize how important it is.
That's right.
Emotionally rich, and then you be financially rich.
Mhm.
emotionally you have problems, doesn't matter how much money you are going to have problems all the times. Doesn't matter how much money you're making, it's never going to be, you're never going to be a happy and peaceful person. So the key is, the psychology is, while making money, also I'm building myself. While building money, am I building myself? And when you're building yourself, when you make money, you are really feeling good about yourself. Otherwise, just money is not going to make you rich. The psychology behind money is, uh, first of all, let's understand why people are poor. Why people are poor to start with. If you don't have the answer to that one, how you're going to be rich? Correct? Okay. And then if you can understand the difference between a average thinker person, the way the average person thinks, and a rich person, I'm talking about a wealthy person thinks. And that will tell you exactly what you need to, how you need to focus your thinking. And then things will start to happen in your life. Okay. So is this clear to everyone?
Yes, let's talk about more about what they can do to get themselves into the mindset where they need to be, right? Like, isn't it back to, because earlier Robert was on speaking and he said it, and a couple of the other speakers said it too. You focus on being a servant first and the servant leader, and you're focusing on helping people first, the money will come. You don't focus on the money. It doesn't, oh, I'm going to focus on just the money. Like, I would have probably no success with this product if I was like, oh, let me get in here because of the money. I didn't even know how much money we were making. I didn't know that I was going to win a trip. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't even know how to sign someone up. I was just telling people, oh my God, look, I feel so great over this. My passion and my heart was in it. Right.
See, whatever Robert said, that's really great, because that's very important. You got to be a servant. When service is the key, whatever you do, even in your business. But I'm going into different mindset of making money. How your mindset should be to become wealthy person, and you will know when I talk about this, that how wealthy people think, how they think, and how poor people think. And if you can shift your thinking, then everything is going to change in your life. And number one, the reason for being poor is a lot of people, number one, condemn money. And they think the money won't make us happy. Money is not going to make you happy. And they also think they don't want to be rich because there's some kind of virtue in poverty. A lot of people have that thinking, virtue in poverty, and they think it's a badge of honor. I'm honest. Rich people are not honest people. And then they also have kind of moral and ethical superiority. But at the same time, they're struggling in their life while making money. Look, anything that I'm going to condemn, that thing is not going to come to me. If I'm condemning being wealthy, and the rich people are, dishonest and greedy and corrupt and uncaring, and or they are just lucky, you think money is going to come to me when I condemn somebody, something like this? You condemn any human being, they don't want to be near you. Why should the money be near you? So the first rule, you start loving money. Money is important in your life. Understand this thing. That's number one rule. And don't talk things like this, rich people are crook people. And you tell me, give me one poor person on this planet who ever gave you a job. Give me one person. Name of one person who gave you the job, poor person. It's the rich people who do those things. So start having a different attitude towards being wealthy. It's not being greedy. Understand this thing. It has nothing to do with this. It is just learn the way these people think and how they provide the service. What Robert said is 100% correct. 100% correct. That's what have made people rich, because they give the service. And people who condemn money, they are always trying to shortcut in every respect in their life. So number one reason people are poor, because they think rich people are corrupt. Don't think like this. Not all rich people are corrupt. Understand this thing. And lot of rich people I know, very wealthy people, they have a lot of money, and they are so much service oriented to people, and they give a lot of donation to a lot of organization. Imagine where those companies will be without the donation of rich people. So let's start helping when we earn also. So first rule, don't condemn it. Second rule, don't accept that poverty, that's the way your life is supposed to be. That's not the case. This is a kind of linear thinking, and that's why you lack money. Okay. And rich people, I'll tell you, comparatively, they think, poor people think rich people are obsessed with money. Or rich people are dishonest, or lucky. None of that. I'll tell you, rich people work on the ideas all the times. They train their mind to find the solution to the difficult problems. Okay, bigger the problem you solve, the richer you are going to be. Understand this thing. Smaller problem you solve, the poorer you are going to be. So rich people solve problems. Then the bigger problem they solve, the richer they are going to get. Let me give you a very simple example. I think in 90s, we didn't have smartphones. You know that very well. We had cell phones, we didn't have smartphones. Somebody comes up with the idea, oh, why can this phone people should be able to hold the whole world in their phone. Came up with the idea. Look at this, what they did. The bigger the idea, bigger problem we solved. Look how rich is the Apple company. Think about this for a moment. So always think big ideas, big things you are going to do, richer you are going to be. Small things you do, and your wealth is going to be relative to the small problems you are going to solve. Okay. So anybody has any question regarding this, what I just talked about? There are a lot more to come. This is just a couple of pointer I gave you.
There's no questions.
There's no question. So number 3, you don't need a high IQ or high education to be wealthy. And don't ever think money making is hard. You just don't know how to be rich. That's all it is. IQ is simply your ability to memorize and recall the information. That's all it is, IQ. So don't think you need a high IQ. People who didn't have high IQ, they are the ones who are the wealthiest people on this planet. Understand this thing? So don't ever think the lack of education is lack of what Robert said before, service we provide to the community. It's lack of certain principles. You must know how to be rich. That's where the problem is. And it's just total in the mindset. J.B. Fuller, who invented the Fuller vacuum cleaners. I'm talking early part of 20th century, somewhere around there. He said, out of tens of thousands of millionaires, only 5% had the university education. Only 5%. It was all in their mindset. So start thinking. Don't bring anything like that in your mind. Or you know what? This is okay to no excuse that I don't have the education. How I'm going to be rich. Okay. Another thing. Average people have lottery mentality. You'll see them around the lottery booths. Eh? Do you know why? Do you know why? Constantly they are telling themselves, I don't have faith in my ability. and this is the only way I'm going to be rich. It doesn't work that way. See what I'm doing psychologically to myself. Whereas rich people have action mentality. They move forward with the action. They are not concerned about how much a lottery or whatever the case may be. They are not, they have none of that. None of that. Don't think like this. Okay. You will see another thing I find, average people are trying to pick the right numbers. Oh, this number is going to win the lottery. That's not the case with rich people. Rich people solve the problems. Okay. And if you think rich people are selfish and there is a vice in them and they have no virtue, I think this is a very wrong way to even talk about wealthy people. Okay. While masses you see are trying to pick up the right number, rich people are solving a lot of problems. So they are not dependent upon the government is going to give us this thing, waiting for the welfare check to come. None of that nonsense that they have. I'm not against welfare. When you need it, it's good to have. But at the same time, if we are physically healthy, mentally healthy, you have no reason to be there. You can always find the opportunity if you want it. Okay. Is it clear? Are you becoming aware of where the mindset is?
Yes.
Yes. You have to say something, Marianne?
No, I was just saying yes, and Robert said hi because he was watching you on Facebook, because this is streaming live on my Facebook. So
Okay. Good job, Robert. You said something. Okay. See, rich people think about money logically. Okay. Average people are emotionally involved with money. Rich people are not. They are emotionally involved with what they do, not with the money. And when you change that thinking, the life becomes very different. The money automatically starts to come to you because you are involved emotionally with what you do, not with the money itself. Oh, I got so much money, then you get excited about it. You get excited about for the things that you do for humanity. That's where the real money is. That's where the real thinking is. Okay. Another reason people don't have money, they don't love what they do. Average people earn money by doing the things that they don't love. Rich people follow their passion. To the average people, it looks like the rich people are working all the times. Rich people never work all the times. I can give you thousands of examples. They spend 10, 12 hours a week on their job. That's all they do. And they is the average people who work longer, more hours, and hard work. For them to make money is, okay, if I do overtime, oh, I'll make more money, double my income. Rich people develop their skills so they can get paid more for less time. So start changing your thinking. All right. And you will see how quickly you are going to amass money in your life. Okay. Again, average people. Another characteristics of average people, they have low expectations. They have low expectation. You know why? Because they don't want to feel disappointed. Whereas rich people, they look for challenges in their life. They don't care if they fail. They take the risk in their life. Psychologists and other mental health experts, it's typical of them. Oh, set low expectation. We say the same things to our kids in school. Oh, don't think too high. I don't want you to be disappointed if it happens to you. We are never prepared for the challenges. challenges in life, and that's why we keep on having low expectations. Okay. Another trait of rich people is, average people is, that you have to do something to get rich. Now listen to this very carefully. Average people think that you have to do something to become rich, right? That's not the case. Rich people believe that you have to be something to become rich. So you have to become, not that you have to do something. That's why a lot of wealthy people, they first develop all the traits within themselves, and then they become rich. And whereas masses don't even try to get any skill that's required for them to be wealthy, and they keep on working. That's why they keep on doing. Okay, and they are looking for immediate results, whereas rich people keep on working and they know the big results are coming. Okay. Again, average people think that you need money to make money. A lot of people, oh, you have more money, you can make more money. I'll tell you something. Rich people think you have to have new ideas to make money. You have to have ideas to make money. You don't need money to make money. And this kind of linear thinking keeps you average all the times. You can't be innovative in any shape or form. And that's why you keep on working 24/7. Okay. Rich people are not greedy people. Understand this thing. They are innovative people. When they grow more and more things. They grow their mind. And that's what makes them rich. It's not that it makes them greedy. Whereas it's the other way around, actually. It's not when they amass more money, because they give more ideas to you. So this is another characteristics of being average or being a rich person. Okay. Another fallacy I want to remove from your mind. Average people always live beyond their means. You know why? Because they make less than what they need. That's why they live beyond their means. Whereas rich people, they always will live below their means, because you know why? They make more money so they can spend whatever they like. Make sense?
Sure does.
Hey, what else? What else you want to know about money? Okay.
That's actually a great theme. Keep talking about what, poor people mindset versus rich people mindset, because we all know that everybody wants to be financially free.
Also, average people, I'll tell you, they think money will bring them stress also. You know what rich people think? Peace of mind. They find wealth, real wealth and peace of mind. And if you don't have money, you're not going to have peace of mind, I'll tell you, if you don't have money. So it doesn't mean that you're after money, because money is very important in your life. So let's say you can't pay your dentist bill, you can't paint your house, you can't move out of the house, you can't move out of the neighborhood where you shouldn't be raising your children. Imagine what kind of stress you are going to have at that time. And imagine being emotionally, financially free as a human being, how far you can go. Rich people have libraries, big libraries in homes. How many of you have it? How many books you read? What do you do on daily basis? Whereas average people have big TV screens in their homes, and they keep on watching the same news, same weather channel over and over again. Rich people don't have that kind of time. They study, they understand the market, they understand the new ideas while other people are entertaining themselves, because they rather be entertained than educated. So rich people continuously keep on educating themselves. Okay. So start reading. A person who does not read is no better than the person who cannot read. So one thing you have learned in school, I'm sure all of you know how to read, and start reading. It's a good for your soul. It's good for your growth. And that's what most of the rich people, I'm not talking about rich who are just money rich. I'm talking about wealthy people do. Wealthy people always bettering themselves on daily basis. Whether rich people, there's a difference between rich people and wealthy people. Rich people are just after money conscious. That's all they do. And all they have in life is money, nothing else. Wealthy people have money, they have also peace of mind at the same time. So I'm talking about average and wealthy people. I'm not talking about average and rich people. Rich people are just rich people because they have a lot to show off. They don't even provide the service. They, what you call them, whatever you can call them. Whereas wealthy people are different way of thinking. I have a friend of mine, his net worth is over $1 billion. He has his own private jet. He says, Satish, I use only maybe a couple of times a year, but it's parked there at the airport. I said, why so? He said, because I need only a couple of times a year, but he let the hospitals use his jet to transport the patient from one city to another at no cost. And he pays for all their transportation cost and maintenance cost and everything he keeps on paying. He said, why should be sitting there? So that's the kind of real wealth I'm talking about. Okay. And whereas average people think rich people are snobs. No, they are not. They just want to surround themselves with the like-minded people. That's all they are. So surround yourself with people of the same mentality. I'm talking about wealthy mentality. You will see how quickly it starts to impact your mind also. Okay. Average people also focus on saving. They say, oh, I have to save 10% every month, ruining their present at the same time, worrying about the rainy days. Rich people focus on earnings all the times. And the law of the mind is the more anything that you focus on will grow in your life. Okay. So rich people focus on earning, average people focus on saving. So start earning more. So saving is automatic there. Okay. And rich people will, average people will always take, how they feel. They play safe with money. Rich people always take risks. They say, okay, let me see. And if I lose it, I'm going to make it again anyway. Who cares? Okay. Average people always make a good connection. They don't make a good connection with money and health. Always eating the wrong kind of food. That's what I'm talking about. Wealthy people are very diet conscious because they want to live longer and so that they can enjoy the money that they have. Okay. Also, another fallacy a lot of people have that average people will believe they must choose between a great family and being rich. No, rich people know that they can have both. They can have anything that they want. Okay. So you have any question about not having money or having money now? I can take up the questions if you have any ideas. So start changing your mindset. Start thinking rich. Stop the lottery mentality. Come up with the new ideas. Start from scratch and it'll work for you if you have a great mindset. So that's how I started. And I said, yeah, I've lost everything. What's the big deal now? Only I can take the charge of my destiny. Only I can make it happen again. If I keep on depending on other people, nobody's going to come to my rescue at this time because I have nothing. And nobody comes to you. And when you lose everything, every loser becomes your advisor. That's what they do. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
I'm just checking Facebook. I don't see any questions. So we can just keep talking, because this is a great subject and it's huge and it's super important. And everybody wants to be rich, right? So
yeah, Marianne, it's a good idea. If you ask me some question, a specific question, I'll be very happy to answer those questions.
I don't really have anything prepared. Just some of the things that we talk about, like it's important. Like this was really good. This was excellent, actually. This is the way rich people think. This is the way not rich people think. And passion is behind everything, right? And you have to think that it's possible. Like, how can you help them sort of get from I can't think that I can do this to I can do this?
Okay. First of all, look at your current situation. First of all, look at your current situation. Are you happy with that? If you're not happy with that, that means it has all happened because the way you have been thinking. Okay, and that's manifesting. See, everything is manifested first in the mind and then outside. So your current situation, financial situation, relationship situation, the way you live, the way you do things is all a result of what you have been thinking. And if you're not happy with that, it's about time that you start thinking different. And when you think different things are going to happen in your life. So do not depend upon, or do not say, oh, my way has been okay. I'll tell you, it's never okay to be okay in life. You can answer, I'm okay. That means really you're not okay. But you say, I'm really doing great. I'm really wonderful. That wonderful things start to happen in your life. All you need is to shift the mindset. See, neuroplasticity, for example, in the brain. Ideas, neurons, they are fired together, they are wired together. If you think about something for 21 days straight in a row, they start to take shape in your mind automatically. If you stay, I'm sick and tired of being poor or being average living, and if I shift the focus that I want to change my destiny, I want to make myself wealthy, start thinking wealthy. As if you're for 21 days, if you do it, program your mind like this, you will see how many great ideas are going to come to you. You do not have to even think what idea is going to come. No, some idea is going to come to you. You will see that. Okay. So start thinking big. Big things are going to happen in your life. And that's how I did it. I have been teaching this philosophy to thousands and thousands of people on daily basis. And I'll tell you, it works. It works. 125 million people have been impacted with this kind of thinking. You can also be impacted if you let it impact you, this kind of thinking. Okay. So,
perfect. Thank you so much, Satish. I always love having you on here and I always appreciate. And I will see you on Thursday, as usual, on our usual coaching call. I love it. Satish is such a pleasure to listen to. He's down to earth. His energy is good. He's been through a lot, and not half an hour does not cover what we could talk about. I mean, we could talk about this forever.
That's why my other meeting in a few minutes. So
there you go. So. It's okay. And I have another speakers lined up. So thank you so much, Satish. And I will see you. Oh, and there's my next speaker just arriving in. So thank you so much, Satish. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you. I appreciate you. Bye-bye. And with that, oh, hello, Amanda. How are you? And with that, perfect timing, Sir Kaya Redford. Earlier, we were talking about bank code. So that is where I met Kaya. He is absolutely amazing. And it's not Kaya, it's Sir Kaya. So we actually address each other as Dr. Marianne and Sir Kaya. So I don't know which part of the world are you in. He's another traveler. So this is great. Where are you today?
I am actually here in Newport Beach, California.
Oh,
surprisingly not, internationally on the road today, and I'm excited to be here. And amazing to be with you, Dr. Marianne. I love everything you're doing and excited to share this journey with all of your viewers. I've been tuning in live. I know that we've got a lot of people super excited about the movers and the shakers and the millionaire makers that you absolutely attract, and very grateful for the opportunity to be with you all here today.
And well, that I'm going to mute myself and let you take the stage.
Thank you so much. Awesome. All right. So as we're tuning in today, maybe you've got this vision and this goal for 2025 with all the changes that's happening. Definitely a level of stress and anxiety for some people, while other people are seizing the opportunity in life. And that's what this is about. So a little bit about me. So I'm a success coach for Fortune 500 companies and the creator, and actually a humanitarian as well, the creator of Top Producers Global. For now over 25 years, we've been helping entrepreneurs, leaders, influencers, salespeople to break through to even greater wealth and freedom. Many industries that we are heavily involved in, and we've been training the #1 offices and #1 agents in all of real estate, in financial services, and the mortgage industry, and in network marketing. So really people that are, they don't get paid based upon showing up, they get paid based upon results. So peak performance people like yourself. So I'm super excited about today. We're going to cover 3 topics today. First one is going to be mindset. And most people would agree that, especially with everything that's going on in the world today, mindset is everything. There isn't anything that mindset is not, right? The second thing, most important. Yes. If you've ever read the book or heard of Tim Grover, his book is called Relentless. He's the coach of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant and Dwayne Wade and all these great people. He says mindset is everything. He says you can always develop the right skill set, but you're never going to develop the right skill set if you don't have the right mindset. So we're going to go into mindset today. We're going to go into effective communication skills. So you heard a little bit about code breaker. We actually are going to go into a topic briefly that I go into before I even go into code breaker, which is a little bit more, understanding personality types, maybe on a more universal level. And then code breaker is almost like that bullseye where you're able to learn what are the key words, what are the key values that someone subscribes to that you can help them to get to say yes. And again, you're not getting them to say yes to you because you want to earn a commission or make money. You're helping them say yes to themselves, right? Because as you think of Zig Ziglar, I think it was, who said, when you help people get what they want, you get what you want. So that's what this is about. So that's the second piece. We'll go into communication skills. And then finally, we'll go into this thing called programming. Like, what's programming? So I'm a neuro-linguistic programming trainer's trainer, master certified trainer's trainer in NLP, a master certified trainer's trainer in timeline therapy, hypnosis, behavioral analysis, and all that good stuff that none of it's really important. The only thing that's really important is how is it going to help you get to your goals, get to your dreams, get to your desires. So one more thing, we also do a lot of philanthropy work. Shout out to Sir Bill Walsh, shout out to Sir Dr. James Dentley, and a few others that are also knighted in the Royal Order of Constantine the Great and St. Helen. So no matter what organization you're a part of, the fact that we are parts of organizations that are making a difference. We've been direct and produced a documentary called Homeless in America in 2004, went best Best Social Documentary at the New York International Film Festival. I've been working closely with our current mayor of Los Angeles, Mayor Karen Bass, to help with the homeless issue. We've had about 18,000, 19,000 people that have been taken out of homelessness in the last year and a half under her leadership. We've had some LA fires. We've had some, dramatic other things happening. But overall, we're really making a difference. When I did the Homeless in America, then we discovered a lot of homeless people are actually veterans that suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder that are now homeless. So we've been doing rehabilitation for veterans for many years. And then also we've been supporting Thorn, which is Ashton Kutcher's organization for eradicating human trafficking and child trafficking. So that's the philanthropy side. So with that being said, our program, Top Producers Global, what inspired this is that we actually interviewed, and I've got a question for you, your audience, as you're listening here today. We actually interviewed the #1, top 1% agents in the industry, in real estate, in mortgage, in financial services, and in network marketing. People are in sales. And we asked them some deep questions off camera. What's really going on? How do they really feel about where they're at in their business? And when I ask people, what do you think the top 1% thinks and feels? Most people say, oh, well, they're at the top. They must be grateful. They must be happy. They got fulfilled and happy and so grateful. And that's what everyone says. But then actually, when you interview them, you find out that they're frustrated. They're frustrated because they're not feeling like they're going fast enough. So here's my first question for all of you as you listen. How many of you watching here today, tuning in, and by the way, shout out again to Dr. Marianne for putting this together, because it's like, hey, how can we give a value with no expectation in return? Just put that message out there, and she's brought the best of people together. So really, really appreciate her and appreciate all of you, because you could have chosen to be doing anything on this morning, right? And you chose to be here. So here's the philosophical question for you. How many of you feel like you've achieved a lot of great things in your life? By a show of hands, or type in the comments. Me. And how many of you also feel that no matter what you've achieved in your life, you feel like sometimes you feel like you should be further along than where you are right now? Further along to your wealth and your freedom. That's what the top 1% feels, right? They feel they've accomplished a lot, but it's not fast enough. They want to go faster. So it's really about how can we collapse time? And that's what today's message is about, how to collapse time. So I'm going to share 3 things. Mindset, communication, action. Those are the 3 things. By the way, that mirrors neuro-linguistic programming very well, because neuro, mindset, is how we think. Linguistic, language, is how we communicate. And, the person that we communicate to, if you got that voice in your head talking to you all day long, if you're asking me, what voice are you talking about, Kaya? That's the voice. The voice that just asked me, what voices are you talking about? That's the voice I'm talking about. You got a voice in your head talking to you all day long, and then you got your actions, right? And what neuro-linguistic programming essentially says is that, and by the way, if you know of it, most people do, and if you don't, it's been made famous because it was Ronald Reagan, the great communicator, the first US president that was heavily trained, Bill Clinton, Oprah Winfrey, Richard Branson, Tony Blair. If you watch movies, Hugh Jackman from Wolverine, X-Men. If you watch tennis, Serena Williams. Tony Robbins has obviously made it very famous because he's talked about it over the years. So I got trained by the founder and creator of neuro-linguistic programming, Richard Bandler, and then also got trained first generation by the founder of timeline therapy, Ted James. So I've kind of put these things together for people that are in your shoes that want to scale and want to increase your income and have a bigger impact in the world. So maybe you feel like you've achieved great things, but you feel like you could go further, right? So what we need to do is explore 3 things. So first thing I would like to share with you is communication. What I like about this technology called DISC, and most people have heard of DISC, and if you haven't, DISC is really personality types, is that you're able to understand, for thousands of years, we've been studying people and noticing people have a pattern. They either speak fast, speak slow. They're either very, task-oriented or people-oriented. These different variables create these slightly different personality types. And so what I'd like to do, a very, very powerful tool, if you've heard of this before, if you haven't heard of this before, I'd like to make it palatable and easy, because guess what? We go into companies that have been trained in this, and they don't use it. They don't apply it. Why? Because it's not made palatable and easy to use. So everybody grab your piece of paper, please, right now, and write these 2 questions down. These 2 questions alone are going to help you know exactly who's in front of you. It's going to help you understand them better, help you understand yourself better, help you communicate with them better. And all you need to do is just remember 2 questions. You don't need a 40-page report. You don't need to confuse yourself, all this stuff, to break it down in the most simplest way. Question number 1, write it down, everybody. Question 1, is the person in front of me fast-paced, or is the person in front of me more steady-paced? That's question number 1. Fast-paced or steady/slow-paced? That's question 1. Is the person more fast-paced or more steady/slow-paced? By the way, which would you guess I am? How do you think I talk? Do I talk fast? Do you think I talk slow? What if I slowed down and I said, greetings, everybody. This is going to be an incredible day. As you think about your life. Now, which one? Am I more fast-paced, more steady, slow-paced? It's pretty obvious. You could tell this right away. Number 2 question, is the person more task-oriented or is the person more people-oriented? Now, how many of you kind of know it's pretty obvious when someone's task-oriented, right? It's all about the job, getting the job done. They don't really care about how they feel, how you feel. In fact, what you feel is irrelevant. It's about, did we get the job done, right? Even Michael Jordan, you hear the stories of the players years after that they said it was very difficult to play under his leadership, but he made them better. He didn't care how they felt, right? In fact, he even sucker punched them a couple of times in practice if they weren't playing. He didn't care how you feel. All he cared about is winning that championship, getting the job done, right? So, is the person more people-oriented, meaning it's more important, the relationship, the harmony, the communication, that comes before the transaction, before the job getting done. So based on those 2 questions, you can now know enormous amount about people. So write this down. If the person is task-oriented and fast-paced and task-oriented, they would be high D, dominance. High D, dominance. And I could write these on a thing, but I think just in the interest of saving time, because it takes me a while to do it, you can just write this down. D, dominance. We call them controllers. If you're fast-paced and task-oriented, D, dominance, we call them controllers. They like to be in control. They're driven by anger. I could spend a whole bunch of time kind of going into the details of why, where, what, but I'm just going to give it to you straight. And then maybe we can invite you to an event and give you a deeper understanding behind the scenes. They're driven by anger. Anger could be used as fuel to help you achieve your goal. Anger could be used in such a way to hurt people and turn people off. So the question is, what is their emotional intelligence? Next thing is they want results. And I always ask people, when do they want results? And most people say, they want results now. And I go, no, they don't want results now. They want results yesterday. Why didn't you get me this yesterday? Why are you waiting till right now, 10:30 a.m. on whatever day it is, when you could have given it to me last week, right? So they're already pissed off that you didn't get them the results yesterday, right? So then that's that. And when you think about their greatest fear is most people think it's a fear of failure, but no, they embrace failure if they have to. They have a fear of being taken advantage of. Ooh, I want to leave the room. I don't want to even be in the room with a shark who's worried about being taken advantage of by other people. We'll get to that later. So now what if the person's fast-paced and people-oriented? We call that a high I. High Is are very optimistic, very trusting, right? Half glass full mindset. What's important to them, and most people don't understand this, they think it's the connection, it's the relation. Yes, but it's actually recognition. They want to be recognized. So you communicate to them very differently when you show up. You edify them, you lift them up, you empower them, right? You let them talk. You focus on them, right? They're the star, right? In as far as what is their greatest fear, it's fear of loss of recognition, right? So How do you feel if you're a high I, if you're, well, we call them, by the way, another word for it is promoter. So the high I's, we call them influence, but we call them promoters. So you got the controllers and now you got the promoters. And their fear is loss of recognition. So now let's go to the steady / slow paced. Steady / slow paced, we've got whether you're task oriented or people oriented. If you're more people oriented, we call them the high S, right? High S is steadiness, but we also call them supporters. So you got your controllers, you got the promoters, and now you have the supporters. The supporters, very different, right? What drives them emotionally? What drives them is they have as much emotion as everyone else, but they handle it differently. They tend to bottle up and suppress, right? So what you realize is that you need to ask better questions. You need to talk and ask questions, get them talking. Oftentimes people talk too much and they think when you're high S, the supporter who is steady and more people oriented, when they're nodding their head, you automatically think that, you know, this person's receptive and this person's going to buy or whatever. And the whole time they're thinking, I'm not going to do business with you, right? But they're never going to tell you that. They suppress what they feel. They want to maintain that relationship. They don't want to, they want to avoid conflict. So in the attempt to do that, they don't really tell you what's going on. Not that they're deceptive at all. It's just that they want to keep a good relationship. So you have to approach them different. You have to ask questions. You've got to get them talking themselves into doing business with you. So that's the high S's. And then finally, well, actually, that's what drives them emotionally. So now what's important to them, and most people don't know this stuff. What's important to the supporter is security. They want security. So how you present your product, your service, what you do for them in the context of security is completely different than the context of results, than the context of recognition. You now have security. It's a completely different come from. That's important to them. And what is their greatest fear? Their greatest fear is loss of security. Make sense? So got to temper that. Now you've got the people that are steady / slow patient, and they're task oriented. We call them compliance. Another word for them is analyzers. And how we describe analyzers, the primary emotion that drives them, and I always say this to a group, because when we hear this word, you automatically think, oh, this is bad. You know, we've always been taught that this thing is bad, right? But in actuality, with a high C, a compliance, it's actually their superpower. They operate from fear. But here's the thing. I always say planes would be falling out of the sky if we didn't have the high compliance people, right? That make sure everything's working. Because if everything's not working, you have the challenge, you have the potential of catastrophes, right? If things fall apart, people get hurt. So that fear of making a mistake, that fear of something going wrong, that wanting to be perfect keeps people safe. So it's a superpower, but it's also a double-edged sword, right? So they're driven by fear, and what they want is information. The more they can get the information, the more they can dot the I's, cross the T's, and make sure that everything is kosher and good, the more that they can, you know, fulfill their value, right? So what is their greatest fear? Their greatest fear is what I just shared, making a mistake. So if you think of these different creatures, and I know we've probably been exposed to this before, and they have different creatures, how I refer to the high D's is in the ocean, because I'm here in Newport Beach, and we've actually had a couple of sharks. One that swam right up onto the beach, right? But it wasn't that big. But I'm thinking, I'm in the ocean almost every day, so you never know. But sharks are considered, so the fast-paced, task-oriented sharks with the high D's. The dolphins would be your fast-paced, people-oriented, and always make a joke because people think sharks are menacing and dolphins are so sweet, so kind. And don't we might have heard that the dolphins actually kill sharks. Most people don't know that. So what does that metaphor teach us? That teaches us don't take someone's kindness for a weakness, because dolphins right? If you get on the wrong side of them, they come and take you out, right? So then you got your dolphins, and then you got your S is the supporters, and what we call those the whales, right? Save the humanity. And then ultimately we have the last one, which is the last one is the C compliance, which we call the sea urchin or the octopus. Now, what I want you to take away from this, number one, maybe you learned something about yourself today, whether you're a D, I, S, C. Are you fast-paced, task-oriented? Are you fast-paced, people-oriented? Are you steady/slow-paced, people-oriented? Or are you steady/slow-paced, task-oriented? So maybe you learned which one you're in. Maybe you learned what primary emotion drives you. Remember, anything I say that resonates with you is truth today. Go with it. Anything I say that doesn't resonate with you is truth, because maybe you've shifted, you've changed, you evolved. Delete it. No one made me God, or no one made any of us God. We're just here to give you information. But the most important thing I want to share with you is the gap that I find in personality types is that they don't teach you that all you need to do is think of the 2 questions. And based on those 2 questions, you can now know almost anything you want to know about a person's personality type. And based on everything you know about a person's personality type, you can now tailor yourself and communicate to that. Now, Codebreaker is a game changer. It is, I'm sure you've already heard about it throughout this training. It is the only, I would call it, or it's known as the only scientifically proven methodology for predicting your customers' buying pattern. It's been featured at Google and Harvard. Sherry Tree, the person who created it, although it's been really around for thousands of years, she's packaged it in such a wonderful way for entrepreneurs, salespeople to scale their business, scale their life. Dr. Marianne is a facilitator, coach, trainer in it, and so am I, and a few others. So you definitely want to use that. But I always bring in the disc, and I always use both because I feel like this one is a good groundwork. Gets you on the dartboard, and then when you go into Codebreaker, it gives you the bullseye. But you want to get both. You want to have both. You want to get in the field, and then you want to get the bullseye. So that's number one. Number two, let's talk about the second thing, which is mindset. Please, everybody, write down your goal for 2025. Write down your goal for 2025. We're going to do this quick because I've got about 7 minutes. So whatever your goal is for 2025, I want you to imagine now that we were to stretch that goal. Your financial goal. Let's be clear. Let's write a number down that you want to achieve. That yes has is a number. It's called the law of compensation. When you help people get what they want, you get what you want. So what you get paid is based on how many people. Bill Walsh is a great, incredible coach. He's always talking about don't focus on the money. Focus on how many people you will serve this year, right? So how many people are you going to serve this year? So the money is just a virtue or a byproduct of how many people you serve this year. So write down what that number is on how much you've earned by the end of this year. And now what if I were to say, let's stretch that goal, right? Let's stretch that goal where let's double it or triple it, because that's what we do at Top Producer Global. We help individuals double or triple their revenue, their sales within a matter of 30 to 60 days by employing the N, the mindset, neuroscience, right? The linguistic language, the effective communication, the programming. There's people that have fear, anxiety. They're not even doing the work. So the programming is taking massive action, right? Getting out there and making it happen. So if we were to stretch your goal and we were to double it or triple it or quadruple it, and here's the thing, if we were to go to Vegas and place a bet, right? And if you were to be really honest, right? And if we were to place a bet, and if you're $1 short of achieving that, let's say your goal for this year was $250,000, let's just say. And let's say now, because you 4x'd it, it's now 1 million. You've never even done 400,000 a year or 500,000 a year. And now you want to make $1 million. Or maybe I'm talking to someone who's making $1 million. You want to make 10 million, whatever the numbers, or someone who's making $5,000 a month and wants to finally make 10 or $25,000 a month, wherever you are, it doesn't even matter. The idea of 4xing it, right? Or 5xing it, or 10xing it. And you go to Vegas, and if you're $1 short of achieving that goal, what happens is you lose the bet. And when you lose the bet, you lose all the money. You lose everything. You lose your house, you lose your car, you lose it all. And I ask people, how many of you would place that bet? And most people, if they're being honest, if they've never done it before, and if you're $1 short of achieving that goal, most people go, I wouldn't place that bet. Why would I do that? That's like the stupidest thing to do. That's like putting all of your money on roulette. And next thing you know, you're homeless. Like, why would I do that? So my question to you is, if you take your hand and put it on your gut, the part of you that wouldn't place that bet, and I want you to write down, what is the self-doubt that you feel? Because write this down. The biggest thing that we've discovered that stops people from achieving greatness, and write this name down, it's Henry Ford. Henry Ford said, whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, either way, you are right, right? It's self-doubt. And please write this down. We're going to invite you to a free live event. You can learn more. I'm kind of giving you the fast version of this. Self-doubt leads to self-sabotage. People that don't believe in themselves, that don't take the actions that they would take, which really is the mindset. Now let's go to the final piece, because I have about 4 minutes left. The final piece we're going to go into is the programming part, right? The P, right? Where it's talking about massive action. Now here's my question. Whether you're spiritual, whether you believe in God or the universe or source or your higher self, your future self, or the coach or whomever, if your coach, your mentor, someone you fully trust in, told you, if you do this behavior, you are going to get outstanding results. And you knew for a fact you would get outstanding results by doing these action steps. How many of you would take massive action? We all would, right? And what kind of results would you get? Great results, right? Now, let me ask you the reverse of that. Imagine if someone to you, well, this is not going to work. You know for a fact it's not going to work yourself. How much action would you take? Nobody's going to take action on what you know is not going to work, right? Now, here's where most people get caught. What if you're in the place of maybe? This might work, this might not work, right? When you're thinking this might work, right? I don't know. What kind of action do you take? Most people, if they're being honest, they take a kind of like a half a step because they're not sure, a timid step. And so when you take a half step, right? A half-ass step, call it a half-ass step, half-ass in, you get half-ass what? Half-ass results. Bill's always talking about the idea of being on a plane, on a short runway. The only way that plane on a short runway can take off, it has to be 100% full throttle. If you're 50%, you're 20%, you're 30% full throttle, that plane's never going to be able to take off the ground because it doesn't have the speed. It doesn't have the momentum to take off the ground. So that's why businesses don't take off. That's why entrepreneurs don't take off, because they're not fully in. They don't, they got plan B, plan C, plan D, right? They've got their escape routes. They've got their own reasons. They've got their own excuses. So that's what we do here at Top Producers Global. We're here to help you, along with Dr. Marianne, the great works that she's doing, and our collaboration and all the coaches here. We're here to help you, knowing that you are already amazing. You are already great. But what Napoleon Hill said, he said, most people don't understand. They think that this abundance stream is far away from the poverty stream. He said, Napoleon Hill, in his Power of Subconscious Mind book, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich author, right? Said they're not far away. They're actually right next to one another. The poverty stream and the abundance stream is right next to one another. All you have to do is figure out what's those one or two things that is holding you back. That when you find out what those one or two things, you literally rewire those two things. You jump out of here and you jump in here and you have a breakthrough. So with that being said, I'd like to invite you to join us. We have a private closed group with the top 1%. The banks, the real estate companies, mortgage finance services. We've got an incredible group of the top 1% highest achievers. If you'd like to be part of that, I'd like to also give you a one-page PDF summary of everything we talked about, the personality types, straight to your phone. Also like to invite you to a free live event. The value of all of this is well over $1,000. Who would like it for free? Who would like it for free today? Who would like it for free today, like right now, like to your phone in the next 30 seconds? All right. Me. All we ask you to do, Dr. Marianne's like, I already got it, but hey, send it to me again, Kaya. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to text the word top, T-O-P. Text the word top, just like that, T-O-P, to the phone number 26786. You're going to text the word top, T-O-P, to the phone number 26786. One more time, T-O-P to the phone number 26786. Within 30 seconds, actually within 10 seconds, you'll get a text, and then you fill out a little form, and then you'll get the one-page PDF. And over the next week, you're going to get all the free gifts. And we look forward to maybe seeing you at a live event soon. And I, again, want to have deep gratitude for Dr. Marianne. It is not easy to put things together, and most people are not always serving at the highest level, bringing their brothers and sisters on the journey to transform lives together. And it's an honor, and I just can't wait to us physically to do this on stage together one day soon. And just thank you. It's such an honor for being here with you.
Something together. Oh my gosh, Kaya, you're the best. Sir Kaya Redford, everyone. Let's hear it for Sir Kaya. I am going to text you this to this phone number,
Please
but
do.
I need a minute because I can't talk and do that. I'm just not that techie. But anyways, you are welcome here anytime. So let's talk about the next one, which is sales leaders. And yes, right. And so perfect. You know, of course, I'm only involved with Codebreaker Bank Code, but I remember going to an event. Oh my gosh, this would have been like 30 years ago, or who knows how many years ago, anyways, a long time. And they were talking about DISC. And I couldn't make up my mind. I think at the time I was more of a promoter, but we were put into groups, and someone had said, "Oh no, you're a D. You're not a promoter." And I said, "Okay, why do you think that?" So the next day he said to me, "Oh my gosh, you're totally a promoter." And I go, "What happened?" And he goes, "Well, you showed up. One of the, I guess, personality traits was dressing all in black." And I had come from work. I was a mortgage agent in a bank of all places. So very, heels, black suit, this, that, and the other. And then the next day was like really comfortable yoga pants with a really colorful top. And all of a sudden I was a promoter because I had these colors and I was louder. And I said, "Look, I just came from work." So I was still in work mode. I was still sitting behind my desk, talking to the client in a bank where it's super conservative. So anyways, it was fun. It's all good.
It is incredible.
Thank you so
Incredible.
much for
And
everything.
you've got your code on here, ANKB.
Yes. Same
I
as
love
yours,
it.
if I
Same as
recall
mine.
correctly.
Yeah.
That's super awesome. Yes. I knew your presentations were always going to be full of energy and awesomeness, and you did a fantastic job.
I look forward to it. Well, this is just the beginning. I'm excited to do a lot more with you and collaborate. And thank you, Amanda. And thank you to the team. And I know that you've got your next speaker, I'm probably pretty sure, ready to go. So
she's going to be joining us shortly. She's just getting off of another one, and it's actually her anniversary. So it's something else I do with gold coins and gold and silver coins. So Kathy's going to be joining us shortly, but it's so funny. Financial freedom. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna talk about my supplements, my bank code, and all the things that I do on the side of whatever I do already. So yeah, it's perfect. And then we're gonna end the day. And thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Congratulations, everybody. See you soon. Remember, let's not only make this your best year ever, let's make this your best decade ever.
Such a powerhouse, Sir Kaya Redford. Thank you so much. So that was an amazing presentation, and I totally loved it. Kathy is not here yet, so we can just chat here. Sir Kaya probably has several other places he needs to go and speak. You gotta love speakers that go in and out. And so let me just see. Amanda, are you here? Are you able to come onto camera or not so much? Let me know if you are. Oh, there she is. Look at that. Look at her. Look at her glass. Isn't she lovely? Amanda is my editor in chief. She's the one like, oh, this is wrong. And I'm like, yeah, don't tell me, just fix it. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to know all the 20 different mistakes. I use we do books together, and we are going to do a author's retreat. We're going to do a beginner's one, At some point, we have a place. Actually, we have picked a place in Dominican, right? The last place I went to. Love the resort. Super easy place to get to for, you know, Canadians, Americans. It's easy breezy, parcheesi. It was 4.5 hour flight for me, and very comfortable, very nice, really great resort. I highly recommend it. I rarely recommend places to go, but I'm going to tell you, what was it? Barcelo Bavaro Beach was the place where I stayed. So for anyone who's been there before, you know how great it is. I know a colleague of mine for sure, he's been there and he loves it, and it's beautiful. So I was telling Amanda, and she's like, wow, that sounds like a great place for an author's retreat. And I'm like, sure it does. Let's do it. So maybe this year sometime later on in the year. I do have some other trips with some other people that were on here. I have something planned with Lori. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it yet. I have Maryland. I'll be speaking in Maryland, and I'll be going. I'll be going to Maryland and probably speaking. I did last year, so we'll be there, and then potentially Greece. We have a trip to Greece, which I didn't mention with the APL Go. That's what we're working for. So if y'all want to travel for free, come and join our company because we have fun. We feel better. We help other people feel better. We make pretty cool money, and we get free trips. So you can't go wrong. And I think we should have.
I love that resort. That resort when you showed me, so beautiful. Like
beautiful,
so beautiful.
Right? I'm just gonna see. Tell us a little about books, because I want to see what's holding Kathy up, and I'm hoping it's not technology.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we're working on quite a few books right now, actually. We have a couple on the go, and I'm excited about all of them because they're all going to be excellent books.
Mm-hmm.
The two
I have
collabs.
Entrepreneur Secrets coming up, so I still have 3 spots available in that one. I don't even know if it's 3. I should really check and see if it's just 2. It could be just 2 by now, but
yeah,
definitely give me a shout if you're interested. It's 1 chapter. That's all you have to write. And for you people who have never written, you know what? To become an author gives you such huge credibility. It really does. It changes your life when it comes to that, and you feel so accomplished inside. You know, that's always my my goal with everyone, is to help everyone feel more confident, feel more in love with themselves, right? I basically help people fall in love with themselves. Oh my God, that should be my new tagline.
It should
That should
be
be my new tagline. I really like it. I help people fall in love with themselves. Like,
it's true though. It's true.
We're so busy with this, and I mean, I teach. I coach women all the time, and it's always, oh, there's always a him involved or a her, but there's always this other person. Like, what about yourself? Fall in love with yourself. And of course, now I'm going off on a tangent, but I wanted to go back to the author's retreat. So I think we should do a beginner's one, and that beginner one will help people write a chapter, and we'll put a collaborate book together. We'll put an anthology together, and we'll do that. And then in the advanced version, in the same short amount of time, so it'll be 3 or 4 days. So maybe for the next one should be 4, maybe 5 days, and we'll help you put together a shorter book. So there's, the shorter books that are maybe 60, 65 pages, because I have one of those. Those are great. Or then the hugely advanced one will be a bigger book, and then we'll have to do that one for like an entire week, because that's a lot of writing. But anyways, so just wanted to mention that and bring Amanda on here. So now we have Kathy here. So it is Kathy's anniversary today, and she has blessed me by coming here. Like, how blessed am I? Look at all these people doing this, working, traveling, doing all these other things, taking the time and coming on here to bless all of us with all this amazing information. And I could not resist with the title of financial freedom with what Kathy's going to present for us. So yes, I am involved in what Kathy is going to tell you. I believe in saving, just like Satish Verma was talking about from Think and Grow Rich. But I'm not going to say that I'm not a fan of cash, because I think cash is important, of course, but I'm a real fan of gold, because gold is so international. And I'm also a fan of silver. So with that, I'm going to let Kathy tell you all about what we do. So Kathy, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Marianne. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. I'm in the train station and I had to set up here. We've got a room car when we get on the train, but we're working on it. So if you can hear me okay, thank you for that introduction. I am passionate about what we've got to share and the space of gold and silver. We know gold and silver has been recognized as money for over 5,000 years. And so let me get right to it. My other name is the Fairy Gold Mother. So let me share my screen real quick. And I'm gonna, oh, I can't share. Can you turn that on for me, Marianne?
Yes, give me a second. I don't know why I didn't already do this. Hello. People stopping in train stations. Wow, just crazy. Like, I'm so lucky. It's insane. Okay, you should be okay now. Go for it.
Awesome. Okay, great. So
and then she's gonna hop on another.
I want to share with you a little bit about my background in the fine jewelry business. I have been in the fine jewelry business. Oops, that share didn't go. Let me try that one more time. Hang on 1 second. 1 second there. This is only working with one screen is kind of crazy, right? I'm used to multiple screens, so.
It's okay. Let me know if it doesn't work. I'll try something else. Hang on. Should work. Okay, you know what? I'm going to make you the host if I have to. Can you share now or no?
Let me see. Let's try it one more time. All right. I think so.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay.
Let me slide this out of the way and let me diminish that a little bit and share this. So, okay, let's get started. So super excited to be here with you. My background is in the fine jewelry business. This is one of my retail stores. I had the only 3-store independent jewelry chain in the state where I still live. And there's something happened there with that, but let's try this one more time. I don't know what's going on. Hang on 1 second. Ooh. Okay. Here we go. We'll try it again. Now let's see. I hope the background noise isn't too much. I don't have control over this space. So, all right. So this is one of my retail stores. This is my son, Michael Anthony, that I named the stores after. So I've been in the space of gold and silver since the 70s. So I'm going to share with you today why Marianne and I are so excited. These are wealth strategies in a more sophisticated way than ever before. Half a century ago, this was not available to us, but it is now. I am not a financial advisor. I'm not a tax professional. I'm an associate here with 7K Metals. And we want you to do your own due diligence because gold and silver is considered to be money. But here's what we know for a fact. Almost half of Americans just in 2023 couldn't handle a $400 emergency. It's not because we don't know how to balance a budget and we can't handle our money. It's the purchasing power of the US dollar, and the Canadian dollar is also connected here as well. When you look at it, in 1913, when the Federal Reserve was created, this dollar had the purchasing power of a dollar. But you fast forward to just 2021 on this graph, 97% of the purchasing power has been lost. So, I mean, we're down to 3 cents on the dollar in this graph, but I want you to see in 1971 what happened. And the problem was President Nixon took us off the gold window. Prior to that, there was an amount of gold to back every dollar that was printed. So when he did that, then this became fiat currency, and this was the world reserve currency. So all the currencies around the world also became fiat. And this meant that it was no longer backed by anything of value. And we have a pretty tough history on fiat currencies. If you'll just take a look at this screen, it's frightening because this is what happens when a country tries to print their way out of an economic collapse. This is the paper mark in Germany, the peso in Argentina, the dollar in Zimbabwe. And more recently, this is what happened in Venezuela. My friend was there when their currency collapsed. Their money, their paper money, their fiat money became garbage overnight. But we want to talk to you today about what Marianne and I are so passionate about is gold and silver. That's just it's sound money. It's a safe haven asset. The gold and silver are the secrets the wealthy have known for ages, and governments and financial institutions have known these secrets, and they're the largest holders of gold and silver in the world today. But we have a way for everybody to be able to acquire gold and silver on any budget. So stay tuned for the next couple of minutes. This example will kind of explain it all. So when you just go back with me to 1965, this dollar and this ounce of silver had the exact same purchasing power. So in 1965, you could have bought a brand new Ford Mustang off the showroom floor for $2,500 or 2,500 ounces of silver. But let's fast forward to 2024. $2,500 won't even make a down payment. 2,500 ounces of silver will buy you 2 Ford Mustangs. So which one was the better store of value? Sound money. So let's look at gold and housing. In the year 2000, you could have bought the average home for $169,000 or 626 of these. This is a gold eagle, the most recognized coin in the world. This is 1 ounce of gold. So 626 of these would have bought the average home for $169,000. Fast forward to 2024, the same amount of gold. What will it do? It'd buy $1.5 million worth of houses. But in 2025, it's closer to $2 million worth of houses. Gold hit an all-time high this morning. So that's what I'm talking about. So which one was the better store of value? But a lot of people have thought about it, but they just don't know what to buy, who to trust. They don't even know how to get started. And they feel like they've got to be some kind of financial expert to win. But here's what we found. There's a lot of mixed advice out there. There's a lot of people you just can't trust. And there's high minimums. And there's a tough learning curve. And there's people selling inventory they don't have, and that's illegal. We are 7K. We're a community of people on a mission to help each other protect and preserve your wealth. We call this wealth insurance. This is a safe haven asset. And this is a way you can protect what you've worked so hard for. And these are the 4 gentlemen that made it all happen. I have the utmost respect for what you see on this screen. You're looking at over 100 years experience in building multi-million and multi-billion-dollar businesses, even from scratch. If you've ever heard of the company Melaleuca, Roger Ball actually started that company with his brother-in-law Frank and took it from zero to a multi-billion-dollar giant still running today. But Roger partnered with these other 3 gentlemen, and they're all brilliant in and of themselves, and they wanted to disrupt some industries. They wanted to disrupt the gold and silver industry. They wanted to disrupt the collectible coin industry, and they wanted to disrupt the networking industry. We're now in 32 countries, and we're taking this around the world. We're on a mission to help the everyday average person be able to acquire gold and silver simply and easily outside the system, outside the government, on any budget, and we're doing it. So these are the details. We recommend a diversified portfolio of precious metals. So we have a defense and an offense strategy. Defense is bullion. Bullion is just pure metal sold for weight on bars. It comes in rounds. And now for the first time ever, with this amazing membership, it's fractional. You can buy gold and silver in 4 different asset classes as little as $1 at a time. You don't have to have $3,000 or so to buy this ounce of gold. You can buy this $1 at a time. Same way with this ounce of silver. And we have 2 other asset classes you can also purchase in. That has never been done before. And what's important too, you're not penalized because you don't have a bankroll to play with here. And I love that. And our other part of our portfolio is strategy, which is collectibles. These are just gorgeous, exquisite pieces of art actually done on a base of precious metal. So I call this becoming a gold and silver art collector, if you would. So here are some of the incredible designs that you see. They usually have some kind of significance, tell a great story, or they're low mintage. And then we have exclusive access. There are designers here within this membership that design only for us at 7K Metals. And these are some of the exquisite pieces that we have. And when you grab your membership, it's so super simple. You don't have to be an expert. All the hard, heavy lifting has been done for you, which I absolutely love. This company has taken a difficult process and made it super simple. Get your own curated website. When you say yes to a membership, Marianne's going to have a link for you at the end. You can go right there, and then you can click and you can create your website instantly. You'll be able to shop in a matter of minutes from this great selection of inventory that we have. And the inventory changes quickly because we never sell anything we don't have. And then the rare coin drops, they bring us coins from around the world. We don't even have to leave the house or get out of our slippers if we don't want. They bring us coins from around the world. They have strategic relationships with major mints all around the world, and they bring us amazing coins like what you're seeing here. And, you know, we talked about the tough learning curve. Contained within the 2 memberships I'm getting ready to share with you before I conclude, there's a buyer certification. There's a collector certification. So you can make good decisions about what to acquire for you and your family, and you'll understand what has the value for you. This training alone is worth this membership, but this is just part of it. There's so much to our membership, more than gold and silver. This just to highlight a few. We have a 7K healthcare plan, which no open enrollment. Every 1st or every 15th of every month you can join, and there's no deductible. And there's a healthcare, there's a life insurance in here as well, and they also have points. And we'll share more with you what that means in just a second. We have an IRA program. 7K negotiated with over 100 companies to give you the deal that you have here with this membership. Never seen anything like it. It's the best deal I've seen on the planet. We have used it ourselves. We have so many other members that have. And what that allows you to do, it allows you to take your 401k or your IRA out of the stock market and then translate it over here to precious metals that you buy at dealer direct prices. You choose your metal, you choose your depository. It's out of the stock market. We know what that volatility sounds and feels like, don't we? And gold and silver are a safe haven asset. That process is here for you. And in that entire process, there is no tax liability when you follow the system and work with 7K on that. And it's the least amount of fees I've ever seen in my life. It's phenomenal. That's just to highlight a few. And we also have one more thing I want to highlight, our 7K Advantage. This is our wholesale shopping club. When you have your 7K Pro subscription, I'm going to tell you about that. You have access to this. We save the average family $1,200 a year. There's over 850,000 merchants in there. And I'm just telling you, there's my testimonial. We saved over $600 when we first got started on one transaction, our first one. Alicia saved the same, over 600. Nancy saved over 1,000. Over and over again, we hear success story after success story. So you can only spend less and make more. We've got a way for you to do both with this membership. And when you spend less, you can turn that into a hard asset of gold and silver as well. You know how we talked in the beginning about almost half of Americans couldn't handle a $400 emergency? Well, there is a way that you can earn money with this program. But I want you to know everything up until now, 85% of the folks that hear this information, this is what they love. They grab a membership just to protect their wealth with gold and silver. And there's only about 15% of us, Marianne and I are in that bunch. It's still a well-kept secret. We share it, but we can actually earn money every time we share with folks, and we can get paid on a weekly basis. So this is a billboard that I had in my jewelry store back in the day. That's me and Michael Anthony on the billboard, and there's Michael Anthony standing out in front. And I'm telling you, I had a 6-figure advertising budget in the 70s and the 80s. Every business has an advertising budget in order to get their name out in front of people. That's the marketing department. Well, we have an opportunity to be the marketing department for 7K. They pay us in instant gold. They pay us in sound money matching metal bonus. They pay us in loyalty points where we get free gold and silver. They also pay us in the share plan. And the instant gold pay, I mean, is instant. And this is just a thank you from 7K. When you grab your membership, if you just want to share your link here and there with folks, they'll give you instant gold, pure bullion deposited in your sound money wallet. You don't have to even do anything else to get that. That's just a thank you from 7K. And we also have a share. Want to share it with a few folks? If you share it with just 2 people and you have someone on your left, someone on your right, that's the dual team system that we've got. The points actually will go infinite levels deep. It is phenomenal. If you want to take a deeper dive into this, Marianne and I would be glad to do that with you. But just on a basic level, if you share it with 2 people and 250 points accumulate left and right, you can earn a $250 check that week. And every week that happens. When you have just 2 people in and you have 500 points that accumulate left and right, you can earn a $500 check that week. And every week that happens. So, and then you can go up from there, 2,000 points left, 2,000 points right. You can also earn a $2,000 check that week with just a little bit more work. So we have a way for you to level up and get to the earning potential that you want to within this program. You can go from 500 a week to 1,000 a week, 2,000 a week. That gets you at that 6-figure income level. 3,500 a week, 7,000 a week, 10,000, 12,500 a week. And we have 3 more levels on top of that. So that just takes a little bit more effort on your part, depending on what you want to do, but it is here for you if this would be of interest to you. We'd love to share more with you about it. But there's so many ways that you can earn points. If you're wondering, all of our retail sales have points. Our monthly auto saver has points. Then we also have rare coin drops have points. Our other purchases, we have a jewelry section, a great time to be shopping for your loved ones for Easter gifts. And we also, you know, our healthcare has points. Our life insurance has points. So since when have you gotten paid on your own healthcare or your own life insurance? There is a way to do that with this membership. And we have other specials from time to time. We also believe in a lifestyle powered by gold and silver, and we travel the world together and absolutely have a blast. This membership allows you to go on these trips with the company at a really great price. And you can also earn part of it or all of it for free, depending on how much you want to share and how involved you want to get. That option is available to you as well. We were at an all-inclusive resort earlier this year in Cancun, and it was fabulous. It was a 5-star. And it was phenomenal. And there's a trip on the River of No Return that you can earn with the company that you see up there on the whitewater rafting. It's a trip of a lifetime, but we have fun together. So, but let me just recap for you as I get ready to conclude and turn this back to Marianne. All the tools for your success are here under one platform. We have a system in place for your success where you can buy and sell and store and maintain your gold and silver assets like a professional. Just to recap, the fractional capability of the Sound Money Wallet, never been done before, where you can purchase gold and silver as little as $1 at a time. 4 asset classes. We're never out of stock. The 2 most recognized coins in the world, gold eagles and silver eagles, and also 100-ounce silver bars, 1-ounce gold bars, never out of stock. You can purchase whatever you want to, whenever you want to. And the cool thing about it is when you have a whole ounce, you can click your mouse and have that metal sent to you, or you can pull off part of the value, 100 here, 1,000 there, and have it transferred right back to your checking account and use it to pay a bill. And it's in a store of value of precious metals that is going up in value as we speak. And we know that the dollar is going down in value. The more that are in circulation, the less purchasing power that this has. So let's look at the next one. It's Vault Max. You can store your metals in a military grade vault, class 3. My jewelry store was a class 1. I thought that was great. Class 3 is like Fort Knox. You can store your metal there, and it's 100% insured by the company that insures the largest coin grading company in the world. Pretty phenomenal. For some people, their safety is compromised if they take delivery of the metal. That way, leaving it stored for you allows you that peace of mind. But click of your mouse if you want your metal shipped to you, or you want to liquidate it and have it put in your checking account, click your mouse, it's done. It's up to you. You have 100% control over this. You have your very own website. It's up in seconds. You have stack and sell. This is the ability to inventory, to buy and sell collectible coins simply and easily from the comfort of your own home as well. And I'll tell you what I love about stack and sell. It 100% eliminates fraud. That's why 7K created it. I was fortunate enough to be able to beta test that with several other leaders for this company, and it is the bomb. I love it. That's stack and sell. You'll see there's trademark on those 3 of the 4 that I just shared with you already, exclusive to this membership. That's why we love sharing this. And the coin drops, they bring us coins from around the world. You get to bid on them. super exciting in 7K University, the buyer certification, the collector certification, where you can learn what you need to learn so you can make good buying decisions for you and your family. So let's just quickly go. These are the two memberships. We have a basic membership for just $149, gives you limited access. You get $20 in pure gold bullion. You can put $1,000 in your sound money wallet and 10 coins in your stack and sell. Then we have our legacy access, which is $5.99, gives you full access. You get $40 in pure gold bullion. You get up to $50,000 that you can put in your sound money wallet and unlimited stack and sell. Now, both of these memberships come with our 7K Pro. You get your first month absolutely free, and you can see if you like it. So it will start next month if you want to, but you can always turn it off if you choose. But it includes 15 points that will get you paid. It includes our 7K Advantage, which is that wholesale shopping club. It includes an exclusive coin drop. You get loyalty points where you can get free bullion and collectibles, and it gives you full access to 7K University. So that is all available to you. And with that legacy membership, you have one more bonus that's an exclusive for our legacy members. This is our sound money matching metal bonus. So any of these 4 asset classes are what you can purchase in the sound money wallet: the silver eagles, the gold eagles, the 100-ounce silver bar, and the 1-ounce gold bar. Anytime one of your personal customers uses their sound money wallet to purchase any of those 4 asset classes, you're going to get a percentage of that same asset class dropped into your sound money wallet. No questions asked. As long as you have that legacy membership and you've activated it, that is a benefit to you. So that's pretty fun as well. So we talked about there's so much more than gold and silver right here. After you get your membership, you can subscribe to our auto saver, which is our savings on autopilot. You can jump into the self-directed IRA idea and go through that process. You can also grab the healthcare. Once you're in, we've got lots of other benefits for you as well that you can explore. And I just want to share one more thing before I close and turn this back over to Marianne. If you like what you hear, Marianne's going to share her link in just a sec. I suggest you grab a membership. We have your first 14 days. We've got a promotion going right now where you're going to get double points on enrollments, which means we call it the power of 4. You share this with 4 people and they grab the legacy membership. This shows you that you're going to get $820 worth of cash and gold. $500 will be cash, and $360 would be pure gold bullion if you did a legacy and shared this with 4 more. And that's what we want to do. We want to get 100% of your money back, get you in a positive cash flow as soon as possible. And we love to help people transition from the left-hand side of the cash flow quadrant, which is where you're working for someone else. That's 95% of the people making 5% of the money, getting you over here on the right-hand side, where 5% of the people make 95% of the money. That's a business owner with a system. I just shared with you a system to create wealth, and an investor where you can make your money make money for you. That's with gold and silver. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. So want you to just please consider, how you feel about this. When you want to become a member, let Marianne know you're a 1. I want to grab my membership. 2, I want to do this part-time while I'm doing my other job and make some, money on the side. We have a lot of people doing that. You've got 5 to 10 hours a week to give it. We can help you accomplish that. There's a complete system in place for your success. And if you want to do it full-time, we're here to help you with that as well. This is our income disclosure to keep us compliant. This is just to let you know that 85% of the folks that hear the information I've shared with you in the last few minutes don't participate in the share plan. They just grab a membership for all the benefit that's there. We want you to do what's ever important to you. But I just want you to see on the associate level, the entry level, with 1 left, 1 right, they made more money than it cost for that legacy membership with all the bells and whistles. So I'm going to stop my share now and come back to you, Marianne. Thank you so much for letting me share. I know, Marianne, you've got a link to share with folks, and we're glad to answer any questions people have. They can schedule a time with you, and we'll hop on a Zoom together. And thank you for letting me share. Fairy Goldmother, over now.
Over and out is right. You know what? That was great, Kathy. Unfortunately, your PowerPoint did not work, so it was stuck on the one picture almost the entire time. There was a few flashbacks over to the coins, but it is a great PowerPoint presentation. Kathy will probably give me one that I could pass along to you if you want, or better yet, come on to one of her presentations live, and then you can actually ask questions, and we're happy to do whatever we need to, get on a three-way call. People can connect with me, and then I will connect us all together. So no worries. But I do want to say an extra special thank you on your actual anniversary. And she's at the train station catching one train, and she's got her laptop here because of me. Like, honestly, thank you so much, Kathy. It was great presentation, great information. Everything is still there. It's just the PowerPoint clicked, and then it didn't click, and then I came back, and it was kind of stuck on the one, but that's okay. We'll just more better for them to come. More better being great English. So thank you so much, Kathy. Have a wonderful time. I know you have to go catch a train, so go do what you need to do. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Marianne. Bye, y'all.
Bye-bye. Thank you. We'll talk later. And Amanda is still with me. I don't know if she's still here in person, but I do want to say thank you to Amanda. Any final words that you want to say to everyone? We're actually done earlier. Oh, was it something I said? No.
Sorry, I was trying to click my microphone on.
This is the world of technology. So we missed out on one of our speakers. He's currently in South Africa, and I think he had to actually catch an earlier flight and couldn't even, the technology. Anyways, it is what it is. So any final words from you, Amanda? Any comments, questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Marianne, for having me and having all these wonderful speakers, because every summit, there's so much valuable information here. And I think it helps a lot of people and inspires them, and a lot of really awesome information. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you for coming on here with me. And I always like to have at least someone with me. It's almost like a co-hosting situation. And all my girls are with me, all my team members from my APL Go who have, gone into bank code and into the gold and all of this. Everything's just overlapping. So I do want to say special thank you to all of my speakers, every single one, as I feel super blessed. And I also want to thank all of you who have listened and all of you who will be watching the replay and listening. Remember, Facebook has new rules. We're only up here for 30 days, and then they take down all the lives. So I still have to work on that to see if we're going to do something with some funnels, and maybe we can get that, and then people can get themselves a copy if they wish. It is well worth the money. It will be a small amount. I haven't really done it, but we will do something. So anyways, thank you all so much for everything, and have yourself a beautiful rest of Friday and also a beautiful weekend. Thank you so much.